want to talk about the cost of living and VAT, and normally you bamboozle me with figures, so I thought I would bring it down to the level that I can understand, and hopefully some of our viewers as well. I know you're going to be game for this. I've got a tin of dog food here. Apparently 33% of households in the UK own a dog, and 12 million people...
I'm one of them, Kay.
I know, Poppy, I was going to bring up. Don't think I haven't done my research. Apparently dog food has gone up 58% this year. Would a Tory government reduce the cost of pet food if you won at the next election?
Well, we want to stop the cost of pet food going up because food inflation has been going up. And, well, I can't make a commitment about reducing prices. They're decided in a market economy by lots of different actors.
See, you've already fallen into my trap. That's where you're wrong. There's VAT
it's
on
a
dog
big trap, isn't it, Kay?
There's VAT on dog food. You could scrap dog food, VAT on dog food, like that.
Yes, I could. There are lots of taxes I'd like to bring down, Kay. The most important thing I can do for families at home is to stop prices going up by supporting the Bank of England to bring down inflation. And that's why the managing director of the International Monetary Fund just last week said the difficult decisions that Rishi Sunak and I have taken are paying off and the UK economy is in a good place. But in terms of the bigger question you ask, which is, how do we make it more affordable for people to pay for their weekly shop? What you need is for wages to be going up faster than prices. And they've been doing that now for 10 months, despite the fact that, we were predicted to have the longest recession in 100 years. Because of those very difficult decisions we've taken, the economy has stabilised, wages are going up faster than inflation, and the pressure on people's weekly shop, on the cost of living, is easing. And I think that is very important.
On behalf of Poppy and dogs around the country, would you consider withdrawing VAT on pet food?
Well, I could give you a flippant answer and say that dogs don't have a vote. This isn't on my list.
I've seen dogs at polling stations.
The truth is that... Yeah, but they're not to my knowledge, are they voting? I think this interview is going in the wrong direction, don't you, Kay?
No,
let me say this.
I think there's a very serious underlying point, which is that a third of the households in the United Kingdom own dogs, and it's costing them a fortune to feed. Do you know how much a tin of dog food costs?
There are lots of different tins of dog food. Can I just say this, Kay? I want to make my serious commitment here. A future Conservative government will not increase... And I'm about to make a commitment. It's a very important one for your viewers to hear. A future Conservative government will not increase VAT, income tax or national insurance. In fact, we want to bring taxes down. And that is the main difference in all the fluff of an election campaign. One of the biggest differences between the two parties is that Labour have no plans to bring down the tax burden. Conservatives say if you look around the world, the most successful economies in America and Asia are ones with lower tax burdens. We will do the hard work to bring down taxes, and that is a very important difference.
Yeah, lots of pensioners have pets. People living solely on their state pension would only save 28 pence a week by 2028. How on earth can that policy be helpful to pensioners that you announced earlier on in the week?
Well, that number is a nonsense. Because of what we announced earlier in the week, the average pensioner will see their tax bill. By the way, what we've said is that we will make sure that the threshold at which you pay income tax always rises in line with inflation so that it's not caught up in the income tax threshold. That's very important to pensioners. It will save the average pensioner £100 next year, or £1,000 over the course of the next Parliament. So that's a very significant commitment to pensioners who don't want to get caught in paying income tax that they might not be paying at the moment.
I'm glad you brought up income tax thresholds. The IFS says that pensioners used to enjoy a higher tax-free allowance than they do now, when it was scrapped in 2010, 2011 under your government. Apparently it's now 10% lower than it was then.
Well, let's look at the overall decisions that we've taken to help pensioners, including those
Well, let's just
decisions,
talk about that.
but
You said
look
the
at it in the
threshold was
round.
going up, but it's
hang on, let me
not.
finish. Kay, can I just answer? I just want to answer your question.
Go on.
Because of the introduction of the triple lock, which this Conservative government did, the state pension has gone up by £3,700 since 2010. We have looked after pensioners. We will continue to look after pensioners because we recognise that they are different from everyone else in that when times are tough, other people have the option to work longer hours. Pensioners don't have that option, and that's why we think it's right that they get special treatment.
They used to have special treatment until you scrapped it in 2010, 2011. Why would you not bring that back?
What's the triple lock then, Kay? The triple lock is something that pensioners never had until a Conservative government introduced it, and that has meant that their pension has gone up faster. It actually has also meant that when we came into office, pensioners were more likely than other groups to be in poverty. Now they're less likely than other groups to be in poverty in the context of overall absolute poverty levels going down.
Okay. Reading the paper this morning that Mr. Sunak says to back him for low interest rates. I thought that you and him and others who represent the Conservative Party tell us that you have nothing to do with interest rates. Isn't that the Bank of England?
It is. They decide the level of interest rates independently. But the reason that the Prime Minister said what he said is because Labour have not funded about £38 billion of spending commitments. And if they had to fund that through borrowing more, then that puts pressure on the Bank of England to increase interest rates. And so what we're saying is that, since Rishi Sunak and I have taken on the reins, we've taken very difficult decisions to put the public finances back on an even keel. That has made it possible to bring down inflation and for the Bank of England to bring down interest rates. And we don't want that to change, and we're worried that under a future Labour government it would change.
I want to talk about Liz Truss, if I may. Apparently she's appeared on the Lotus Eaters platform as a podcast. It's run by Carl Benjamin. He said previously that, in his words, he wouldn't even rape Jess Phillips. And then he went on to say, I suppose with enough pressure I might cave, but let's be honest, nobody's got that much beer. And our former Prime Minister, a representative of your party, went on his podcast.
I didn't actually hear exactly what you said, but it sounded like there were some pretty despicable comments about Jess Phillips, and we certainly would absolutely not condone those. Look, I can't speak for Liz Truss. She makes her own decisions. But what I did as Chancellor was I reversed most of the big decisions that she had taken in a very short period of time in order to restore stability in the markets. And the result of those difficult decisions is that just last week, the International Monetary Fund said the British economy was in a good place, and they think we're going to grow faster than France, Italy, Germany, Japan over the next 6 years. So looking forward, the choice is this: having turned a corner because of difficult decisions we took in the face of a pandemic, a global energy shock, other difficult decisions since 2010 as well, do we want to put that at risk with a Labour Party that can't even make up its mind on something like VAT this week, as we've seen from the shambles coming out from the Labour Party headquarters?
OK, I was expecting you in the studio today. I was promised that you were coming in to see me, which is why I bought this tin of dog food, so that you could give it to Poppy. And I'm just going to hammer the point once more. Dog lovers around the country would like you to take VAT on pet food. Will you at least consider it?
Look, I totally understand how important pets are, and Poppy is the most favourite person in my life, apart from my wife and kids, but most favourite animal in my life, I should say. I'm getting in a twist here. But I'm afraid I can't make a commitment on that on dog food. But all I'll say is that if you're talking about bringing down taxes, they will be lower under a Conservative government than a Labour government as night follows day.
OK, well, I think that answer's a bit woof, so I better let you go. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Chancellor.
Thanks, Kay.
Thank you. Not even a snigger. Did you see that, Ian King? Not even a snigger.
Well, he has to play a very straight bat, doesn't he, Kay?
Not necessarily. I don't think so. I think he needs to realise that there's a nation of pet lovers out there, and if he said, I'll take VAT off dog food, probably all of them would vote for him.
Well, it would have been a very easy win. And actually, while you were when you were chatting to the Chancellor, Kay, I actually did a bit of arithmetic. So total pet food sales in the UK this year are expected to come in at some £4.1 billion. Now, I didn't see a separate figure for dog food. That's the overall pet food market. So 20% of that is £820 million. So that is roughly how much the government is making each year from VAT on pet food. So it would be quite a costly thing to have to do. But bear in mind, Kate, remember one of the big post-Brexit benefits that the government sold us was that they removed VAT on women's sanitary products. And that was sold as a Brexit benefit. And so one would have thought that something like that would certainly be a vote winner, as you say, given the number of people that own dogs in this country now. Worth pointing out, by the way, the Chancellor cited the IMF several times in that interview with him. Well, the IMF, in their meeting, in their report on the UK last week, actually urged the Chancellor again, I mean, this is something that they frequently do, to actually broaden the scope of VAT. There are a lot of items which are nil rated for VAT, famously things like children's clothing, newspapers, books, and the IMF is always on at the UK government to broaden the scope of VAT. So they're kind of pushing in the opposite direction.
OK, Ian, for now, thanks very much indeed. I've just had a WhatsApp message from a senior Labour politician saying, loving your dog food VAT campaign.
There you go. It's working.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Chancellor was so po-faced about it, wasn't he? And, to answer your question, 95p for a tin of dog food, which is £28 a month. It's a lot of money.
Wow. I think pets are so expensive.
Yeah, they are.
I have to say. I mean, I don't have pets, and that's, you know, they cost a lot of money.
I know. Chancellor just wanted to keep coming back to the figures.
Yeah.
And telling me about how well pensioners will do under a Conservative government. Yeah, so
this is really fascinating because the Conservatives are really trying to make sure they can shore up that pensioner vote ahead of the general election. And he was talking about the fact that actually it's right that pensioners get special treatment because they have no easy way of increasing their income because obviously they can't just go and get, you know, more hours or whatever, they're not working anymore. But also what was interesting, he said, well, when the Tories came to power, pensioners were more likely to be in poverty, whereas now they've reduced that, and that is absolutely correct. But what also has flipped, which he didn't like to mention, is that child poverty has gone in the other direction. So children are more likely to be in poverty now than they were before the Tories came to power. So you can see, some would argue, a potential prioritisation of funds when it comes to the fact that those figures have flipped on their head, as it were. And also, I thought it was fascinating when you asked him about Liz Truss, and he said, oh, well, Liz Truss makes her own decisions. He didn't really want to answer the question when it comes to actually the fact that she's sharing a platform with someone who's made really quite abhorrent, really sexist, violent comments. He didn't want to talk about it, and he just kind of turned it straight to the economy and how he'd undone some of the damage from Liz Truss. But that wasn't really what you were asking him, and he didn't want to get into it. And the difficulty is that some will say that Liz Truss's actions, this is not the first time she's appeared on a platform with quite right-wing figures, with certain comments or views that some have said are really quite, problematic and not in chiming with the Conservative Party. And he didn't want to go there, and someone's going to say, well, actually, this reflects on you, this reflects on your party, and she's a former Prime Minister. She's not just a backbencher.
Yeah, exactly. It was interesting at the end. He said that Poppy's dog was the most important person in his life. And then added, apart from his wife and children, and then said, most important animal in his life. So, yeah.
Hilarious. I mean, this is the thing I always find fascinating about dog owners, is they talk about their dogs like they're people.
Yeah.
I find that bizarre, but maybe that's just me.
Yeah. My dogs are the only thing in my life who don't tell me how to do my job better.
There you go. And me.
Thanks very much for that. Thank you. Some breaking news reaching us here at Sky Centre from Glencoe. 2 bodies have been found during a search on last night. They're yet to be formally identified. However, the family of father and son Tom Parry and he's 49, and his son, Richie, who's just 12 from Cheshire, have been reported missing in the area. They have been made aware of these discoveries. Inquiries ongoing, but there are no apparent suspicious circumstances. A report, we're told, will be submitted to the Procurator Fiscal in due course. We've been hearing from the police who have told us this, in the form of Craig Johnston, saying, "Our thoughts are with all those involved. I would like to thank all emergency services and mountain rescue volunteers." Still to come on The Breakfast Show for you here on Sky News. Incoming EU border rules. How could they affect your holiday? Claire will be with us.
Day 27 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 43, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 44, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 46 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza.
Yeah, that's the end destination at O Beach in Ibiza. I just thought, where can I walk to that's a bit controversial? Where can I walk to that's going to enable me to raise as much money as possible for charity? I thought, Manchester.
And have a bit of fun at the end of it.
Yeah, and it sounds as well. It sounds, people, and the more stupid things sound, I think, the more chance you're going to have to raise as much money as possible.
And you're raising money for the Tony Hudgell charity. Of course, we know Tony's story, the little boy who lost his limbs to horrific abuse at the hands of his parents. He's now with a loving family, and they raise money for so many different children's charities. Talk to me about why you wanted to choose that particular charity.
So I wanted to link something to do with walking. I wanted to raise money for a charity sort of linked to what I was doing. Obviously, I was walking to Ibiza. Tony raised a lot of his money during lockdown when he'd walk laps around his estate. So immediately, we put two together. I thought, what a fantastic charity. And what they do is also amazing. So we got in touch with Tony's parents via Instagram. We set up a WhatsApp group and we went down to Kent to meet them. I'm just going to say, what an absolutely amazing bunch of people. And straight away, I knew, this is the charity. So every day you'll get the map up and you always try and look for little shortcuts. Like you'll think, I can go down that road and ignore the map. And on that instance, I ignored totally all day. And I went, right, I'm going down this big road. And this D road led to a motorway. And there was no way off except 16 miles backwards. So I jumped onto the motorway and I thought, right, I've got to get off the motorway. So I jumped over this bridge, down the bridge.
I should just say, don't try this at home if you're going to do any charity walks. Just got to put a disclaimer there.
Please don't try it. I don't recommend it at all, but great for character building. But no, that is definitely the most dangerous part. And I think walking alone through very isolated areas in the south of France, like you say, when the signal goes, anything can happen.
I'm Katie Spencer and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent.
Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise.
Katie Spencer, Sky News in London.
Ganga here because we are expecting to hear from Claire, who's on her hollybobs. Again, look at her. Look at her. Are you having a great time?
Dreadful.
Tell us about European Union border rules and how they'll impact on people travelling.
Well, there's some good news about European border rules in that they aren't coming into effect in May, as we had originally thought. They've now been delayed until October. After the Olympics. However, in October, we could be looking at increased delays for border crossings, particularly at our favourite, St Pancras and Dover and Calais. The EES is the entry-exit system that is going to monitor how long people in third countries have spent in the Schengen area broadly, and it's going to add quite a lot of time initially, certainly, as passengers from those countries have to enter biometric data and fingerprints. So estimates are it's going to increase the time to get a car through those borders from 1 minute to 6 minutes. Now, that extra 5 minutes may not sound much when you're just talking about one car, but you can just imagine when you're talking about all those cars at peak times, it could be pretty hairy.
In due course, Claire, do you think that we'll see potentially an app or some kind of digitisation of this to try and aid people's progress through these borders?
Well, that would be helpful, and there are calls for an app. It's in production at the moment. It's being developed. It won't be ready by October, so there are calls for the authorities to put off the implementation of the EES, which you think would be sensible, wouldn't you, until the app's ready, just to kind of allow people to pre-register. Because I think, it's not just about the delay once you're in the queue. There is not a huge amount of awareness. Great that we're talking about it today, but I think so many travellers are unaware that they're going to have to input this level of personal data, biometric data. And you can imagine there'll be people who don't want to do that. So we're not just talking about the delays, we're talking about, this kind of unwillingness, shall we say, to give over that level of data.
So, Claire, why are they doing this? What's the reason behind it?
Well, it's all from Brexit, sadly. When we became a third country rather than being part of the EU, we now have to abide by the 180-day rule, which means you can only spend 90 days out of every 180 in the Schengen area, which is the EU plus Switzerland, Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, if I'm correct there. And you are only allowed to spend 90 days. So they need some way of checking up on people, really, to make sure that, and every time you go through this EES, your passport will be checked against the technology, will make sure that you haven't outstayed your welcome.
So that's not a challenge for you as yet, but do tell us where you are and what you're up to.
So I'm on the beautiful Ionian coast. It's my first time here, quite near to a little harbour town called Stivota. I'm at Ionian Green, and you can see probably behind me, this coastline is incredible. It's very, very similar to the Amalfi Coast. We did a boat trip a couple of days ago to see the coastline in full. Really stunning and relatively undiscovered by tourism. Stivota is a little bit more busy, but here, just particularly at the moment. So we're very on trend. We're travelling out of season. The weather is completely perfect. It's not too hot. There's not many people around. We're spreading the love.
The Thames is high tide, Claire, at the moment, and it's not a patch on the pictures you've just shared. If people want to escape the doldrums of the British weather, maybe take the kids with them as well, what would you recommend?
Well, a holiday like this is perfect. We're in a villa, can kind of come and go as we please. And trending places at the moment include places like Malta, like Madeira, Sicily, Sardinia, where the seasons are longer, and Greece, of course, where we are at the moment. The seasons are longer, so you can go. We're at it's half term at the moment. Whoop, sorry, a big golden fly. They're a feature here as well. We're in half term at the moment, where you can go and still feel relatively like you're on your own. But the weather, summer's in the Mediterranean now, 40 degrees heat. I don't mind that. My kids certainly would. So it's just about looking for places just a little bit outside the norm.
How does it compare to the Amalfi Coast?
Well, it looks very similar. The food is, I love Italian food, but I love Greek food as well. But, the Amalfi Coast, much as I love it, from about June becomes completely clogged with traffic. It's really hard to get around. So if you go there, you need to have chosen your villa or your hotel really well, because it is hard to move around. Whereas here, it does feel very, very quiet. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't go to the Amalfi Coast. If you go to the Amalfi Coast, just look beyond the honeypot. We've got a lot of inspiration online about that, how you can find those places. But certainly here, I think it feels a little bit easier to find those quiet places where you can just come, relax, and get away from it all and other people.
OK, you're making us sick now, looking at that shot behind you. While
It's so gorgeous.
Yeah,
I actually got married on an island in the Ionian Sea where she is almost a year ago.
There we go. There we go. You're already married, so you won't be doing that, Claire, but we will see you next week, I know. And enjoy the weather.
Thank you.
OK, see you. Thanks a lot. Now, apparently most mums and dads will recognise nursery rhymes, but listen to this one and then make the comparison, decide which one you prefer and which the kids prefer.
Ba, ba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, 3 bags full. 1 for my master.
Well, according to research from Youth Music, a quarter of parents say their children prefer rock music and R&B. What do you make of that?
I think that makes sense. I love a bit of R&B. I do. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You do, don't you? A bit of a singer, aren't you, when it comes to R&B?
Just a little.
I think I prefer the North of England blue-faced mule cross that we saw there during Bar Bar Black Sheep.
I gave him a birthday card today.
Aww.
I'll bring it next hour.
And on it, I've drawn a sheep.
Love that.
You also had watched a YouTube video.
I watched a YouTube video on how to draw a sheep.
I have to say, my drawing skills are so terrible. I would never actually attempt that, so I really respect that.
It was a lovely fluffy rock. It looked great.
How rude! I watched it twice. I did it in pen. It was really hard.
It was very good. It was very much appreciated.
Yeah, don't bother opening the present because I'm taking it back. I've kept the receipt. We're back in just a couple of moments' time with all today's top stories. Stay tuned.
day of this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Tanks, heavy vehicle.
Why only in America?
People want their country to work.
You want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
Hello, everybody. Very good morning. It is 9 o'clock. Just been humming the opening titles. You can tell it's a Thursday, can't you? The general election is hotting up and tax is moving centre stage.
Dogs don't have votes. I can't say that with a straight face. But what about their owners? Hear what the Chancellor had to say about VAT on pet food.
And why have so many of us stopped going to the cinema? We'll be talking about that a little later on.
We will. It's Thursday, the 30th of May. Read their lips. Both the Conservatives and Labour promised not to increase VAT. But what about the soaring cost of basics, like a pet-loving dog food nation?
I'm afraid I can't make a commitment on that on dog food, but all I'll say is that if you're talking about bringing down taxes, they will be lower under a Conservative government.
We sit voters on a familiar piece of parliamentary furniture to find out what they want most.
The cost of rent's tripled in the last few years.
We have the best healthcare system in the world, but yet it's extraordinarily underfunded.
Going to a shop and doing a weekly shop is just so expensive.
Donald Trump awaits his fate. The jury considers its verdict over allegations that the former president falsified business records to pay off a porn star. The earth opens into fountains of fire as a volcano in Iceland erupts again.
Baba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, 3 bags full. One for my...
Apparently, babies prefer rock rather than rhyme. Good morning. We've been questioning both Labour and the Conservatives on the programme this morning about their promises not to raise VAT in the next Parliament. Labour's Darren Jones couldn't rule out potential cuts to public services. More from him shortly. First, let's hear from the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, who couldn't say how much a tin of dog food costs. I bet you know, don't you? Take a listen.
I'm about to make a commitment. It's a very important one for your viewers to hear. A future Conservative government will not increase VAT, income tax or national insurance. In fact, we want to bring taxes down, and that is the main difference in all the fluff of an election campaign. One of the biggest differences between the two parties is that Labour have no plans to bring down the tax burden. Conservatives say if you look around the world, the most successful economies in America and Asia are ones with lower tax burdens. We will do the hard work to bring down taxes, and that is a very important difference.
Yeah, lots of pensioners have pets. People living solely on their state pension would only save 28 pence a week by 2028. How on earth can that policy be helpful to pensioners that you announced earlier on in the week?
Well, that number is a nonsense because of what we announced earlier in the week. The average pensioner will see their tax bill. That, by the way, what we've said is that we will make sure that the threshold at which you pay income tax always rises in line with inflation so that it's not caught up in the income tax threshold. That's very important to pensioners. It will save the average pensioner £100 next year or £1,000 over the course of the next Parliament. So that's a very significant commitment to pensioners who don't want to get caught in paying income tax that they might not be paying at the moment.
I'm glad you brought up income tax thresholds. The IFS says that pensioners used to enjoy a higher tax-free allowance than they do now when it was scrapped in 2010, 2011 under your government. Apparently it's now 10% lower than it was then.
Well, let's look at the overall decisions that we've taken to help pensioners, including those
well, let's just
decisions.
Talk about that. You said the threshold was going up, but it's
hang on,
not.
let me finish. Kay, can I just answer? I just want to answer your question. Because of the introduction of the triple lock, which this Conservative government did, the state pension has gone up by £3,700 since 2010. We have looked after pensioners. We will continue to look after pensioners because we recognise that they are different from everyone else in that when times are tough, other people have the option to work longer hours. Pensioners don't have that option, and that's why we think it's right that they get special treatment.
They used to have special treatment until you scrapped it in 2010, 2011. Why would you not bring that back?
What's the triple lock then, Kay? The triple lock is something that pensioners never had until a Conservative government introduced it, and that has meant that their pension has gone up faster. It actually has also meant that when we came into office, pensioners were more likely than other groups to be in poverty. Now they're less likely than other groups to be in poverty in the context of overall absolute poverty levels going down.
OK. Reading the paper this morning that Mr Sunak says to back him for low interest rates. I thought that you and him and others who represent the Conservative Party tell us that you have nothing to do with interest rates. Isn't that the Bank of England?
It is. They decide the level of interest rates independently. But the reason that the Prime Minister said what he said is because Labour have not funded about £38 billion of spending commitments. And if they had to fund that through borrowing more, then that puts pressure on the Bank of England to increase interest rates. And so what we're saying is that, since Rishi Sunak and I have taken on the reins, we've taken very difficult decisions to put the public finances back on an even keel. That has made it possible to bring down inflation and for the Bank of England to bring down interest rates. And we don't want that to change, and we're worried that under a future Labour government it would change.
OK, I was expecting you in the studio today. I was promised that you were coming in to see me, which is why I bought this tin of dog food, so that you could give it to Poppy. And I'm just going to hammer the point once more. Dog lovers around the country would like you to take VAT on pet food. Will you at least consider it?
Look, I totally understand how important pets are, and Poppy is the most favourite person in my life, apart from my wife and kids. But most favourite animal in my life, I should say. I'm getting in a twist here. But I'm afraid I can't make a commitment on that on dog food. But all I'll say is that if you're talking about bringing down taxes, they will be lower under a Conservative government than a Labour government as night follows day.
Just to clarify who the most important person in his life.
That was hilarious, Kay. I mean, we don't get into dog lovers and how much they talk about them like people and babies, because we could be here all day, because I think that's pretty crazy. But on a serious note...
You just say it was pretty crazy.
I think that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I do. I think it's crazy. But anyway, I know that's a controversial view to have, so let's move swiftly on. When he was talking about the cost of living, and he was trying to hammer home the point that the cost of living crisis is easing, things are easing. Now, if you ask the public whether they think that, it's not actually that simple. So yesterday, when we were at Sky News was in Grimsby, and Sam Coates, our deputy political editor, was talking about polling that we'd seen from voters, actually 42% of the public feel poorer now than they did 6 months ago.
That's because now, right?
Well, and so actually the government's line that things are getting better, cost of living crisis is easing, tax cuts have come, things are on the up, as it were. Well, the public are saying the opposite. They're saying things are getting worse for them from 6 months ago. So it's interesting that they like to continue to push that line, when actually the reality in terms of how people feel is not the case. Also, when he was talking about pensioners, saying, it's good that they get special treatment, they can't increase their income in the same way that workers can. But as we talked about earlier, Kay, it's always important to point out that he was keen to say pensioner poverty has decreased since the Tories came to power, but child poverty has increased since the Tories came to power. So you can always be quite selective with your statistics when it comes to some of these numbers. And then earlier on, when you spoke to Darren Jones from the Shadow Treasury Minister, he was asked, the Tories are trying to say, hey, Labour are going to increase VAT, taxes are going to go up under Labour. That was the last line from the interview with Jeremy Hunt that was just played there. Well, Darren Jones is trying to say, no, we are not going to increase national insurance, income tax, corporation tax or VAT. Tories are saying they've been bounced into that decision. Darren Jones is saying, no, that was always the plan. We don't want taxes to go up on working people.
What about services?
Well, actually, in that interview as well, you were asking him, well, can you guarantee that, public service cuts are not going to happen under the Labour Party? And he couldn't guarantee it. I think we've got a clip of him trying to explain the Labour position.
OK.
The Conservative Party are desperate to try to say that they've, scored a point in this election campaign. But Rachel Reeves has been consistently clear that we have no plans to raise taxes on working people. We've said it a million times. I said it yesterday in my press conference. Rachel said it the day before in her speech. I'm not sure what the Conservatives are trying to get at here. We have no plans to raise taxes on working people. Do you know why? Because the burden of tax on working people is the highest it has been in the last 70 years because of the Conservative Party.
You will potentially cut some public services.
We're not planning to cut public services.
I'm sure you're not, but you may.
Well, we'll have to do the spending review. But what we have set out in our first 6 steps for the Labour Party manifesto is fully funded, fully costed policies. Those first steps, 6,500 extra teachers in schools, 40,000 extra appointments in the NHS each week, funded by closing tax loopholes, which we'll be able to get on with immediately.
OK, so he wasn't bounced into coming on today, apparently, even though Conservative Central Office said he was.
Yes. Well, because we were originally expecting Yvette Cooper to come and talk about Labour's plans for fighting crime, and we woke up and it was Darren Jones talking about the economy instead. So you can see where the Tories are getting that line from at the end of the day.
For now, thank you. Elsewhere on the election campaign trail, the Liberal Democrats are focusing on children's mental health. They want to treble taxes for search engines and social media firms to pay for a mental health professional in every school. Scotland's First Minister John Swinney will be campaigning in Edinburgh today. He says that his predecessor, Nicola Sturgeon, is an asset to the SNP and will be joining him on the campaign trail during this election. The Reform Party's honorary president, Nigel Farage, has revealed he'd be open to a conversation with the Conservative Party about an electoral pact. The offer was quickly rejected by Rishi Sunak, who warned that backing reform would help put Keir Starmer into Downing Street. And the Green Party set to launch its general election campaign in Bristol later on today, where it'll commit to offering real hope and real change. The party will be hoping to build on successful local election results, where it returned 812 councillors earlier this month. On the 12th of June, Sky News will be hosting an election leaders event in Grimsby, a key marginal seat and one of our target towns this election year. The Labour leader, Keir Starmer, and the Conservative leader, Rishi Sunak, have been invited to attend, and we are looking for a live audience to join us on the night. Here's your chance. Scan the QR code on your screen right now for more information and to apply, with a potential opportunity to put your question to the men who want the keys to number 10. Meantime, Judgment Day is looming for Donald Trump in New York. The jury is considering its verdict over allegations that the former president falsified business records to hide a payoff to adult actress Stormy Daniels. He said the charges against him are a disgrace.
In listening to the charges from the judge, who's, as you know, very conflicted and corrupt, because of the confliction, very, very corrupt. Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged.
Well, our US correspondent James Matthews has more from outside the courtroom.
Court business will start here in New York at 9:30 local time. The jury were out for 4 hours yesterday before they came back with notes for the judge, questions specifically about the judge's instructions. They wanted a rereading of that. instructions where the judge tells the jury about the alleged crime, talks them through the points of law and the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury also had questions or wanted a refresh surrounding the testimony of David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer. He was the first witness in this case, the man who said he would be Donald Trump's eyes and ears, would operate a catch and kill scheme for Donald Trump to catch negative stories about him, pay money and kill those stories to prevent them entering the public arena.
Sad news this morning.
Yes, very sad news from Scotland this morning. 2 bodies have been found during a search for a missing father and son in the Scottish Highlands. Tom Parry and his 12-year-old son Richie did not return home yesterday after hiking in Glencoe. They are yet to be formally identified. However, family of the missing pair have been informed. Delhi has reached a record temperature of almost 53 degrees Celsius, that's 127 Fahrenheit, as parts of India swelter through an unrelenting heat wave. Meteorologists are checking if the sensors that recorded the unprecedented temperature are working properly. Scientists, though, say the extraordinary heat is down to an unusual transition between the El Niño and La Niña weather patterns, which they've linked to climate change. A volcano in southwestern Iceland has erupted again, forcing the evacuation of the Blue Lagoon geothermal spa and threatening the largely abandoned fishing town of Grindavik. This is the volcano's 5th eruption since December. It's a reawakening of a volcanic system that lay largely dormant for almost 800 years.
As Ukraine struggles on the battlefield, NATO is completing its biggest military exercise since the Cold War. The latest drills have been in Lithuania. Our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins is there.
NATO's rolling out the big guns. In Lithuania, soldiers show how they can defend Europe's eastern flank from invasion. This displays part of the largest NATO exercise since the Cold War. Reassurance for allies, a warning to President.
Today's exercise sends a clear message, a message of deterrence to Russia.
90,000 troops have taken part in drills over the past 6 months on land, sea and in the air. As Ukraine struggles on the real battlefield, the war games on the eastern border have added significance. This is NATO's front line should the war in Ukraine bubble over, and Russia is the biggest threat to the Baltic states, including Lithuania, so defences are being bolstered. Dominating this drill, Germany, keen to show how it could protect its NATO neighbours. Russian aggression has made defence a priority for Berlin, now against the clock to make a military short of cash, weapons and troops fit for war.
We have 5 to 8 years. And 5 to 8 years when the reconstitution of the Russian forces is at a level that an attack against NATO territory might be possible. For me as a military, 5 to 8 years means I have to be ready in 5 years.
That threat's also why 5,000 German troops will soon be stationed here in Lithuania. A welcome deterrent for Romantis, who's fought the Russians before.
I remember perfectly the system what we lived in, so I don't want times to come back, and I don't want my children to live in such a country as the Soviet Union.
And NATO doesn't want that either. This time, they were drills, but under attack, there'll be no playing games. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Lithuania.
Still to come on the breakfast show for you. Rankin opens up about the stories behind some of his most iconic photos. And which party is best at turning clicks into votes?
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling. War, unrest, revolutions.
It's not his country, it's ours, and we're going to take it back.
They have succeeded for the first time in their country's history in removing a leader from power. Now, freedom! There was fighting here, but there's clearly now a lull, and they're using it to bring up more ammunition. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. This is a mass exodus in which Russia is hemorrhaging some of its brightest and its best. According to the local weather channel, there have been more than 2,500 lightning strikes, torrential rain and flash flooding, all on top of this week's lethal tornado. What stays with you most in this job is some of the people you meet. What is your worst fear about what the Russians want to do to the children?
They're just boosting demographics by stealing young people.
Would you like to take the opportunity, Mr. President, on Sky News to invite Barack Obama to come here? Mr. Trump, are you running for president? Can you confirm it?
We're going to take a look, a very serious look.
On that day, we saw your fighters killing women, killing children. Was that a mistake? Did you go too far? You couldn't control your fighters? The full force of the state is being used to crush any protest. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued with its ultimatum to the people of Ashkelon, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in. Another alarm. The mood here is jittery and nervous. We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
Rankin's photographs, especially those of celebrities and musical icons, defined the 90s, early 2000s. Look who's here with us to talk more about it. It's great to see you. Thanks for taking the time. I love this one.
Thank you.
Tell me about it.
Well, that was photographed for Diesel, the brand Diesel, back in the day as an advertorial in Dazed and Confused, and the idea was to create fire and ice. So we did models on fire, and then we did models on ice. So I actually, for this one, we used special effects to make it look like it was ice, but one of the pictures was a photograph where we did a picture of the model, cut it out, and then actually froze it in ice, which was brilliant.
So that's not actually ice, that's special effects.
It's special effects, but it still looks pretty good.
It's cool. And what about the one behind you? That's one of your favourites.
Yes, Helen Mirren. I shot Helen for the first time for Dazed and Confused, and it was the Alexander McQueen guest-edited issue. And, I mean, Helen Mirren is a force of nature, and I think if most people that grew up in the 80s absolutely loved and adored her, but we wanted to make her look a bit more punk. And, of course, she's one of these people that just goes for it, so...
Yeah, it's a great photograph. We've got others. Can we go through some of them and you can give us the background?
Yeah.
You two?
This was shot in Dublin. This was actually a shoot for the band that we then used in the magazine, and it was the first time I'd met U2. And when we were actually starting Dazed and Confused, U2 were a band that we all listened to on repeat. So it was a little bit of kind of pinch me moment when we got to meet them. And one of the best things about shooting them was that Bono, when I was photographing him, I kept telling him, instead of putting your feet like this, put your feet like this, because you'll just look a bit cooler. And he's like, I've been doing this for 25 years and nobody's ever told me to do this. But this picture was one of the pictures that was part of the story in the issue.
OK. Tilda Swinton?
Tilda Swinton was a really extraordinary moment for me because I was such a massive fan of hers growing up. And I photographed her at the Serpentine Gallery.
Oh, yeah.
And I had like 5 minutes with her, and she was...
You obviously made her laugh.
I did make a lot. I think the thing for me is when I take photographs, what I'm trying to do is collaborate with the person I'm shooting, make them feel part of it. I'm not taking something from them, but we're making something together. But she's she's such a lovely and easy to work with person when you're a photographer because she just looks so unique.
What about Robbie Williams?
Robbie's one of my favourites.
I bet.
Yeah, Robbie's brilliant because there are very few people that
He's
actually...
on a mug.
Yeah, well, there are a few people that actually enjoy having their picture taken. So I'm sure you do. Most people do. But Robbie was great because if you got him in the right mood, he's just a performer. I mean, that's what he's well known for. So if you can work with him to get him into that place, he will literally do anything for you. And this shoot was actually based on a shoot I'd done with the Spice Girls, where I'd photographed them for the big issue. And then they bought the pictures for promotion. And I walked into a supermarket with my dad one day, and there was a whole shelf of Spice Girls memorabilia, basically. And I thought, wow, this is really strange. It's like obsessive behaviour. So I did a shoot with Robbie for 4 days and put him on mugs and T-shirts and a pair of pants, and I put him on a jigsaw.
Oh, cool. What about Kate Moss? What's she like?
She's great. I mean, Kate's great because she is Kate, so she's brilliant to photograph because she kind of knows how to work with the camera. Yeah. But at the same time, she's still that girl from Croydon, and she's very, very funny.
Is she?
Yeah. She makes you laugh, and she's got an incredible laugh, and her daughter's got a very similar laugh.
OK. Tell me about the exhibition.
Well, the exhibition is called Back in the Days, and it's my photographs from 91 to 2001. 4 Dazed and Confused. It's at 180 The Strand in London. And it's really a retrospective of my work from the 90s of that period of work for the magazine. So it's quite gritty. It's like watching a photographer grow up. It's year by year. So you see me start in black and white, not very good, just trying to get a sense of, who I want to be as a photographer. And then slowly but surely, I kind of become more sophisticated.
When is it on?
It's on from today till the end of June.
Interesting, I'm going there for breakfast today, so I will pop in and see it.
Nice, please do. It's really good. It's really good for young kids to go and check it out.
OK, lovely. Thanks very much.
Thank
Great
you.
to see you. Thank you. Still to come on The Breakfast Show for you here on Sky News. Who's winning the election campaign on TikTok? Hello again, everybody. You're watching The Breakfast Show here on Sky News. How cool were those Rankin pictures?
Beautiful. I loved the ice one.
I did.
That's so cool, wasn't it?
I thought that was really clever. It wasn't really ice, but they managed with special
Still
effects
looks
to make
great.
it. Yeah, it looked fantastic.
And it's just amazing how, like, the Tilda Swinton, 5 minutes in the Serpentine Gallery and produces something like that, and the ability to be able to build that instant connection. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
Fantastic. Almost like we'd planned it that way. There we go. Yeah. We're going to talk about TikTok in just a second and its impact on this election campaign after the top stories.
The top stories this morning, yes, let's remind you of those. Tax shaping up to take centre stage in the election today. Both the Conservatives and Labour pledging to not raise tax, VAT, if they win. But Labour hasn't ruled out cuts to public services. And the Chancellor couldn't say how much a tin of dog food costs. The jury is out in the criminal trial of Donald Trump. The former president is accused of falsifying records to hide hush money payments to the porn star Stormy Daniels. NATO has put on its biggest military exercise since the Cold War. The latest drills were in Lithuania as the alliance looks to put on a show of strength. And 2 bodies have been found during a search for the missing father and son in the Scottish Highlands. Tom Parry and his 12-year-old son Richie did not return home yesterday after hiking in Glencoe. They are yet to be formally identified. However, family of the missing pair have been informed.
Talk about TikTok, should we, and the impact that it's going to have on this general election campaign. Tim Gatt, multi-platform media consultant. Sean Topham led the Conservative Party's social media campaign for the 2019 general election. How much influence, gentlemen, you decide who starts, will TikTok have on this campaign?
TikTok is a major platform here in the UK. It's great to see all the parties now rushing out of the gates to join it. You can see Labour's already had 18 million views on their TikToks in the last few days alone. The Conservatives, 6 million views, a bit of ground to make up. But that sort of reach is unrivaled on other social media platforms. That's more views than they would have had on Facebook and Instagram combined.
OK, what do you think?
I think we'll look back on this election and say it won't be TikTok what won it. But, as Sean said, it is an increasingly popular platform, a popular app, not just for young people anymore, for increasingly older people. Look at how Sky News use TikTok. And I think you can't ignore it. And it's been a case for the parties, the 2 main parties. If you can't beat them, join them. It is a bit late joining a month to go of an election. But we've already seen they're making waves in what they're doing.
Yeah. You say it's not a generational thing. Personally, I don't have a TikTok account. I don't get it. I don't understand it. But it does filter down to other social media.
That's right. A lot of the content that starts on TikTok can evolve on other social media networks as well. It gets posted on Twitter or X, Instagram as well. So there is an opportunity for it to filter through. And I think a lot of the conversations that start on TikTok, I remember when you used to go into the office, people say, did you see something on Facebook? Nowadays, people in my office say, oh, have you seen this on TikTok? That's where you can start a conversation, and it can catch fire very quickly. Some of the memes that we've seen from the Labour Party already have certainly taken off on their platform and on others as a result.
What does a meme or a meme have to look like in order for it to be popular?
I think, as we've seen with Labour, it's tapping into this online culture being permanently online. So you've seen the Cilla Black thing. Now, that was a big meme a few months ago that started off. But if you're not online permanently, which a lot of us aren't, it doesn't mean very much. And I think it's what we're seeing is a big difference between Labour and the Conservatives. And Conservatives doing much more, which is kind of traditional, just with a politician talking to the camera or with ordinary people. And as we've seen on TikTok, it doesn't need to be memes or people dancing or miming to videos. It could just be like with Sky News' TikToks. If it's powerful content and emotive content, that can do as well, if not better.
Why is Reform doing so well?
Well, Reform's got a lot of followers, but I don't think that's the be-all and end-all for success on TikTok. Ultimately, it's about reach. And if you can create one good video that gets 100 million video views, that's very, very good, and you could have one follower. Reform's got the most followers, but that's not the arms race that we're in. In an election campaign, you need people to see your message. You need voters to see your message, and for all of the parties, that has to be the game they're in. So you could have 10 million followers, but 1 video view, and that's just not good enough. So that's what I'll be looking at over the next few weeks in the campaign.
Tim?
Yeah, I mean, if it was all about followers, then Matt Hancock would be PM. He's got 250,000 followers on TikTok.
Why?
Because he started early. It's a thing about it takes time to build up a profile and a presence. And he's done the content. You've seen the miming to the Barbie.
Unfortunately, I did, yes.
But that again, that taps
it filters through.
It does. It taps into it, and it gets shared, and news organisations then share it. And for TikTok and its algorithm, the key thing is it's about, are people watching? Are they then forwarding it to their mates on WhatsApp, going, "Oh my God," or "I love this." And that's what TikTok cares about, is engagement. It isn't about followers. The worst thing for any political party is if no one cares about what they're posting, because then TikTok won't show it to other people.
So what do you think we'll see, Sean, between now and Election Day when it comes to TikTok?
Well, TikTok's a really creative platform, and there are so many different ways to use it. Already you've seen a bit of a start with memes, a good sense of humour. You've seen some serious policy-led content from the Conservatives with a bit of Q&A with voters. I mean, you can use politicians. You know, they claim to be influencers. I'm sure they would say they are influencers. TikTok is a platform full of influencers. There's a real opportunity for them to step into the content space and lead it. Maybe not dancing per se, but I think they should be very exploratory in the way they use it and the way they talk to voters. Voters are there, and yes, they might skew younger, but they deserve to be part of the conversation and engaged in through the methods that they communicate with their friends and their peers.
Do you think the Chancellor telling me this morning that his dog Poppy was his favourite person before quickly saying, apart from his wife and children, is that a perfect mem for TikTok?
We've seen so much of clips from your show or from Sky News where little bits get taken out of context, say, but this is kind of a bit of a funny moment and get shared. Again, that could be easily shared on the Conservatives' TikTok, and actually that could, we know we love dogs, you love dogs, and that can actually engage people a lot more than necessarily a silly meme they don't understand.
I didn't really understand that.
But I'm sure Isaac Levita would say, as long as the Chancellor can find a way to squeeze the key message in for the day, then you can post it. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
then, yeah.
Exactly. But how does that actually convert to votes, or does it not? Is it just like a reasonably interesting sideline?
Well, you've got to get attention on your message at the end of the day, and you've got to do it in a sustained way over the next sort of 35 days that these guys are going to be campaigning. So as long as your message is being amplified and reaching the voters you want to talk to, then you have to, bank it and hope that that's going to work.
Biden, I think I'm right in saying, said Trump couldn't be trusted because he didn't have a dog. I suppose he could reply that Biden's dogs bite people.
Well, what's really interesting about TikTok with the presidential election, so obviously the US Biden has signed a law to ban it, but he's on there now. And interestingly, the New York Times had a story yesterday about saying since November, about double the amount of videos are pro-Trump than pro-Biden on there. So I'm sure that's played into the thinking of, say, the Conservatives when they're thinking about, we've really got to go where our audiences is.
OK. Who do you think is the best communicator in each of the parties?
Well, I think the leaders have to be seen as the best communicators. They probably are. The parties have decided that they are.
Doesn't mean they are.
Doesn't mean they necessarily are. I mean, they're the ones I see the most of. So I think they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, they could loosen up a little. TikTok is a platform where you can be a bit more authentic, a bit more real. These little asides, like you mentioned, of the chancellors, are opportunities for them to reveal who they are, their personality, some of their attributes. And I think the teams need to work a little bit more closely with both their leaders to sort of reveal those sides of them that we might not otherwise see in small moments.
Wes Streeting is pretty good at that, actually, having looked at his Twitter feed the other day. He got he couldn't remember all of the pledges that the party was hanging its hat on. And he put a meme up with somebody hiding saying, I'm never going to what's the word? Never going to live this down, is what he said. So he's quite clever, whereas you would never expect somebody like Starmer to do something like that. He doesn't necessarily buy into that. He's much more serious, isn't he?
Yes, but what's really interesting, you're seeing much more, as Sean said, the personality. It doesn't have to be a polished party political broadcast for it to be popular on social media. And actually, voters like seeing the human side of people. The one thing I do think we need to say, and you mentioned about Twitter, we've seen over previous elections that Labour has been seen to win Twitter. And as Sean knows, the guy behind the success of the 2019 election for the Conservatives is actually, it isn't about popularity, it's really targeting these individual audiences on different platforms with that key messaging that will pay off.
Have to be careful as well, though, Sean, don't you? Because with so much popularity comes huge responsibility. And sometimes, if you get it wrong, it's still magnified to that number of people.
Well, that's right. But look, a little bit of controversy on social media never hurt anyone. It
Sorry for you to say.
It certainly didn't hurt me. But look, it's important they're playful, they have a bit of fun with it. There are lots of ways you can use social media to get attention to a message. They're not conventional ways to do it, but I think it's worth exploring. And if you're a party that's looking around for more votes than you currently have, you're going to have to take a few risks. So yes, I think there's some things they could do to perhaps get a bit of attention on it. It might mean it's hit or miss. I'm sure there's enough people in the political arena to call it both a hit and a miss.
There you are.
So there you go.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Going back to the key points, it's credibility and authenticity. That's what people want. And away from, we've seen reactions. So sometimes when you do an interview, say with Jeremy Hunt, and people don't believe necessarily what he says or do believe what he says. But if you're posting the content and it feels real, but also for TikTok particularly, if it generates a reaction, if you love it or even if you hate it, if you're reacting or watching to the end, TikTok knows that's what's really effective.
Politics, show business for ugly people. What a platform in TikTok.
It's like we should all be on it.
Get you on it, Kate.
I don't think you will. Good luck with that. It's nice to see you both. Thanks so much indeed,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks a lot. Now that Parliament has been dissolved and the benches in the Commons are empty, Sky's home editor Jason Farrell is travelling across Britain with a parliamentary bench. Not one of those, one of ours, offering voters to take a seat and tell us which issues are most important to them. St Austell and Newquay in the southwest is one of the constituencies which Labour will be hoping to gain from the Conservatives, and it's where our bench across Britain made its first stop.
Westminster is coming to you, washing up on your shores, asking for your vote. It's time for us, Britain, to decide who will occupy the green benches next. And so this piece of Commons furniture is for you to share your thoughts on.
Yes.
What do you want most in the next government?
Integrity, I think is the one-word answer.
It doesn't matter who it is, but I really want to see is a left in seawater.
We have the best healthcare system in the world, but yet it's extraordinarily underfunded. It has to stop. It has to change.
We're in Newquay, so let's hear from a Cornish surf instructor.
So when I hear the politicians talking, you know, it's hard to know who to listen to or what to engage with. I just see what's happening on a daily basis, like from the way I'm living, like the cost of rent's like tripled in the last few years, or like the cost of food's gone up, and I see, yeah, them like we're losing a lot of the good things that made this country great.
Young people here are feeling the squeeze, and it's the same for these two.
Hi, I'm Sophia.
My name's Max.
We managed to buy our first home, and we feel quite privileged and quite lucky, but it was hard, especially with the salaries down here. It just doesn't compare to salaries out of London, and house prices are just shooting through the roof.
The money just seems to go every month. Whereas I kind of feel like, in a lot of ways, I was better off 10 years ago.
St Austell and Newquay is Tory-held. Labour needs a 14.5% swing to topple them, and with that they'd be on course for a crushing 50-seat majority.
We've come here because there are seats up for grabs in the West Country. Currently, it is a sea of blue, but Labour and the Lib Dems could turn it into a patchwork of red and yellow.
But are they winning on the issues? With 700 miles of stunning coastline in the southwest, people here care about the environment. They also worry about housing and transport. And like primary school teachers Frankie and Jessica, rising prices.
Bearing in mind we earn a pretty good salary for being in Cornwall, yet going to a shop and doing like a weekly shop is just so expensive.
And then I think at work, budget cuts.
Oh yeah,
so
massively.
a real lack of resources, lack of funding.
Big issues in the election means that no matter whatever party's in, there'll be no change. They will not fulfil their commitments. Somebody else comes in, they change it again.
The game is on. The winner depends on us. But while the people of Newquay know what's wrong with their lives, fewer know which party has the answer and who they want to put on this bench.
What's the dog's name? Barley. Barley? It's not even my dog, but...
Come here. Jason Farrell, Sky News, Newquay.
See? Dog lovers of the UK unite, Wilf. The Chancellor wasn't having any of it today when I tried to draw him in.
Well, he was very warm about his own dog, but yes, he wouldn't commit to removing, perhaps too warm in the eyes of his wife, but wouldn't be drawn into VAT abolishment for dog food. I agree. It's interesting. We've got a lot coming up today. But for the Conservatives, nothing until the afternoon, because clearly the focus is on the Chancellor through the morning. We're expecting to see Rishi Sunak around 2 or 3 p.m. in Milton Keynes. Lots, though, from the other parties throughout the rest of the mid to late morning. We've got live events from the Lib Dems, from the Greens, from Plaid, and also from lunchtime from Reform. But the first focus from 10 will be on Labour once again. A very specific time, Kay. 10:23 is when Sir Keir Starmer is expected to take the stage. We can be almost certain it won't be 10:23, but perhaps a couple of minutes either side. I'm not sure why they've been quite so precise, but he's in South Wales today, and we'll see if he gets the message to stick on what he wants it to be or not, as was sort of the case yesterday.
OK, for now, thanks very much, Wilf. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Still to come on The Breakfast Show for you here on Sky News. Box office bust. What a run of flops tells us about the state of the movie industry.
Day 27 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 43, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 44, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 46, of walking from Manchester to Ibiza.
Yeah, that's the end destination at O Beach in Ibiza. I just thought, where can I walk to that's a bit controversial? Where can I walk to that's going to enable me to raise as much money as possible for charity? I thought, Manchester.
And have a bit of fun at the end of it.
Yeah, and it sounds as well. It sounds, people, and the more stupid things sound, I think, the more chance you're going to have to raise as much money as possible.
And you're raising money for the Tony Hudgell charity. Of course, we know Tony's story, the little boy who lost his limbs to horrific abuse at the hands of his parents. He's now with a loving family, and they raise money for so many different children's charities. Talk to me about why you wanted to choose that particular charity.
So I wanted to link something to do with walking. I wanted to raise money for a charity sort of linked to what I was doing. Obviously, I was walking to Ibiza. Tony raised a lot of his money during lockdown when he'd walk laps around his estate. So immediately, we put two together. I thought, what a fantastic charity. And what they do is also amazing. So we got in touch with Tony's parents via Instagram. We set up a WhatsApp group and we went down to Kent to meet them. I'm just going to say, what an absolutely amazing bunch of people. And straight away, I knew, this is the charity. So every day you'll get the map up and you always try and look for little shortcuts. Like you'll think, I can go down that road and ignore the map. And on that instance, I ignored totally all day. I went, right, I'm going down this big road. And this D road led to a motorway. And there was no way off except 16 miles backwards. So I jumped onto the motorway and I thought, right, I've got to get off the motorway. So I jumped over some bridge, over this bridge, down the bridge.
I should just say, don't try this at home if you're going to do any charity walks. Just got to put a disclaimer there.
Please don't try it. I don't recommend it at all, but great for character building. But no, that is definitely the most dangerous part. And I think walking alone through very isolated areas in the south of France, like you say, when the signal goes, anything can happen.
I'm Katie Spencer and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent.
Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise.
Katie Spencer, Sky News in London.
Hello again, everybody. This year's global box office total is on track to finish 25% down compared with last year and 40% below what they were before the pandemic. Let's bring in Phil and Caroline and talk about this in more detail. Don't know who wants to start. Why is it?
Well, I can give you anecdotal evidence of how high cinema prices are, which I'm sure Phil will have an opinion on. The lockdown created habits of viewing, of streaming at our convenience. We love watching TV and film on our phones. And of course, we have great television. We have alternatives. We have gyms. We have restaurants. We have lifestyle choices that we didn't have maybe 30, 40 years ago when we grew up on going to the cinema regularly and happily.
Phil, you're the Chief Executive of the UK Cinema Association. Tell us what it's like from your end.
So that global figure, of course, is made up of a whole series of different territories. For the UK, we're probably looking at even in terms of box office for this year. The industry analyst Gareth Street have indicated about 1.04 billion. Last year was 1.06. It's undoubtedly true that we knew this year would be a challenging year. We had the strikes for the actors and the screenwriters in the US, which has pushed back the production and the delivery of a large number of films, some into later this year, some into 2025. So, no one would underestimate the challenges. There are broader cost of living issues and people's ability to spend, and we'll get on to ticket prices. But I think as the year gears up, certainly into the summer, into the end of the year, for the UK sector particularly, it's a very optimistic picture.
Well, something else I've noticed, which is that film stars, which were a big reason to go to the cinema. I mean, we all grew up on going to the cinema because Tom Cruise was in a film, these big adventure stories. John Travolta, of course. I'd still go out for John Travolta. And these days, I feel like that cultural space has been replaced by pop stars. So this summer, the events are Taylor Swift coming to the UK. We've had Ed Sheeran filling Wembley Stadium. We've had the likes of Adele. We have these totemic stars who we feel are somehow, perhaps it's a myth, but they feel more authentic that they are sharing their lives with us. And in this world of social media and very dynamic engagement online, that is more important than turning out to see Brad Pitt and George Clooney. I never thought I would say these words, but it's come to pass that they will have to have something really special to convince me to pay really hard-earned money to go and see them on the big screen.
Kylie, British Summertime.
There we go.
So Hollywood will be aware of this, and Sky, obviously, we make movies as well. So how do those movie makers start to get over that hurdle?
So I would say that actually you're absolutely right, that in the social space, pop stars and reality stars, etc., are filling part of that space. But that's complementary to Margot Robbie, to Tom Cruise, to Tom Hardy, to Chris Hemsworth, all those other people who do still drive movies. And, obviously, the studios and distributors are looking to create stars and for people to have resonance with audiences. But actually, it's also about the originality of the stories. So last year, of course, we had the, almost unique cultural moment of Barbie and Oppenheimer together. We have coming up Deadpool and Wolverine, which when the trailer was released was seen by 365 million people in the first 24 hours, which is a record. There is still that excitement that can be engendered around the uniqueness of the big screen experience and that immersive experience which only cinema can provide.
But Oscar-nominated Oscar one doesn't necessarily drive people to watch a movie, does it? Because I'm thinking about Barbie. How did that do at the box office as opposed to Oppenheimer, as opposed to others that won Oscars but didn't necessarily make as much money?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the awards basically, there are years where films are critically lauded and audiences aren't as keen on them. There are years where films are really liked by audiences and don't garner awards, and Barbie is an example of that. And there are years where actually both audiences and critics like films. So undoubtedly we look to the award schemes to drive relevance and drive awareness. But there are a whole range of other marketing efforts that are made around each title, essentially. So the awards are just one part of that.
But I feel as well as though that cycle has a cynical commercial element to it. So you've just said all those amazing films that did do well, like Oppenheimer. But you're right, Barbie, and we'll see a summer of blockbusters, inverted commas. And I do feel like, I know I'm a champion for TV, so I'm a little bit partisan, but I feel like some of these, the TV stories that we've discussed, the likes of Bridgerton have come along, The Bodyguard
Love
during
Bridgerton.
lockdown. We all talked about Succession last year. We're all still talking about Baby Reindeer. And these feel far more organic, and that they've turned up as original stories and they've found a huge audience on streaming platforms. And then in the middle of that, we're persuaded that these juggernauts of films are bringing these audiences in. We hope they are. Furiosa hasn't done the business, and I really loved it. I was expecting it to do better. And then, of course, you get towards the end of the year when those middle-budget, more character-led films, and clearly actors and producers all wanting that Oscar moment. And they've admitted to this in terms of the timing. And I feel that's all a little bit, well, let's say planned, but it can feel somewhat cynical in comparison.
So there are undoubtedly many, many more TV films, so you can always pick, examples which kind of support.
I wanted to ask you about that, and I've only got a minute left, so let me ask you this. Why do you think some movies are released online at the same time as in the cinema?
That's a question you would need to basically point to the people who make and distribute those films. We would always say, and the evidence points out, that a film which is released exclusively in cinemas initially not only garners box office, but actually drives awareness of that film subsequently, be it on streaming or be it in the home. So, it would be no great surprise for me to say that we prefer films to appear exclusively in the cinema initially. But as I say, with the summer and with certainly, coming into the winter with, Paddington and the sequel to Joker and Moana 2 and the screen adaptation of the hit West End show Wicked, we're very confident that's the future of the sector.
Yeah, I like the last one in particular. It's good to see you both. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Thank you. I've run out of time to tell you about nursery rhymes and rock music. Let's just play them and I'll tell you about it in the next hour.
Ba, ba, black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir, 3 bags full. One for...
Well, I'll tell you now, because I've forgotten, we're off air. The reason is babies prefer that one to Ba Ba Black Sheep. Wolf's next.
Don't interrupt you. Look, see why you really stop sleeping. You're one.
But I just can't hate them. You're breaking all the rules down Electric Avenue. Oh, I've never seen too many move. Hand in hand, code Albert Lane. Never take it easy on the PDA. I don't miss you, least not that way. But someone better want me like that someday. Shoulder to shoulder, smile with the bricks and shine. But you were that when you were mine, Daddy and Cola. Don't even have to try, but you were that guy when you were mine. When you were mine. So you smiling, I don't mind it. Even though we had our moments hanging by a thread, don't mean that I could go forget when you were mine. When you were mine. Shoulder to shoulder, smile with the bricks and shine. But you were that kind when you were mine. Daddy and Cola. Don't even have to try, but you were that guy when you were mine. When you were mine. Whoa, you were that guy. You were that guy when you were mine.
Oh, I need you in rotation. Now I only want it more. Cause in my imagination, you take my hand and then we're rolling on the floor. So good, so nice. You find me where the lights are low. So good, in my thighs. No, I can't stand you no more. Temptation, oh, just set me free. Make the fantasy come true.
A huge, warm Monmouthshire welcome to you all. In exactly 2 minutes, I will be handing over to our fantastic First Minister, Vaughan Gething, who has already been out on the doorstep with us here in Monmouthshire countless times, working hard to win Monmouthshire back for Labour. What a county, what a home we are blessed with. Our towns, villages and scattered farms bring together the warmest, most open-minded people I have ever had the privilege of meeting. The sense of community, the sense that it is our duty and our privilege to stand by each other through thick and thin. And boy, have we needed that sense of community to stand hand in hand with each other in the last 14 years. They have been such testing times under the Tories. Living standards down, wages down, food bank usage up, mortgage rates up, energy bills up. If the Conservatives get another 5 years, nothing will change. The downward spiral will continue. As Monmouthshire's Labour candidate for Westminster, it is unbelievably uplifting to hear and feel the incredible passion for change in this room. Believe me, we are going to need it. The task ahead of us is huge, and we cannot, for a moment, be complacent. What that means is that we have to win Monmouthshire if we want to see Keir at the head of a UK Labour government. But let's not underestimate our sitting MP. For 19 years, he has not in fact always been sitting on his hands. He's been happy to raise them for some very odd ideas indeed. No, never underestimate the opposition. To give him his due, he has embedded himself in the local community, which is just as well, as in a few weeks' time, he's going to be finding himself spending a great deal more time here. Because this is a seat that the conviction in this room tells us all that we can win, we must win, and we will win. Please put your hands together and give a very warm Monmouthshire welcome to Vaughan Gething, our First Minister.
Well, bore da, jockey bar and vod yma heddi. And thank you, Catherine, a fantastic Welsh Labour candidate who will make a fantastic Welsh Labour Member of Parliament. And this is the moment that we have been waiting for. A moment when the longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up and hope and history rhyme. July the 4th represents a moment at last where we can unleash Wales's full potential. A moment when hope and history rhyme. And the UK can once again be led by a Prime Minister and a party that believes in public service. A leader who believes in the potential of our communities, who respects and understands devolution and has a plan to breathe fresh life into our politics. Mae'n amser am newid. But we have to work for it. We can, though, today allow ourselves to imagine a new Wales, no longer held back by 14 years of Tory economic vandalism and chaos. Chaos that has pushed Welsh families to the edge. Rocketing mortgages, sky-high energy bills, insecure employment. With spiralling food costs, the Tories have turned the weekly shop from a simple family tradition into a time of real anxiety. Uncertainty stalks our streets and hobbles the ambition of young people for their future. At every turn over these last 14 years, the Tories have tried to block Welsh Labour from delivering transformational change for our country. They slashed our budget, blocked our legislation, And day after day after day, they put politics above people. I plaid cyn I glad, treating politics as a game, not a route to opportunity, hope and security. Just a few months ago, Rishi Sunak wouldn't even pick up the phone to Mark Drakeford to help save thousands of steelworkers' jobs in Port Talbot, Trostre, Shotton and Llanwern. But Sunak wants you to save his job. But he wouldn't lift a finger or the phone to save yours. I travelled to India to meet with Tata, because as the First Minister, I will always stand up for Wales. Rishi Sunak and the Tories will never stand up for Wales. Despite often fighting with one hand tied behind our backs, we have done and will do everything in our power to work for Wales. Mewn undod, my nerth. Our sense of togetherness goes to the very heart of our collective efforts and ambition to improve our country. Despite 14 years of swimming against the Tory tide, let me give you just 6 changes that we have made to make Wales a stronger, fairer and greener country. We have protected free prescriptions, repealed anti-trade union legislation, rolled out universal free school meals in our primary schools, introduced a young person's guarantee with jobs, education, training or apprenticeships. We're leading the world on recycling and the climate agenda, and we have led the UK by passing domestic violence legislation. I could go on. In the COVID-19 pandemic, I was proud to work with Mark, where we put people before profit. Whilst the Tories partied in Downing Street, we were delivering the fastest vaccine rollout in the UK. This is testament to what we can achieve together, even in the face of a hostile UK Tory government. Just imagine how much more we could achieve with Keir and a UK Labour government working in partnership with our Welsh Labour government. Sending Catherine and as many Welsh Labour MPs as possible to Westminster would mean a step change for Wales. It means we can build on what we've protected and focus on our potential for our future. A true partnership between governments that drive the improvements that our country needs after 14 years of Tory decline. I'm proud to lead a listening Labour government. And today, launching the 6 steps to change Wales and bring a step change to Wales and Britain shows Labour listening to people's priorities. 2 Labour governments working together for Wales and for Britain's future. There is a clear choice at this election. More chaos with the Tories or a new start with Labour. In Wales, Labour has a proud history of standing up for our communities. Today, Keir is offering hope for a better tomorrow. Gobeith am ddyfodol gwell. It is time to let that hope and history rhyme. Nawr yw'r amser. It is time for 2 Labour governments working together for your future, delivering on our nation's promise. It is time for young people to feel hopeful for a brighter future right here at home. It is time to win. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch yn fawr, thank you. 14 years we've been waiting for this. 14 years in the Vale of Glamorgan, across Wales, past the Severn and throughout the UK, we've been carrying the untold stories of Tory decline with us. The untold story of Stephen in Gibbonstown, waiting not just for his kids to get a flying start here in Wales, but in the hope of a growing national economy, a soft landing, a decent job for his kids. The untold story of pensioners in Llantwit Major saving with the deepest dignity of daily sacrifice, only to be brought to the brink by Liz Truss's mini-budget. The untold stories of an entire generation of business owners putting their life's chips on the table, their bursting optimism on the table, only for it to be swept off by Conservative inflation. Untold stories no more. In 35 days, it's time for us to voice our national story. Yes, the story of 14 years of Conservative economic decline. Prices up, taxes up, wages down, hopes crushed. But the story also of a clean new break, of a national economic renewal. Not the false choice between progress in our economy and protecting workers' dignity, but as we've shown in Wales with a social partnership, a total focus on prosperity with dignity. Not the unfunded chaos of Rishi Sunak's latest weekend idea. No, the solid discipline of a robust economic policy. And not just the growth of GDP figures or a few pence in the pound, but the ink of solid economic stability with which to write our individual stories, our collective family stories of security, of joy, and of achievement. That is the change that a UK Labour government led by Keir Starmer can bring, giving our children and their children the great gift of growth. Working with our Welsh Labour government once more in service of the whole country. Diolch yn fawr.
Each and every one of us owes something to our NHS, founded right here in Wales by Labour. We're fiercely proud of this living example of our values. I can remember the state of the NHS the last Labour government inherited. Cash-strapped, soaring waiting times, NHS staff raising funds themselves to provide essential services. In spite of 14 years of Tory misrule, including the devastating impact of a decade of austerity, our Welsh Labour government has continued to invest in and protect health and social care in Wales. Every day, we're working hard to deliver the promises we made to people across Wales. Our Welsh Labour government has kept prescriptions free for everyone in Wales. We've ensured better, faster access to new treatments via the groundbreaking New Treatment Fund. And we're investing in our NHS workforce of the future, working with trade unions, not against them, as we've seen from the Tories. But just imagine how much more we could achieve with a UK Labour government and Keir Starmer as our Prime Minister, working hand in hand with our Welsh Labour team led by my friend Vaughan Gething. A true team approach to changing our country and renewing our NHS. With a UK Labour government in Westminster, our Welsh Labour government led by Vaughan, we will continue to prioritise spending on health and care services. Welsh Labour will train record numbers of doctors and nurses, protect free prescriptions for all, provide more services through GP surgeries and pharmacies, speeding up access and freeing up hospital pressures, open a new medical school in North Wales, reduce long waiting times and bringing care closer to home. But we cannot just hope for change, we have to vote for change on July the 4th.
Friends, the first time I ever left the inner city constituency of Tottenham. I was 9 years old, and it was Wales that I came to. I can't convey how wonderful it is to be here again with Keir Starmer and Vaughan Gefford. It means a lot. Today, the world's challenges are Britain's challenges, and Britain's challenges are indeed the world's. We see this in our cross-border crime, which blights Britain's streets. From my home in Tottenham to right here in Abergavenny, organised crime gangs exploit the vulnerable, not just in Wales, but right across Britain. And, of course, across the continent, creating modern slaves, running drug gangs, and tricking people onto dangerous small boats that arrive on Britain's shores. The numbers of people crossing the Channel in small boats has surged under the Tories, whilst tens of thousands remain in asylum hotels, permanently in limbo, with no prospect of removal due to the government's failed, illegal migration bill. And this not only causes disorder across our country, but as Shadow Foreign Secretary, I've seen it from the other side. It takes more than £3 billion off of our overseas aid budget, which would stop them coming in the first place. The Rwanda scheme the government has put forward is nothing more than a shameless gimmick. It's a gimmick that fails on its own terms. At maximum, it will only remove 1% of small boat crossings a year. This will never, ever deter organised crime. Only our leader, Keir Starmer, previously this country's chief prosecutor, and our wonderful Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, have a plan to smash the gangs and prosecute serious organised crime. Labour will stop the chaos, will bust the backlogs and rebuild our broken asylum system. As one of our 6 steps, we will create a new elite border security command with a new border security commander with hundreds of new specialist investigators working here in the UK and across Europe to support it. And we will reform our system to end hotel use and clear the Tory asylum backlog. Fixing the backlog and allowing more overseas development aid to be spent overseas, our plan for Britain is one that will secure Britain's borders, delivering here, of course, in Wales and right across the UK. After 14 years of Conservative chaos, we are ready for change. The Labour government here in Wales has achieved so much in spite of the Tories in power. But imagine what we could achieve working together, with a Labour government in Cardiff and a Labour government finally in Westminster. These steps towards our missions show what we can do. The choice facing the public could not be more stark. Thank you.
Diolch y galon. Families across Wales are paying the price for Tory failures on energy bills.
Household budgets have been hit harder here by the energy crisis than any major advanced country. The Tories have fallen asleep at the wheel, squandering Britain's advantage on clean energy, leaving us dangerously exposed to global energy markets controlled by dictators like Putin. From floating offshore wind projects in Pembroke to new nuclear in my home of Ynys-Môn, the people of Wales have seen projects fail and hopes dashed, all at the hand of this Conservative government. Only Labour has a plan to cut bills, create jobs and deliver energy security for Britain once and for all. A UK Labour government, led by Keir Starmer, will turbocharge plans already underway in Wales to invest in clean energy infrastructure, ensuring that energy profits created in Wales stay in Wales. A UK Labour government working with our Welsh Labour government and building on the work of Trydan Gwyrdd Cymru. A UK Labour government will take back control of our energy supply. We'll create Great British Energy, a publicly owned clean power generation company, paid for by a proper windfall tax on oil and gas giants who have made record profits from soaring bills. Our Team Labour government will bring much needed change to energy. Energy bills will be cut for good, saving families hundreds of pounds a year. We'll create thousands of new, highly skilled, well-paid, sustainable jobs in our green industries, rebuilding the strength of our industrial heartlands. We'll guarantee Britain's energy security so that we're not dependent on dictators like Putin. That is real change. That can only happen with Labour. Diolch.
The Tories cannot be trusted to keep our communities safe. On their watch, neighbourhood policing has been slashed and over 90% of crimes are going unsolved, leaving more and more criminals to walk free and victims without justice. Antisocial behaviour blights our communities, making too many people's lives a misery, with over 20 million people witnessing or directly experiencing antisocial behaviour every year. We have been thoroughly let down by 14 years of Tory rule, and our country desperately needs change. And that change can only come with a Labour government. We know that safer streets make better communities, and where the Tories have failed our communities, Labour stands ready to serve. I've spent my whole career working in the criminal justice system, and I'm incredibly proud to be the Labour and Cooperative Police and Crime Commissioner for South Wales. My absolute focus and mission is going to be on tackling crime and, importantly, the causes of crime. And in our leader, I know we have a man who shares the commitment to making our country safer. Keir Starmer has spent his career prosecuting crime gangs, keeping criminals off our streets, protecting our public. As Prime Minister, Keir will build on Welsh Labour's incredible support for community policing by putting 13,000 extra police and PCSOs on our streets. Working together, a UK Labour government and our Welsh Labour government will halve serious violent crime in a decade, tackle antisocial behaviour and put more police on the beat. We know that Britain deserves better, and Labour stands ready to be the change our country needs. Diolch yn fawr.
Education is one of the major factors in determining a child's life chances. When the Tories slashed Labour's school building programme in England, Welsh Labour launched the biggest new school and college building programme since the 1960s. When the Tories scrapped Labour's support for students, Welsh Labour maintained EMA payments in Wales. And when the Tories cut support for working families, Welsh Labour continued to fund free school breakfasts. Make no mistake, the decision to invest in our children's future is a political choice. None of this would have happened without our Welsh Labour government and its commitment to unlocking opportunity for all of us in Wales. Working in partnership with a UK Labour government, we can go even further. Continuing to invest in children's futures and tearing down the barriers that hold people back. Labour will recruit new teachers in key subjects to prepare children for life, work and the future, paid for by ending tax breaks for private schools. Delivering on our historic mission to ensure that everyone can get on in life, regardless of their background. This true Labour partnership will allow us to deliver on this mission. Diolch.
Thank you, Jill, and thank you to all of our fabulous Welsh Labour candidates fighting for a UK Labour government. I'm hugely proud to be Labour's Shadow Welsh Secretary because our party is rooted in Wales and our dedication to representing all of its people is absolute. Labour is back in the service of working people, under Keir Starmer's leadership, working closely with Vaughan and our Welsh Labour government. And everyone in this room knows that Wales is brimming with potential. We are an outward-looking nation. We punch way above our weight in culture and sport. And unlike Rishi Sunak, I am very aware about who is playing in the Euros this year because I was at the match where we didn't qualify. But we are proud of our roots in industry. We are ambitious for the future, fuelled by the innovation I have seen up and down our nation. But it's being held back by 14 years of chaos and incompetence from a UK Conservative government. So our first steps, launching today, are the antidote. I want to speak directly to everyone across Wales who is thinking who they will vote for on the 4th of July. If you want to see the economy grow after years of stagnation, if you are struggling to pay for your food and your energy bills, if you want an NHS that is fit for the future and opportunities for your children, if you want safe streets and secure borders, then our changed Labour Party is proudly for you. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to deliver a Labour government at both ends of the M4. And as we've heard, two governments working together to deliver the positive change in people's day-to-day lives. That is the prize we fight for and the privilege we can earn. And with that, I'd like to introduce someone who embodies what we in Labour are fighting for at this election. A veteran who has served our country for 23 years, a proud Welshman who lives in Bruce with his family, a lifelong Conservative voter who has become utterly worn out with Conservative chaos and failure. Now voting Labour for the first time. Because he believes, like me, that our first steps can restore hope and deliver change. I am delighted to introduce to you Michael Hatter.
Hello, my name is Michael Hatter and I live in Roos with my wife and my children.
So I've voted Conservative all of my adult life. But at the next general election, I'll be voting Labour. I joined the Royal Air Force when I was 18, and I retired in May last year, and I served just over 23 years. Throughout my entire military career, I voted Conservative, both in my time served in the ranks and as a commissioned officer. But doing so just became harder and harder. After I saw, I felt, and I experienced the damage done by Tory cuts, including and especially to veterans. The final straw to me, and what's brought me back to what feels like home, was Partygate. It was so clear they don't support people like me, like us, and we're still suffering, so it's time for change. Keir Starmer has brought the Labour Party back on track. As a veteran and a parent, I want my children to grow into adulthood able to make their own democratic choices of where and how they choose to serve their community. I know that we'll be looked after if Labour win. I feel safe and secure to put my faith in Keir, Vaughan Gethin and Labour ahead of the next general election. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. That was a really powerful address from you, and it's a big thing to come up here and say what you just said, and it means a huge amount. To make the big decision to change the party that you vote for as a lifelong Tory voter is a really big thing. For me, it vindicates all the hard work of the last 4.5 years. I was determined to change this Labour Party and put it back in the service of working people. And your words are so important to me, to all of our candidates, to all of our staff, to the whole Labour movement, when we hear you saying, lifelong Tory voter, I've had enough, I'm voting Labour. Thank you, Michael. Vaughan, thank you for your words. Thank you for your leadership here in Wales. It's been really good to work with you so far in my position as Leader of the Opposition. I'm really looking forward to a new partnership where we can both deliver together for Wales. Thank you, Vaughan. And thank you all for that incredibly warm reception when we walked in. It was fantastic to see everybody in the room, such a great feeling. And Abergavenny, what an amazingly beautiful place, what a beautiful constituency. We arrived last night, the sun was shining, it was absolutely stunning. Not long ago, Vic and I and the kids were at Crickhowell. We holidayed up there, and you know, it's a really beautiful part of Wales. And many people in this room will have been to the Bear Pub, I'm sure, in Crickhowell. The food there is, if you haven't been, make sure you go before you leave this part of the world. And as Caroline Harris will attest, Vic and I holiday in Wales every year. We go down to Swansea. She looks after us, and last year we're in the Gower. We're in Oxford, actually. It was really, really beautiful. So I love being here, and it's fantastic to be back here today in Wales. And what an opportunity, what a chance to launch our campaign, because Rishi Sunak has finally called the general election. He's given us our chance to take our case to the country.
And I don't know about you, but I think Wales has been waiting for this general election for a very, very long time. And we in the Labour Party have been working for and waiting for this general election for a very, very long time. And if just over a week ago Rishi Sunak thought he was laying a careful trap of an ambush, he didn't catch us. He caught himself in his own ambush. So now we get the chance. And what went through, I think, all of those speeches this morning is this strong sense that now is the time for change. Change and hope for a better future, with that sense of national renewal, taking our communities, our countries forward for the future. And so I say to you, if you're a family that's been struggling with the cost of living for a long time now, and I mean struggling across Wales, struggling elsewhere, if you're a business that's been absolutely up against it these past few years, if you've been serving your country or serving your communities, then this election is for you. Because this is the chance to end the chaos and the division, to turn the page and to rebuild Wales and rebuild our entire country together, to elect a government that, as Vaughan said, would serve working people here in Wales and make that connection. A government in Westminster and a government here in Wales working together and delivering for Wales. Because I don't know about you, but I think we've all had enough of 14 years of chaos and division, feeding chaos and division. And it feels like we're spinning round and round in circles and getting absolutely nowhere. And there's a cost to that. There's a human cost to that. Go to Port Talbot. Talk as I did to those that are facing the prospect of losing their job in the steel industry. And I say to Rishi Sunak, go and look those people in the eyes as I've done. And you'll see their anxiety about the damage that's being done by a government that doesn't have a plan, a government that's too divided to take our country and our industries forward. Go and talk to those workers, those families. Years and years of investment, skills that they've put in, facing now an uncertain future. That is the human cost that they are paying for a government that is divided, chaotic, and for a Prime Minister who won't pick up the phone to the former First Minister here in Wales to do a blind thing about those jobs. I've been there, I've looked them in the eyes, and I've told those workers I will fight for every single job that they have there and for the future of steel here in Wales. We must fight it. Because this is a change election. There are two futures out there on the 4th of July. Two paths that we can take. It's a very, very clear choice. And we need to spell it out. More chaos and division, because they're not going to change. It'll be more, 14 years already, another 5 years of chaos and division, non-delivery and failure. Or turn the page, hope and unity, and rebuild our communities and our countries with Labour. A government that works for you, that ties up no more conflict between the First Minister here and the Prime Minister in London, but both working together for Wales. Imagine what could be delivered for Wales with that combination of two governments. This is a huge prize. To elect a government that wants devolution to work, that doesn't want the conflict, will get around the table, will work together and every day deliver for the working people of Wales. So the first thing we have to do is end that chaos and that division. And the good news is, you don't have to put up with it anymore. A vote for Labour is a vote to turn the page, to change our country. We've changed the Labour Party, put it back in the service of working people. We are humbly asking permission for the opportunity to change our country and put it back in the service of working people. Now, I know that will be difficult. I'm not going to stand here and say it'll be easy. It will be difficult, tireless work. But I've never shied away from the difficult. When I was heading up the Crown Prosecution Service, we had to change it. It was difficult. Many people said, don't do it, slow down. But we changed. When I worked in Northern Ireland, it was difficult work. We were trying to change the police service so that it served all communities. It was difficult, painstaking work, but we did it. And here in the Labour Party, we had to change our party and put it back in the service of working people. That wasn't easy. Lots of people said, don't do it that way, don't go so fast. But we did it. We'll never shy away from that. Because driving through this, for me, has always been country first, party second. And the opportunity is now there to work together to deliver for Wales. And there's no brighter future without Wales, because I believe that the solidarity of working people is not just our identity, it's our argument. It's the most powerful force for uniting all four nations across the United Kingdom. So this is the change that we must bring about. It is difficult. It is ambitious. And like any ambition, you need first steps. You need to set out what the big thing is that you want to change and what the first steps are going to be to realise that change. And that's why I'm proud to set out our first steps here today. As you would expect, ruthlessly well prepared, thought through, ready to deliver, fully costed and fully funded, which is more than could be said from the ideas that the Tories are sort of flinging on the table on a daily basis, or rummaging round in the toy box of bad ideas and putting one on the table every day, unfunded and uncosted. So step one, economic stability. And in 2024, it feels odd to have to say to you that stability is change. But it is. That's what we haven't had, stability. Because stability is the foundation of growth. We won't get economic growth without stability. And we all know that if you lose control of the economy, it's working people who will pay the price. Liz Truss lost control of the economy. And in Wales, working people on a mortgage are now paying an average of £240 more each and every month. Rishi Sunak says, we've turned a page. Liz Truss says, put the people who helped me in the House of Lords. Rishi Sunak says, OK. And in Wales, each and every day, families paying hundreds of pounds more as a reminder of the cost they are paying for the damage that the Tories did. Tata Steel are paying price. We have to invest if we want the future of steel in this country. We have to invest in all of the sectors that need it. That's why we want to set up a national wealth fund. Other countries have it. We can drive our industry forward, give the growth that we need, the businesses, the partnership that will help us deliver. And that's why economic stability is step one and will always be step one. Step two, working with Vaughan, bringing down those waiting lists. Too many people on waiting lists. And we'll do that. It's fully funded, fully costed. We're going to get rid of the non-dom tax status properly. That's the tax that allows the super rich to be here in this country, making their money, but not pay their tax here. I don't agree with that. I think you should be paying your tax here, and we'll make sure that people do. And we'll also crack down on those that are avoiding their tax. And with that money, we'll bring down the waiting lists. And that means we can invest in England, in the NHS, 40,000 appointments each and every week. What a difference that will make. But that, of course, as you all know, means more money for the NHS here in Wales, so that in Wales we can build on the work that's been done. Now, this matters to me. My mum was a nurse. She was a really proud nurse. There are some fantastic pictures of her in her nursing uniform. Such pride. We saw this yesterday, by the way, as well. We're in Worcester at the college there where they're training up the next generation of nurses. I saw the same pride on the young people there that I saw on the pictures of my mum. It was her livelihood. But of course, it became her lifeline because she was extremely ill for most of her life, and literally her life depended on the care that the NHS gave her time and time and time again in her particular case. And there are other cases in this room as I look around. So it matters to me. It matters to Vaughan because, of course, the NHS saved his life earlier in his life. So it matters to me. And the idea now of us being able to work together to make sure the NHS is at its very best, capable of delivering, not just back on its feet, but fit for the future. Of course we're proud of the NHS. Roots right here. We look back with great pride. Every year in the Labour movement, we celebrate the NHS. It's one of the greatest achievements of any government ever, that Labour achievement. I want not just to look back proudly, although I want to do that. I want to look forward and be able to say that the NHS that we will build will be there for the next 70 years for others to rely on it in the way that Vaughan and I and my mum relied on it. Step 3, Border Security Command. Now, the government has lost control of our borders. Lost control of our borders. 10,000 people this year alone, have crossed the Channel in small boats. 10,000. That is a record. So for all the rhetoric, that is a record number coming across. Nobody but nobody should be making that dangerous journey across the Channel. Nobody but nobody. And it's a test for all governments as to how they respond to it. And would-be governments. It's a test for the current government and for us. What is your response to this serious problem? Exploited, vulnerable people being put in boats to go across the Channel by gangs that are making huge amounts of money from them. And there's a choice, as there is in pretty well everything political. A choice. What is your response? You can either have a gimmick or a serious response. What has the government gone for? A gimmick. The Rwanda scheme. Now, Rishi Sunak never believed in it. When he first saw it as Chancellor, he didn't back it. He tried to block it. He didn't think it would work. I'm not surprised, because if the numbers going to Rwanda are less than 1% of those who arrive by small boat, then 99+% are not going. And if you don't think that the criminal gangs running this trade are telling that to the people they're exploiting, then you don't know criminal gangs. It was never going to work. He knew it wouldn't work. But what did he do? He caved in to his party. He didn't stick to his guns. He caved in. £600 million later of taxpayers' money, it's not working. And what's he done? He's called an election before it can be tested. Weakness upon weakness. In the Labour Party, this changed Labour Party, we go for serious solutions. This is a serious problem. So, a border security command. This is a new elite force with a new commander, bringing together MI5, the police, national security agencies, Crown Prosecution Service. An elite force, a new command with new resources and new powers, drawing on counter-terrorism powers. Because when I was Chief Prosecutor, I had to work with police and law enforcement across Europe to bring down terrorist gangs. These were sophisticated terrorist gangs. And we did it, and we brought them down, and they're now serving time. I will never accept that somehow the only gangs that apparently we can't take down by the same means are the vile gangs running this smuggling trade. I'll never accept that. We will break it. Step 4, Great British Energy, a publicly owned company. This is a company owned by the taxpayer, making money for the taxpayer and investing in clean British power. And I'll tell you why we need it. Because we've been overly exposed by the terrible decisions of this government. 10 years or so ago, they said, cut the green crap. Remember that? Cut the green crap. And they stopped investing in renewables. They stopped the insulation that we need on our homes. And they left us exposed to the sort of challenges that we have internationally. Exposed. And so when Ukraine was invaded and Putin invaded, we were more exposed than other countries, and you're paying more on your bill because of the approach that they took. Bills are up. We've got to turn that around. It is a challenge. We'll rise to that challenge. We've lost 10 years because of the approach of the Tories, but it is also probably the single biggest opportunity that we have, not just for lower bills, but for the next generation of jobs. And Vaughan and I went to Holyhead Port just a few weeks ago now to look at the potential of that port for floating offshore wind. And we have a plan to transform that port, to make sure it can handle floating offshore wind. Floating offshore wind is the next generation. It's going to be the game changer. And some country is going to get ahead and be the leader in the world. We've got the skills, we've got the potential, we've got the ports. We need to take advantage of that. And what we got from this government is such a lack of direction that just as all the other countries are getting into the race, they're in the changing room. Not prepared to let that happen. The race is on. I want to be not just in that race, but as you'd expect with me, I want to win that race. And I think we can win that race. Step 5, tackling antisocial behaviour. Now, I don't know how many times people have said to me, when I was a prosecutor, since I've been in politics, here, antisocial behaviour it's low level. It's low level crime. Shouldn't really concentrate on it. I don't want to hear that ever again. I don't want to hear that ever again. It blights the lives of so many people. Whether they're living in a huge community, a small community, a middle-sized community. If you feel that you can't open your front door after dark, if you feel you can't walk down your own street or walk around your own community, if you feel, as some of our young people do, that they can't even walk down their high streets without antisocial behaviour, that has a huge impact on people's lives and how they feel about taking themselves forward. And, of course, on our businesses. It is not low level. And that's why we'll have 13,000 new neighbourhood police, new in their area, working with their communities and dealing with antisocial behaviour. Because I am determined that we will have a safe and secure environment for every single person in Wales and across the United Kingdom to live in so that they can thrive, take themselves forward and build the lives that they deserve. Step 6, working with the Welsh Government to ensure that we have and are able through our education to prepare our young children, our young people, for the lives they're actually going to live and the work they're actually going to do. Now, I was the first in my family to go to university. I know the power that education can have on a young person's life. And I want every single young person, wherever they come from, whatever their background, to feel that success belongs to them. And Vaughan shares this approach. And Welsh Labour is already doing so much. The biggest, I think, school and college building programme since the 1960s. That's the investment already happening here in Wales. Imagine how much more we could do with a government in Westminster, working with a government in Wales and delivering for our children the future that they deserve. So 6 steps, 1 card. Make sure you've got yours. We're going to take this to every single doorstep across Wales to make our case for a changed future. 1 card, 6 steps. Wales and Westminster working together, turning the page, a change election where we can stop the chaos and division, put an end to it. We can turn the page and rebuild Wales and the United Kingdom together, working together for the future. That's the way forward. That's the choice. Vote Labour. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This morning. Thank you so much for joining us to launch our most ambitious general election campaign ever. I'm Caroline Lippis, and until midnight last night, I was the Green Party MP for Brighton Pavilion. I have absolutely loved my time in Parliament, and it's been the privilege of my life to have been chosen 4 times by the wonderful people of Brighton Pavilion to represent them. And that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons I was so pleased to be asked to introduce our co-leader speech this morning. Because Carla Denyer in Bristol Central. Adrian Ramsey in Waveney Valley. Sian Berry in Brighton Pavilion. And Ellie Tround in North Herefordshire. All 4 of those will be such fantastic MPs. All of them will be offering people the real hope and real change that they are crying out for. Because, friends, we can see which way this election is headed. The Conservatives are being shown the door by the voters, and we think that's good news. But what would be even better news, would be that when a Labour government is formed, that government was pushed to be bolder and braver on everything from housing to the NHS to the accelerating climate crisis. And that would happen by having more Green MPs in Parliament. And more Green MPs in Parliament is what's on offer here today. Bolder politics, real hope and real change. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the co-leaders of the Green Party and 2 of our future Green MPs Carla Denyer and Adrian Ramsey.
Good morning, Bristol. It is such a pleasure to have you here with me in my home city. Can you believe that it's exactly 5 weeks from today that we'll all be heading to the polling stations? We've had a while to wait, but finally, it's on, and we are ready. I'm sure you can already tell how excited we all are for this moment. Why? Because at the Green Party, we've got something to offer that no other party has. Real hope and real change.
Let's face it, this election is pretty historic. The polling is clear that we're going to see the back of the Conservatives. And as you can see from the action in this room and the reaction from people across the country, I think people will be saying, about time too. This has been the most chaotic and destructive period of government that any of us can remember. So what we need, what our country is crying out for, is change. Real change.
But the people that I and Adrian have been talking to on the doorsteps are clear that Labour just isn't offering that change. People are disappointed by the way Starmer has backtracked on his promises on green investment, his weak offer on housing, and now we have Wes Streeting telling us that more privatisation of the NHS is a good thing. When the challenges we face are so huge, people tell us they're disappointed by the lack of ambition from the Labour Party. Our politics is broken. Our public services are on their knees, and people are worse off now than when the Conservatives came to power 14 years ago. The case for change is obvious, but it has to be real change that offers real hope. Half measures and broken pledges will not do. The Conservatives are clearly on their way out of government, but Labour is failing to offer the real change needed. We have the practical solutions to the cost of living crisis, building new affordable homes, protecting our NHS from creeping privatisation, and cleaning up our toxic rivers and seas. That's why it's so important that when Labour form the next government, they are pushed beyond the timid change they are offering. Pushed to be more ambitious, braver, not to skirt around the edges of the massive crises facing our country, but to actually make real change that benefits people's lives every day. That's what Green MPs can do.
Until a couple of weeks ago, when I spoke to people on the doorstep, things felt bleak. Housing, climate, healthcare, public services, all in a mess, all in crisis, no solutions in sight. After so much damage by the outgoing Conservative government, we need more than a few tweaks from a new Labour government. Green MPs will push the next government for bold action to achieve the real changes that are needed to confront the big challenges that our country faces. And people know that. Over the past 5 years, we've increased the number of Green councillors 5-fold. From here in Bristol to councils across Waveney Valley, and from Newcastle to Hastings, Greens are on the up. And over the next few weeks, we'll build on that success and on the 4th of July asked voters to elect at least 4 Green MPs in our target seats and supporting our candidates standing right across England and Wales. Now it's here. At last we have the opportunity for things to change. And what a lot of change we need. With more Green MPs in the next Parliament, that's what you'll get. Real hope and real change. And when it comes to healthcare, that means defending and restoring our NHS. Because our hospitals are full of patients in corridors, with staff severely overstretched and too many people not getting the treatment that they need. And yet Labour, rather than pledging the investment needed, is saying, wait for growth, allow more access for private companies. We need real solutions. Free healthcare is a fundamental principle held dear by Brits up and down the country, and we'd make sure it's funded properly so that everybody can see an NHS dentist and doctor when they need one. We will make the tax system fairer so that we can afford to invest in the people who work in our hospitals and GP surgeries, so that they stay here, bringing down waiting lists, so people don't miss out on life-saving operations. With more Greens in the next Parliament, you can be sure of a voice for real hope and real change for our health service.
Let's look at one of the worst crises that is ruining millions of lives every day, the housing crisis. I've campaigned on housing all my political life, and if I'm next in Parliament, I guarantee I will keep the pressure on Labour over fair treatment for renters and for warm, secure, affordable homes for everybody. We will push for the right homes to be built at the right price, in the right place, in consultation with the communities that need them, somewhere for their family to grow up, for their kids to rent, with all of the infrastructure they need to thrive. Real hope and real change means looking forward to a time when we can safely enjoy our beaches and rivers again, too. To spend quality time with the people we love, without worrying that they might get ill off the back of it, or that our precious marine life is damaged beyond repair. You will hear more detail, much more detail of our plans in the coming weeks, but we are very clear that these are our priorities: our NHS, housing, climate and nature, public services and the quality of our water.
And people know that they can trust the Greens to offer real hope on climate and nature. Real change means not cozying up to the fossil fuel lobby and abandoning commitments on climate targets. Only by having more Greens in Parliament can we be confident that we'll have the strong voices to stop the backsliding on the urgent climate action that we so desperately need. You can trust the Greens to protect communities against flooding, clean up our filthy waterways and make sure all our children have clean air to breathe. With more Greens in the next Parliament, you can be sure of real hope and real change for climate and nature.
We've made no secret of it. we are looking to win at least 4 Green MPs in 5 weeks' time. Myself, here in Bristol Central, my co-leader Adrian in the new constituency of Waveney Valley on the Norfolk-Suffolk border, Sian Berry to succeed the fantastic Caroline Lucas in Brighton Pavilion, and one of our former MEPs, Ellie Chowns, in North Herefordshire. The voters that we're speaking to are excited that they have a genuine choice. The polls are showing that we will soon be shot of this awful Conservative government. But the incremental change Labour have put on the table just isn't going to cut it to get this country back on track. We need more. We need Greens to drive that real change forwards.
On the 4th of July, voters will have the opportunity to choose real hope and real change. We couldn't be more proud of our offer to voters, or of all our fantastic candidates, including the amazing Sian and Ellie. We are so ready for this election and feel a sense of pride every time we knock on someone's door and they tell us that they're putting their faith in us and voting Green.
So, to every activist in this room, to every Green councillor across England and Wales working so hard for their communities every day, to every Green general election candidate, and to every person who will vote Green on the 4th of July, you are making real change happen. Thank you. And let's go!
under John Major was after Black Wednesday. John Major actually increased VAT as part of the removal of the old poll tax, community charge as was, and its replacement with council tax. So should probably just make that clear. But to your wider question there, Wolf, yes, absolutely. Both parties now really at pains to stress that there'll be no increases in the main rates of national insurance, income tax or VAT when elected. Both parties very, very strident on that. But the question, I guess, is what happens to thresholds? Now, of course, this has been the big stealth tax measure with which Jeremy Hunt has been able to restore an element of stability to the public finances. And that is something that he is committed to retaining in the next Parliament, at least until 2028. That is a measure that has brought in literally tens of billions of pounds extra to the coffers. It means that 1 in 6 taxpayers is now paying tax at the higher rate of 40p in the pound, which is an all-time high for that particular threshold. And of course, Jeremy Hunt recently lowered the threshold on the very top rate of income tax, the 45p rate. He brought that down from £150,000 a year to £125,000 a year. Those are big revenue-raising measures. And Jeremy Hunt's indication that he will keep that at until 2028 really, I think, gives Rachel Reeves, the Labour Shadow Chancellor, some scope, some cover, if you like, for retaining those levels of taxation. So it's not necessarily about the rates that we should be asking the politicians these questions. It's all about the thresholds. And of course, that also comes into play with the Triple Lock Plus announcement that we had earlier on from the government, because of course the threshold at which one starts to pay income tax right at the bottom end of the scale, well, that has remained in place for several years now. And of course, it's that is why you have this trap now. Because of the triple lock and the way that the state pension has increased, you're now actually seeing state pensioners potentially being dragged into the income tax threshold where they normally wouldn't have.
Ian, thanks so much for breaking that all down for us. Ian King in the City this morning. Well, now that Parliament's been dissolved and the benches in the Commons are empty, Sky's home editor Jason Farrell's travelling across Britain with a parliamentary bench, offering voters a chance to take a seat to tell us which issues are most important to them. Well, St Austell and Newquay in the southwest is one of the constituencies which Labour will be hoping to gain from the Conservatives. And it's where our bench across Britain made its first stop.
Westminster is coming to you, washing up on your shores, asking for your vote. It's time for us, Britain, to decide who will occupy the green benches next. And so this piece of Commons furniture is for you to share your thoughts on.
Yes. What do you want most in the next government? Integrity, I think is the one-word answer.
It doesn't matter who it is, but I really want to see is a left in seawater.
We have the best healthcare system in the world, but yet it's extraordinarily underfunded. It has to stop. It has to change.
We're in Newquay, so let's hear from a Cornish surf instructor.
So when I hear the politicians talking, you know, it's hard to know who to listen to or what to engage with. I just see what's happening on a daily basis, like from the way I'm living, like the cost of rent's like tripled in the last few years, or like the cost of food's gone up. And I see, them, like, we're losing a lot of the good things that made this country great.
Young people here are feeling the squeeze, and it's the same for these two.
Hi, I'm Sophia.
My name's Max.
We managed to buy our first home, and we feel quite privileged and quite lucky, but it was hard, especially with the salaries down here. It just doesn't compare to salaries out of London, and house prices are just shooting through the roof.
The money just seems to go every month. Whereas I kind of feel like, in a lot of ways, I was better off 10 years ago.
St Austell and Newquay is Tory-held. Labour needs a 14.5% swing to topple them, and with that they'd be on course for a crushing 50-seat majority.
We've come here because there are seats up for grabs in the West Country. Currently, it is a sea of blue, but Labour and the Lib Dems could turn it into a patchwork of red and yellow.
But are they winning on the issues? With 700 miles of stunning coastline in the southwest, people here care about the environment. They also worry about housing and transport. And like primary school teachers Frankie and Jessica, rising prices.
Bearing in mind we earn a pretty good salary for being in Cornwall, yet going to a shop and doing like a weekly shop is just so expensive.
And then I think at work, budget cuts.
Oh yeah,
so a real lack of resources, lack of funding.
Big issues in the election means that no matter whatever party's in, there'll be no change. They will not fulfil their commitments. Somebody else comes in, they change it again.
The game is on. The winner depends on us. But while the people of Newquay know what's wrong with their lives, fewer know which party has the answer and who they want to put on this bench.
What's the dog's name? Barley. Barley? It's not even my dog, but...
Come here. Jason Farrell, Sky News, Newquay.
Well, as we showed you earlier, Sir Keir Starmer has been launching Labour's pitch to Wales in Monmouthshire, and just moments ago he's been speaking at that event. Let's listen to him.
Well, as you would expect with this Change Labour Party, every proposal that we put on the table is fully costed and fully funded. And we've been really clear about not raising income tax and NI, and we've said repeatedly that nothing in our plans require us to raise tax, and that's why we've been able to set out our position on VAT as well. And that's in stark contrast to a government that's taken the tax burden on working people to the highest level since the war, and during this campaign is showing it hasn't learnt the lessons because it is putting unfunded tax commitment on the table on top of unfunded tax commitment. On the thresholds, I do think that the burden on working people is too high, but I'm not going to do what the government is doing and make commitments that we cannot afford. And therefore, I'm very clear about the tax that will remain and will be locked, and where we cannot make those commitments.
In terms of your candidate selections, 3 left-wing candidates now say they have been blocked from standing, and some people are suggesting that is a strategy. Are you blocking left-wing candidates from standing in this election?
No. I've said repeatedly over the last 2 years as we've selected our candidates that I want the highest quality candidates. That's been the position for a very long time. The situation in relation to Diane Abbott is that no decision has been taken to bar her. And, we have to remember that she was a trailblazer as an MP. She overcame incredible challenges to achieve what she's achieved in her political career. She literally sort of carved out the path for others to come into politics. And she did all that whilst also being one of the most abused MPs across all political parties. But I've always had the aspiration that we'll have the best quality candidates as we go into this election.
Our political correspondent Tamara Cohen, travelling with the Labour campaign, is in Monmouthshire for us this morning. Tamara, we're going to start where he finished there, perhaps not where he would want to start, but on the topic of Diane Abbott saying the decision's still not been made, and then a sort of 30-second, 45-second barrage of warmth and support towards her. Given that she said she still wants to stand, does that mean she's going to be allowed to stand for Labour?
Yes, you're right. Labour's very much safety-first campaign has really been overshadowed over the last couple of days by internal wrangling about which candidates are going to be allowed to run in the election. And Diane Abbott claims she has been barred. Keir Starmer hits back that she hasn't. This public war of words still not resolved, although compared to yesterday, Keir Starmer did today pour praise on Diane Abbott for being a trailblazer, for having overcome numerous challenges in her career. Now, it is par for the course in politics for certain candidates to be favoured by a party leadership when it comes to a general election, and we have seen this happen in the Conservative Party too. But I think where it has gone further with Labour is that Diane Abbott is one of the party's best known MPs. She's the first black woman MP, and although she wrote an article for which she had to apologise and was suspended from the party, the fact that today, with this still unresolved, you've seen other left-wing candidates closer to Jeremy Corbyn's politics than Keir Starmer also being told they can't run, has seemed to many Labour MPs just to kind of increase the self-inflicted wound of having this battle over Diane Abbott, which it looks like won't now be resolved until Tuesday, when Labour's national executive have their final meeting to choose the candidate. So Keir Starmer now taking a warmer tone towards Diane Abbott, but this battle's still very much on, and we'll see if over the next 24 hours or so, any more Labour candidates who thought they were running in the election suddenly find that events are going against them.
Tamara, just quickly, we're nearly out of time, but what was his message to the people of Wales today?
Well, Keir Starmer has talked about the need to have 2 Labour governments, one in Wales, where Labour have been in power for some time, and one at Westminster, although, of course, in Wales, leader Vaughan Gething, who he campaigned with today, there's plenty of pictures of them together, is facing a no-confidence vote next week. So things looking very sticky for him. I actually asked Keir Starmer today about Labour's decision to rule out any VAT rises in the next Parliament. I put it to him that the official forecast from the OBR. Forecasts can be wrong, of course, but the OBR suggests public spending cuts are unavoidable, painful cuts to unprotected government departments. Keir Starmer told me there would be no austerity under Labour, but there would be tough decisions. And I think what exactly that means is something we're going to have to tease out over the next few weeks.
Tamara, great stuff. Thanks so much. We'll be speaking to the IFS, by the way, at about 12:30 or in about 5 or 10 minutes time to dive into those numbers in a little bit more detail. Tamara Cohen there for us on the Labour campaign trail. Meanwhile, also in Wales, Plaid Cymru leader Rishi Sunak was launching his campaign for the general election, saying the Conservative government cannot be gotten rid of quickly enough. He was joined by the party's House of Commons leader Liz Saville-Roberts, as he said Wales must be ignored by Westminster no more.
It is time to kick the Tories out of power. They have left a trail of destruction and we cannot get rid of that government quickly enough. But the message is also abundantly clear that people don't want Labour to be taking Wales for granted either. For too long, Wales has been overlooked at Westminster. UK parties and MPs from Wales for the UK parties putting ultimately the Labour or the Conservative whip in London above their nation's interests. Well, Plaid Cymru says no more. Plaid Cymru says no more to austerity. Plaid Cymru says no more to empty promises. Plaid Cymru says no more to narrow-minded nostalgia. And we say no more, don't we, to ignoring Wales at Westminster.
Well, you're watching Sky News today. Lots more still to come. We'll have the latest from Hackney as a child is among 4 people shot near a restaurant. We'll be right back.
Behind that door.
Well, what are you hearing? A summer election, July 4th of July. We will be live.
Inflation, the cost of living crisis. He's repeatedly said it's projected to go higher. Absolutely, certainly.
Now is the moment, the optics, the decision, the gamble.
All of that will be in play. The question, of course, is...
Are you happy it's called an election?
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling. War, unrest, revolutions.
It's not his country, it's ours, and we're going to take it back.
They have succeeded for the first time in their country's history in removing a leader from power. Now, freedom! There was fighting here, but there's clearly now a lull, and they're using it to bring up more ammunition. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. This is a mass exodus in which Russia is hemorrhaging some of its brightest and its best. According to the local weather channel, there have been more than 2,500 lightning strikes, torrential rain and flash flooding, all on top of this week's lethal tornado. What stays with you most in this job is some of the people you meet. What is your worst fear about what the Russians want to do to the children?
They're just boosting demographics by stealing young people.
Would you like to take the opportunity, Mr. President, on Sky News to invite Barack Obama to come here? Mr. Trump, are you running for president? Can you confirm it?
We're going to take a look, a very serious look.
On that day, we saw your fighters killing women, killing children. Was that a mistake? Did you go too far? You couldn't control your fighters? The full force of the state is being used to crush any protest. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued with its ultimatum to the people of Ashkelon, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in. Another alarm. The mood here is jittery and nervous. We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
And welcome back. We're going to discuss now the latest situation on the campaign trail on tax and spending policy. And we're joined now by Helen Miller, who is the Deputy Director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies. A very good morning to you, Helen. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Clearly, in all the discussion that we've been having in recent months, as well as recent days on the election campaign trail, it doesn't seem like there's much difference between the two major parties when it comes to tax and spend, often both making similar pledges as each other. Is that your assessment at the IFS as well, or is there a bigger gap in policy lurking under the surface?
No, I think based on what they've told us so far, you're right. There's not a huge difference. I mean, Labour do have a set of tax-raising measures planned, and Conservatives don't, so there is some difference there. But broadly, they're both going to go ahead with actually the big tax increases that are already in the pipeline. The freezing threshold means that taxes are going up in the next Parliament. And now I think what's most remarkable is they both said they were committing to not increasing income tax, national insurance contributions or VAT, so both tying their hands to the same degree. I think that is remarkable because it's a major constraint. Both parties are trying to say that they're not going to put up taxes in the next Parliament, at least more than they've already told us about. But they're going to inherit, whoever wins, a really difficult situation that's basically, if they want to stick to their own fiscal rules, going to need spending cuts or tax rises. They've been very quick to tell us about the fact they don't want to raise taxes, not quick to tell us about where they might cut spending. And importantly, if things turn out to be different, if actually fiscal forecasts get worse or another recession comes along, they've now tied their hands and they're ruling out options before they even know which problems they might need to fix in the future. So they've both done similar things, and I think they've both made a mistake in doing that.
So gauge for us the scale of spending cuts that are required to meet all those promises that you've just mentioned have already been made. In real terms, are we talking about cuts to the extent that you'd frame it as austerity? Because Keir Starmer just told our Tamara Cohen there would be tough decisions but no austerity. Is he able to deliver that without tax increases?
Well, I think it'll depend on the exact forecast, and these forecasts can change a lot. We don't know what exactly they would inherit, but to give you a sense of scale, if you take the current plans and you think that some departments will be protected, so the NHS and defence maybe, then other departments would need to see cuts. Something of the order in our latest figures of like 20 billion of cuts to departments and another getting on for 20 billion of cuts to investment spending. Now, hopefully growth will be better. Politicians should absolutely be thinking about policies to make growth higher, and that would make things better. Maybe the forecast will turn out better than we expect. That would make things a bit easier, but they could also turn out worse. So I think it's, the central expectation is that if they want to stick to their fiscal rules and the forecasts don't improve and growth maybe goes up a bit but doesn't go up a lot, and they're ruling out tax increases, I don't see how you do that without cutting spending in at least some areas. Not necessarily everywhere, but I think at least some areas would need to see fairly chunky spending cuts.
Talk to me about growth. You mentioned it could be better than expected. It's fair to say it has been better than expected for the last 12 to 18 months, though. You could also frame that as less bad than expected, perhaps, because it's not like we've shot the lights out. Would growth solve all of these problems if it was even just a little bit better than currently forecast?
So look, growth really is brilliant, right? And if we can find a way to get the growth rate up, happy days, everything would be easier. And it is true that either forecasts could improve, although I think the current sentiment is probably they'll get worse before they get better. And I'm saying there are real things that policymakers could do that would help nudge up growth. The danger is we won't be able to do that far enough or fast enough to actually undo these big challenges we're talking about. So that's not to rule out that growth could help, I think, but it would need to go up by more than just a little bit. I think we'd need to have a substantive change to take all those problems away. I think that's unlikely. So I think the message to policymakers is, yes, go for growth. Yes, try to move the dial on that. And obviously, if that happens, great, but don't rely on that. We have to take seriously the big choices between, do we raise more taxes? Do we cut spending? And within that, what do we prioritise? How do we share out the tax burden? How do we share out whatever spending we do have? I think you can't dodge those big picture choices.
You mentioned that you thought it was somewhat foolish to tie your hands on the three big taxes of income tax, national insurance, and also on VAT. What is the IFS view in terms of if you're going to have to increase one of those a little bit, which one is the most sensible one that doesn't impact growth?
Well, I don't think there's a clean answer to that. I think there are lots of different ways to raise taxes. It depends on whether you raise a rate or raise a relief. I think there are lots of different ways to do it. I think one thing worth highlighting is that in recent times, although the overall tax burden is historically high, it hasn't been higher since the World Wars, actually tax on the average earner, so income tax and NICs, is lower than at any point in the last 50 years. It's been a bit remarkable shift. So if in the future we wanted to raise serious sums, yes, we could keep trying to raise more from the top or from capital taxes, but it gets harder and harder to do that. At some point, we might want to look at taxes on, the broad base, the rest of us. So I think there's no one answer to exactly which tax you should tweak. What I think you want to do is leave your options open so that you can decide, given whatever's happening, which tax you might want to adjust. And actually, even if you don't want to raise revenue overall, if you want to keep revenue the same, you might want to be able to reform taxes. So to cut taxes in some areas and raise them in others in order to make the tax system better designed. At the moment, our tax system is horribly designed. It's very hard to think of a tax that doesn't need serious reform. That kind of serious reform could start to move the dial on our growth rate. But if you start ruling out changing any taxes before the Parliament's even started, you've really cut back your options.
Helen Miller from the IFS, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Time for a quick look at the weather. Before we leave you, well, high pressure building in the west will bring more settled conditions for the weekend, but it's showery today with some persistent rain spreading south along North Sea coasts. That rain will brush through Yorkshire and Lincolnshire this afternoon, while the showers elsewhere will die out from the west. Some of the showers will be heavy and thundery, especially in the south. In between the showers, there will be some sunny spells, but it'll be breezy everywhere, especially along eastern coasts. Lots more still to come here on Sky News today, including former US President Donald Trump awaiting his fate as jurors deliberate his hush money case in New York. Welcome back to some of today's other news now. And 3 adults and a child have been taken to hospital after being shot near a restaurant in Hackney. The Metropolitan Police have said the child remains in a serious condition and it's waiting further details of the other victims' conditions. Let's get more from our correspondent Rachel Venables. She's in Hackney for us now with the very latest. Rachel.
Well, the latest we've heard from the Metropolitan Police is that 4 people were shot here last night, soon after 9 o'clock, and that a child certainly was amongst those people hurt and is in a serious condition in hospital. We haven't yet had any updates as to the condition of the 3 adults, but all 4 of them suffered gunshot injuries here on Kingsland High Street in East London at just after 9 o'clock yesterday evening. Now, this is a really busy road, and at 9 o'clock, middle of the week, it still would have been packed. And you might be able to see just behind me the restaurant in question around where this took place, that it is now fully cordoned off by officers, nobody allowed in or out. We haven't seen any forensics activity this morning, but they have preserved the crime scene to the extent that you can actually see the remains of dinner. There is half-drunk beers on the table. You can see the remains of an ashtray, of plates, the chairs strewn really, where I imagine people left them in a panic or else tried to rush forward to help those who were injured. And also on the ground, we've been able to pick out the details. You can see a medical kit that's been abandoned, gloves that were there as well, strewn on the ground from the likes of paramedics who would, of course, have tried to produce emergency first aid here yesterday before rushing those 4 people to a hospital in East London. Now, as I mentioned already, this was a really busy area, and we understand that there were plenty of people who heard the gunshots, who saw the aftermath, who rushed forward and tried to help. And Marilyn was walking through the area only moments, she said, before the gunshots rang out, and this is what she told me.
I saw a group of people gathering, not really anything like, that to be concerned about, but then once the police came, I started hearing sirens and so forth, seeing more people gathering, so I thought, what's this? What's going on? And then just by chance, I heard someone say, shots have been fired and 4 people had been shot and one's a child. And I thought, oh my goodness gracious me, what have I just witnessed,
Another witness I spoke to was staying in a hotel just over the road, and she described hearing the gunshots ring out, but she thought it was fireworks. And she only realised something was wrong when she got a text telling them to stay inside, or if they had to leave, to use an alternative entrance. And you can still see this huge cordon that remains in place today, with a huge swathe of the road being blocked off as police continue to preserve the crime scene. So far, there have been no arrests. We have had an update, though, from Deputy Assistant Commissioner Matt Ward, saying he knows Londoners will be deeply shocked by what has happened. Our thoughts go out to all affected, but fast-moving inquiries are underway. They've promised an update as soon as they can, and stressing anybody with information should please get in touch with the Metropolitan Police. But for now, we know 3 adults and a child injured in this shooting here in East London yesterday evening.
Rachel Venables, thanks so much. This is Sky News Today. Lots more still to come as Ukraine struggles on the battlefield. We'll join the Allied forces on the largest NATO exercise since the Cold War. We'll be right back.
Day 27 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 43, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 44, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 46, of walking from Manchester to Ibiza.
Yeah, that's the end destination at O Beach in Ibiza. I just thought, where can I walk to that's a bit controversial? Where can I walk to that's going to enable me to raise as much money as possible for charity? I thought, Manchester.
And have a bit of fun at the end of it.
Yeah, and it sounds as well. It sounds, people, and the more stupid things sound, I think, the more chance you're going to have to raise as much money as possible.
And you're raising money for the Tony Hudgell charity. Of course, we know Tony's story, the little boy who lost his limbs to horrific abuse at the hands of his parents. He's now with a loving family, and they raise money for so many different children's charities. Talk to me about why you wanted to choose that particular charity.
So I wanted to link something to do with walking. I wanted to raise money for a charity sort of linked to what I was doing. Obviously, I was walking to Ibiza. Tony raised a lot of his money during lockdown when he'd walk laps around his estate. So immediately, we put 2 together, and I thought, what a fantastic charity. And what they do is also amazing. So we got in touch with Tony's parents via Instagram. We set up a WhatsApp group, and we went down to Kent to meet them. I'm just going to say, what an absolutely amazing bunch of people. And straight away, I knew, this is the charity. So every day you'll get the map up and you always try and look for little shortcuts. Like you'll think, oh, I can go down that road and ignore the map. And on that instance, I ignored totally all day. And I went, right, I'm going down this big road. And this D road led to a motorway. And there was no way off except 16 miles backwards. So I jumped onto the motorway and I thought, right, I've got to get off the motorway. So I jumped over some bridge, over this bridge, down the bridge.
I should just say, don't try this at home if you're going to do any charity walks. Just got to put a disclaimer there.
Please don't try it. I don't recommend it at all, but great for character building. But no, that is definitely been the most dangerous part. And I think walking alone through very isolated areas in the south of France, like you say, when the signal goes, anything can happen.
I'm Katie Spencer and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent.
Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise.
Katie Spencer, Sky News in London.
Welcome back. Judgment Day is looming for Donald Trump in New York. The jury's considering its verdict over allegations that the former president falsified business records to hide a payoff to porn star Stormy Daniels. He said the charges against him are a disgrace.
In listening to the charges from the judge, who's, as you know, very conflicted and corrupt, because of the confliction, very, very corrupt. Mother Teresa could not beat these charges. These charges are rigged. The whole thing is...
Well, our US correspondent James Matthews has more from outside the court.
Court business will start here in New York at 9:30 local time. The jury were out for 4 hours yesterday before they came back with notes for the judge, questions specifically about the judge's instructions. They wanted a rereading of that, instructions where the judge tells the jury about the alleged crime, talks them through the points of law and the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury also had questions, or wanted a refresh, surrounding the testimony of David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer. He was the first witness in this case, the man who said he would be Donald Trump's eyes and ears, would operate a catch and kill scheme for Donald Trump to catch negative stories about him, pay money and kill those stories to prevent them entering the public arena.
James Matthews there for us in New York, who'll continue to be covering the latest on that trial as we await the jury's decision. Now, as Ukraine struggles on the battlefield, NATO is completing its biggest military exercise since the Cold War. The latest drills have been in Lithuania, as the alliance focuses on how to protect Eastern Europe. Our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, is there.
NATO's rolling out the big guns. In Lithuania, soldiers show how they can defend Europe's eastern flank from invasion. This displays part of the largest NATO exercise since the Cold War. Reassurance for allies, a warning to President Putin.
Today's exercise sends a clear message of deterrence to Russia.
90,000 troops have taken part in drills over the past 6 months on land, sea and in the air. As Ukraine struggles on the real battlefield, the war games on the eastern border have added significance. This is NATO's front line should the war in Ukraine bubble over, and Russia is the biggest threat to the Baltic states, including Lithuania, so defences are being bolstered. Dominating this drill, Germany, keen to show how it could protect its NATO neighbours. Russian aggression has made defence a priority for Berlin. Now, against the clock to make a military short of cash, weapons and troops fit for war.
We have 5 to 8 years. And 5 to 8 years when the reconstitution of the Russian forces is at a level that an attack against NATO territory might be possible. For me as a military, 5 to 8 years means I have to be ready in 5 years.
That threat's also why 5,000 German troops will soon be stationed here in Lithuania. A welcome deterrent for Romantis, who's fought the Russians before.
I remember perfectly the system what we lived in, so I don't want times to come back, and I don't want my children to live in such a country as the Soviet Union.
And NATO doesn't want that either. This time, they were drills. But under attack, there'll be no playing games. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, in the wake.
A Hong Kong court has found 14 pro-democracy activists guilty of conspiracy to commit subversion in a landmark case. It's thanks to a law imposed by China that's all but wiped out public dissent following widespread anti-government protests in 2019. A number of former lawmakers now face the possibility of life in prison, with sentencing expected at a later date. Our Asia correspondent, Nicole Johnson, has the latest.
Well, this is a really significant case. Basically, the entire senior leadership of Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement is at stake. 47 people were swept up in these charges that took place around 4 years ago. They've been in jail for a number of years already. 31 of them pleaded guilty. So this was about the trial of 16 people. 14 of them have been found guilty of subversion, and that is as serious as it gets in Hong Kong. It could mean that they end up spending the rest of their life in prison. We haven't had the sentencing yet. In essence, they were accused of holding an unofficial election to try and choose pro-democracy candidates ahead of some upcoming legislative elections. And essentially the charge was that they wanted to block the budget, overthrow the government. Now, the judges, in summarising their verdict, they said if it had succeeded, it would have created a constitutional crisis. Obviously, the view from human rights organisations like Amnesty International is completely opposed to that. They have said that this is a ruthless illustration of China's attempt to silence dissent inside Hong Kong, but certainly a serious blow for that pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong.
Nicole Johnson there for us. A couple of other stories to hit this hour. Well, 2 bodies have been found in the search for a man and his son who went missing during a hike in the Scottish Highlands. Tom Parry, aged 49, and his son Richie were due to return to their Cheshire home yesterday after visiting Glen Nevis and Glencoe. A police spokesperson says the bodies had not yet been identified formally, but the family has been made aware. A freight train has derailed on a major route between England and Scotland. The incident happened on the West Coast main line between Carlisle and Oxenholme on Wednesday night. National rail inquiries have reported. Some lines are still blocked and a limited service is running on the line that remains open. Delhi has reached a record temperature of almost 53 degrees Celsius, 127 degrees Fahrenheit, as parts of India swelter through an unrelenting heat wave. Meteorologists are checking if the sensors that recorded the unprecedented temperatures are working properly. Scientists say the extraordinary heat is down to an unusual transition between the El Niño and La Niña weather patterns, which they have linked to climate change. A volcano in southwestern Iceland has erupted again, forcing the evacuation of the Blue Lagoon geothermal spa and threatening the largely abandoned fishing town of Grindavik. This is the volcano's 5th eruption since December. It's a reawakening of a volcanic system that had previously lied largely dormant for almost 800 years. Well, that does it for this hour of Sky News Today. Up next, the Conservatives and Labour clashing over tax as both parties promise not to increase VAT. We'll discuss next.
day of this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Tanks, heavy vehicle.
Why only in America?
People want their country to work.
They want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
Good afternoon. This is Sky News Today. It's 12 o'clock. Your headlines. Tax takes centre stage in the election campaign as both the Conservative and Labour promise not to increase VAT.
A future Conservative government will not increase VAT, income tax or national insurance. In fact, we want to bring taxes down.
The Conservative Party are desperate to try to say that they've, scored a point in this election campaign. But Rachel Reeves has been consistently clear that we have no plans to raise taxes on working people. We've said it a million times.
Confusion reigns as Diane Abbott says she still plans to stand in her Hackney seat. The Labour leader says she's a trailblazer, but wants only the best.
She overcame incredible challenges to achieve what she's achieved in her political career. But I've always had the aspiration that we'll have the best quality candidates as we go into this election.
Senedd Davey makes a splash again as the Liberal Democrats unveil plans to fund better mental health care for young people. What do voters want from this election? Well, we'll sit them on a familiar piece of parliamentary furniture to find out.
The cost of rent's tripled in the last few years. We have the best healthcare system in the world, but yet is extraordinarily underfunded.
Going to a shop and doing a weekly shop is just so expensive.
Also this hour, 2 bodies are found in the search for a father and son who went missing in the Scottish Highlands. A child is among 4 people injured in the shooting in East London. And a Hong Kong court finds 4...
Happy? All good? Good morning or just good afternoon, everybody. Very good to see you and to have you with us down the line. Now, the British economy, our great economy, it has a deadly, deadly addiction. That's the harsh truth. It's the drug of cheap overseas labour.
Sky News, but for now we're going to join Reform's immigration policy launch event. Leader Richard Tice speaking now.
They believe that this drug, this addiction, is good for the British economy. Let me tell you, today, it's not. And what we need is a cure to this addiction. And the cure is an employer immigration tax. That is the cure to this addiction. Smart immigration, highly qualified, highly skilled, can be a great thing. But there's a price to it. There's a cost to it. And the truth is, at the moment, there's no cost to big business for employing cheap, low-skilled, overseas labour. There's no cost for training. There's no cost for infrastructure. There's no cost for housing. There's no cost for health. There's no cost for transport. And the list goes on. So they're getting away without paying for overseas labour. That cost is borne by the British taxpayer. And the truth is that no other main party will tell you is that that is simply unfair. And what's the consequence of that? The consequence of that is that we have lower wages for British workers. British wages are depressed by mass immigration from overseas. And again, I put it to you that that is simply unfair. And it's particularly unfair for young British people, youngsters leaving school, leaving university. That's where it's unfair. Now, if I take you back to the 1980s and the 1990s, yes, I'm old enough to remember, We had real growth, GDP growth, of 2.5% to 3.5% per year. Yes, if it was less than 2%, people would get worried. If it was less than 1%, people thought it was a moral recession. Now the Chancellor gets excited at 0.5%. But here's the real point. We didn't have mass immigration in those 2 decades. And I'll give you the example of the 1990s. Real wage growth for British workers was about 2.8% every year. We're amongst friends, let's call that 30% over a decade. But in the decade leading up to the Brexit referendum in 2016, there was zero real wage growth. Surprise, surprise, that was the first real decade of significant rising immigration leading to what's happened in the last few years, where the Tories after Brexit, they betrayed every promise they made to the British people, to ordinary workers, when they said we're going to bring the immigration numbers down and that'll help wage growth, and they did the opposite. They absolutely opened all the doors. So now we've got some 2.5 million people arrived in the UK in just the last 2 years alone, with no price, no premium paid. And so that actually has a cost to the British taxpayer. And it's simply unfair. So what we need to do is we need to incentivise business to say, actually, if you want to employ people from overseas, that's fine, but you've got to pay a price for it. An employer immigration tax, because actually we want to incentivise you to employ British workers. Now, big business will say, oh, come on, Richard, British workers don't want to work, to which I say, nonsense. Before the era of mass immigration, in the 1980s and the 1990s, British workers were working, and we had real wage growth. So maybe, actually, it's you, big business, getting away without paying a decent working wage. So what happens is that big business makes ever bigger profits because ordinary workers receive lower wages. And here's basic economic theory, literally since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. The basic economic theory, it's A-level economics. If you increase the supply of something, the price of that supply, in this case, wages, labour, the price of that goes down. Whereas if you limit the supply of it, guess what happens? The price goes up. And if businesses say, well, I can't afford the wages, then guess what happens? They invest in capital equipment to create more productivity. But our investment in capital and productivity is falling. It's a disaster. And the reason is it's too easy to be addicted to that drug on every street corner of cheap overseas labour. So how will an employer immigration tax work? Well, here it is, and it's actually very straightforward. Look, if you want to employ people, non-British passport holders, then we think it's perfectly reasonable that you pay a premium on national insurance. So actually what you should pay is national insurance of 20%, as opposed to 13.8%. It's about a 45% increase. We think that is a perfectly reasonable premium to pay. Now, of course, there should be an exemption for very small businesses, 5 people and under. And of course, there should be an exemption for healthcare and social care. That's the right thing to do. But here's what will happen. This will actually change people's thoughts and behaviour. We believe over one electoral cycle that this employer immigration tax will raise over £20 billion. Varies, of course, depending on how quickly employers adjust their recruitment processes. But £20 billion in one electoral cycle. Now, you might be pretty astonished that Reform UK, known as a party of creating high growth, reducing taxes, making work pay, you might say this is a bit unusual. Let me tell you what it is. It's fair. It's the right thing to do. Because what we need to do is we need to invest in apprenticeships, in young people, in training, in employing young people, in motivating, in developing. All of these things that have disappeared because there was no incentive for business to invest in young British workers. This is the right thing to do. It's the fair thing to do. Now, I know lots of people will say, hang on, Richard, you're going to destroy growth. No, we're not. There are 9.2 million people here in the UK that are economically inactive. There are well over 5 million people that are on out-of-work benefits. So don't tell me there's a shortage of labour. I think for too many people, work doesn't pay. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to overcome this addiction. Now, choice is a good thing. And businesses might say, well, actually, I really want that person over there. I'm happy to pay the price. That's fine. That is smart immigration. It works. You've got the option, you pay your money, you take your choice. But if you want to bring in people from overseas, then there's a price to that. Because this great country of ours, this incredible nation, we've all paid for it over decades and decades. So it's not unreasonable to expect you to chip in a bit. Now, I know the lefties, I mean, they'll whinge, they'll whine, they'll bleat. There's a surprise. They'll call me all sorts of names and that it's discriminatory. Frankly, my response to them is grow up. I think the vast majority of ordinary are sick of this pathetic identity politics that is designed purely to smear and suppress debate and discussion. I know some people want to talk about immigration, but what we want to talk about in Reform UK, and what I want to talk about, is how we get this country growing again, and how we help young British workers have motivation, get on the housing ladder. It's not fair, as I've said before, that because of mass immigration, housing rents, particularly for young people, have increased just in the last 2 years alone by over 20%. We think this is the right thing to do. But of course, Labour and the Tories, they're literally two sides of the same socialist coin. Why are they addicted to this drug? Is it because actually they want to cozy up to big businesses? You've got droves of MPs from both parties leaving Parliament. What are they going to do? Oh, funny that. They're all looking for cosy non-exec directorships on these boards of these big companies. That's the conflict of interest that they've got. They're the globalists. They are for the big multinational corporations. They're not for the British worker. And so it's Reform UK that actually is on the side of British workers. Interestingly, trade unionists agree with me. But of course, the unions themselves, well, they have to do the bidding of Starmageddon and the Labour Party. That's the truth. This is the right thing to do. It's the fair thing to do. The truth is, folks, it's only Reform UK that has a serious plan to reform the United Kingdom, to reform our economy. And this is a key part of it. It's time for an employer immigration tax. It's time for change. And this election on July the 4th, it's time for reform. It's also time to welcome my good friend, who I've worked with, campaigned with for many, many years. And we're looking forward to campaigning again throughout this election period. It's exciting. Sometimes, we never know quite what's going to happen next. But that's part of the excitement. I love campaigning. Knocking on doors, all of that, when people welcome you. And let me tell you what is out there. My good friend knows it, and I know it. Do you remember the old shy Brexiteers? There's a whole load of shy reformers. They're out there. Every day I meet them. That little sort of thumbs up, wink, don't tell anyone. That's why we're going to do so much better than everybody predicts on July the 4th. And that's why, with my good friend Nigel, we are going to surprise everybody, because this great country of ours needs reform. So I'm going to hope that the doors will open, and my good friend Nigel will emerge. Here he is.
Thank you, Richard. Good. Excellent. Very good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, everybody. And Richard, well done. That is a bold, innovative policy. I can hear the multinationals wailing already, because you're quite right. We have become addicted to cheap foreign labour. We're 1 week into the campaign. Gosh, it's going well, isn't it? I mean, who's leading in the polls at the moment? Well, winning by a country mile is none of the above. And it's not particularly surprising, because nothing slippery Sunak says is believable. And as for Starmer, I try and listen to his speeches. I try and focus on what he's saying, and I simply zone out after a few minutes. In fact, the campaign is so dull that the Daily Mail today's big front page is about the disappearance of Lord Lucan, who went 50 years ago, and I think that pretty much says where we are with all of this. But it isn't just the personalities that are dull, it's the lack of real substance on debate. On economics, I literally can't tell them apart, and we'll be talking more about the economy, Richard and I, next week. But the really big elephant in the room, of course, is the subject of legal immigration. Now, of course, there's been huge focus on what's happened in the English Channel over the course of the last 4 years, and rightly so. And we talked about that in Dover the other day. But the subject that the two big leaders do not wish to discuss at all is legal immigration. You see, nobody in this country was ever offered the opportunity to vote for mass immigration. In no election manifesto were people promised that many millions more would come. And just to give it a bit of historical context, if we go right back to Windrush, and we go all the way through the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s, until Blair came to power, net migration into Britain through that whole period of time averaged 30 to 40,000 people a year. Some years it was a little bit higher, some years it was virtually zero. And we could have said 25 years ago that of all the countries in Europe, we without doubt had the best levels of integration of immigrants into Britain, certainly compared to France, Germany, and many other countries. But something changed with Labour, whether it was just willfully wishing to rub the noses of the right in diversity, I don't know. But the doors began to open. And indeed, it was the Blair government and those decisions to open the doors that directly led to the Brexit referendum result. Up until then, talking about leaving the European Union was considered to be a fairly minor constitutional issue, but how does it affect me, Governor? Suddenly, everything changed. So that uncontrolled mass immigration period meant that from 97 to 2010, we had a net inflow of about 2.7 million people. I mean, an absolutely astonishing number. But it was all going to be okay, because we were promised in the 2010 manifesto. We were promised in the 2015 manifesto. We were promised in every single manifesto, including up to 2019. To begin with, they told us net migration would be tens of thousands a year. And in 2019, they talked about raising the barriers, raising the levels at which people could come to make sure we would not be reliant on cheap, unskilled labour. Well, since the Conservatives have been in power, net migration is running at about 4.3 million. So Labour opened the doors, and the Conservatives simply accelerated that trend. And they somehow think they can get away with it because the electorate haven't noticed. Well, they have. And I really do believe that this should be the immigration election. You see, if you ask voters what are their priorities, well, the subject of immigration on its own has gone from about fifth 3 or 4 months ago to second or third, depending which pollster you look at. So what are the big priorities of the electorate? Well, cost of living clearly is one of them. What greater cost of living is there for the average family, for an ordinary folk in this country, than the cost of either renting a property or the cost of buying a property? It is the biggest capital outlay that people face. Now, I was doing my best in 2015, in the general election, to draw an argument that said a massively increasing population meant we had housing shortages, and nobody to listen. But things have changed. Economic report out just 10 days ago, saying that the cost of rents was up by nearly 30% directly as a result of the population explosion. And think about housing itself. Need to build one new property every 2 minutes just to accommodate current levels of net migration. Think about that. One new property we have to build every 2 minutes just to cope with current levels of net migration. We're told more broadly people are concerned about the economy. And of course, GDP. We bow down to the god of GDP. GDP is going up, therefore immigration, mass immigration, is good for the economy. No. If you have more people in the country, it'd be surprising if GDP didn't go up. But what really matters is GDP per capita, and that is falling. What that actually means is that the average family, in relative terms, are getting poorer, and that mass immigration is one of the direct reasons and direct causes of that problem. But it's good for business, we're told. It's good for business. Well, if that's the case, why have our productivity levels sunk to a level that is almost unimaginable? And I say that because our productivity is now below that of France. And given what I know of the French work ethic, I find that very, very difficult to believe. So it doesn't work at any level. But the NHS, we're told. The NHS, that matters to people enormously. Well, of course it does, as we pump in ever more money and get worse and worse returns. But even there, a population of increase of 10 million people ever since Tony Blair came to power has put intolerable burdens on the NHS. And I genuinely believe that out there in the country, people are beginning to join the dots. They're beginning to understand the population explosion that we're going through is actually leading to a decline in the living standards of pretty much everyone that lives in this country. We are not, as a party, and no party I've ever been part of, anti-immigration. We understand that high-skilled migration into Britain can lead to economic benefits, but we are totally opposed to what has happened over the course of the last 25 years. We are confident that a clear majority of the British public feel exactly the same way as we do on this issue. We are certain that they have never, ever been asked properly at an election whether this is what they want. And who knows, if people start to understand what Reform UK is all about, and let's face it, we're a very new party. We don't have a big brand identity yet out there with the British public. But if over the course of the next few weeks, people start to hear about us, start to see what we stand for, start to actually, we want to stand up for all, not, as in this case, the giant multinationals, then we might just surprise everybody over the course of the next 5 weeks. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nigel. So we're going to take some questions. We'll start with the broadcasters. GB News, I think, are here. Mark White, do you want to kick off the Q&A? Hopefully you've got a microphone there.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon.
Hi. Try it. Give it a tap.
1, 2, 3. Hi.
Very good.
Yeah, thanks for inviting us along. With regard to this policy to try to tax employers coming across, how can you ensure that what you're not doing is taxing small businesses who desperately need a certain skilled labour from overseas, and also the health and social care sector who rely very significantly at the moment on overseas workers?
Yeah, no, great question, Mark. Thank you. Try again. Look, on health and social care, we've already said that there would be an exemption for that. Even the dog enjoys it. So there'd be an exemption for health and social care. And look, at the end of the day, businesses have got to make a choice. This is to create an incentive for all businesses above 5 workers to actually say, well, yes, if you can only find someone from overseas, understand that, that's a choice, but there's a cost to it. There's a price to it for the infrastructure for all of us, because all of us, over decades, we've all paid for it. So, and it's right, because in the 1980s and the 1990s, before mass immigration, we had much higher growth in GDP and also in real wage growth. That's not a coincidence. That's because actually, if there was a labour shortage, people invested in capital equipment. And so you had higher wage growth, higher productivity. And that's what's been missing. It's directly linked, but no one wants to talk about it. No one wants to admit it, except Reform UK. And that's why it's absolutely essential. So look, smart immigration, it's a great thing. The key to good immigration, smart immigration, is both integration and paying a fair price. And that's what we're saying. Who's next? Have we got our broadcast friends at Sky, perhaps?
Hi, thanks for having us along. Nigel, yesterday you gave an interview in which you said that you would be open to having a conversation with the Tory party. You said, what are they going to do back for me? So what would you like the Conservatives to do for you? Are you open to having some sort of deal with them? Would you join the Conservative Party? And Richard, what do you make of all of this?
This was a deeply sarcastic answer given to Harry Cole, the political editor of The Sun, on his new programme, Never Mind the Ballots, just to give you some context of where it was. And it's the old thing. I've been asked this for 25 years. For 25 years I've been asked, what are you going to do for the Conservatives? Why don't you stand aside? He's a frightfully good chap, you know. He was an Eton, really, he was. And actually, I think in 2019, we did the Conservatives the biggest favour anyone's ever done them. We, with the complete catastrophe of the May Premiership, we formed the Brexit Party, and within 6 weeks, we reduced the Conservatives to their most humiliating election result in nearly 200 years. And that led directly to Theresa May going. That was the first bit of very significant help that we gave the Conservatives in 2019. The second was perhaps more significant, and that was we withdrew 319 candidates because we frankly couldn't bear the thought of a Corbyn Lib Dem SNP coalition, a second referendum, an unpatriotic Prime Minister. We couldn't bear the thought of it. So in the interest of the country, we stood aside. That helped enormously, because it gave the nod, didn't it? It's OK to vote for Boris. It's OK to vote for the Conservatives in this election. But what has happened since then? And I touched on it earlier. The reason we got the Brexit result was that mass immigration was, hey, wait, hang on a second, this doesn't make sense. Right? That's why we got the result. That's why the turnout in the referendum was as high as it was. And be in no doubt, millions of those voters that voted for Boris Johnson had previously voted for UKIP and the Brexit Party. We were like a gateway drug through from Labour. And one of their primary concerns was over levels of immigration. They feel betrayed by the Conservative Party. I feel betrayed by the Conservative Party. I have absolutely no interest of any kind at all in doing anything with them. As I say, my reply was deeply sarcastic. You know, what are they ever going to give me? Well, the answer is 3/5 of 5/8 of very little. There is no deal with the Conservatives whatsoever.
And as I said on Radio 4 this morning, you know, in any form of life, but particularly in a really dull election, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a sense of humour and a bit of banter. Let's have a bit more sort of engagement in this. So, look, as Nigel said, our trust has been completely and utterly betrayed. And it's a bit like the plumber. Good-looking chap, comes along, tells you he's going to fix the leak, disappears, and it still leaks. And he comes back, and he blames the pipe, and it still leaks. And then he blames the glue, and it still leaks. And eventually, you say, no, actually it's you. A bad workman blames his tools, and you get a different plumber. And that's why the Tories, who people have trusted, they've betrayed us all, and frankly, they need to be fired. Who's next?
Fair enough.
Thank you. Harry Hilton, ITV News. A huge proportion of people who come to this country legally do so for reasons of study. Another huge proportion is for health and social care workers as well. So even if this policy was successful, wouldn't it only tackle a small proportion of legal migration to the UK?
No, actually, there's well over 4 million foreign nationals in work, according to, I think it's ONS figures. And look, we've always said there would be an exemption for health and social care. But again, I go back to the 1980s and the 1990s. Look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it worked then. You know, when I was 18, friends of mine started the nursing profession, and they went straight into the wards under matron, and it worked. They didn't need to do a long degree and come out with 40 grand of debt. So actually, we know it works then. You've got to incentivise and motivate businesses to employ British workers and to train and invest in them. And what this whole last 2 decades of mass immigration has done is it's let big business off the hook. They haven't had to pay the price. And that's why we've gone so badly wrong with productivity. It's why we've gone so badly wrong with wages being depressed. And the net result is, you ask everybody at all the campaign events, everybody feels worse off. Higher taxes, depressed wages, everybody's worse off. So it's the right thing to do. And actually, we think that then business has got a choice. And if you want to employ a really brilliant person from overseas, fantastic. There's just a price to pay.
Charles Hymas from the Daily Telegraph. What would be your level of actual net migration that you would like to see on an annual basis? And if, with your with workers that you're bringing in to those small businesses, would you keep the salary level at the current level of about 38,000 for skilled workers?
Yeah, great question, Charles. And I'll just pick up the student point as well that I didn't pick up there. Look, the reality is that about 450 to 500,000 people leave the UK every year. So we can welcome a similar number, including students, and actually have plenty of capacity there in order to welcome smart immigration. What we've had in the last few years is about 1.2 million people arriving. The country needs to catch up. We've got to create some economic growth. We've got to create some wage growth. The housing market's got to catch up. Healthcare's got to catch up. Wages have got to catch up. So we need a pause. We need to freeze net immigration, let all of that happen, and within that, within the universities, look, there's some great degrees out there, of course, but we have to be honest. And even Sunak has just admitted it. There's plenty of Mickey Mouse degrees out there. And I've spent a lot of time looking at this. And too many students are being frankly ripped off and conned with dodgy degrees that take far too long, and they come out with 40 grand of debt. It's the highest debt per student in the Western world. And then they've got an interest rate of about 7.3% on top of that. Unless you earn about 60,000 quid as a student, you never get on top of the interest on your debt. That's wrong. So we need to cap the student numbers. And I'm afraid, again, no one else will be honest about it. The truth is that actually many people coming from overseas are abusing our student visa system. And it is a cheap way to get a graduate working visa that gives you a cheap way to get a skilled working visa, and then you're here for life. And again, you haven't paid the price, the cost to the British taxpayer, and it's the British worker that suffers. So I hope that...
Richard, not to forget, on students, worth remembering that under this Conservative government, if you come here as an overseas student, you've been allowed to bring dependents. So you come to uni, you can bring your mum. And 125,000 people have done that. And now they say, oh dear, we're going to close the door. Look, do you know what? After 14 years of lies on all of these immigration-related subjects from the Conservatives. I don't think it matters what Sunak says now. Nobody is going to believe them, and quite right too.
Can I get two just there?
Cheers. Cowley from the Express. With all due respect, you're not going to win the election, and you're probably going to have...
Such a pessimist.
I know, and you're probably going to have very little to do with the Labour government that Nigel and others are predicting. So is it better to think about any Reform UK policy announcements as sort of opening salvo for post-election Tory party reform policies?
Well, look, I mean, I think the point is this. You know, the election, I mean, I joked about none of the above, but I mean, it's perfectly clear that Labour are going to win the election. You know, when Sir John Curtis, who's hardly a rash figure, says it's 99% certain that Keir Starmer will be in number 10 Downing Street, I suggest we believe him. So the election's over. We know that, we understand that, it doesn't fill us particularly with joy, but that's where we are. So here's the question. Who's going to be the opposition? And I put it to you that the Conservatives will be in opposition, but they won't be the opposition. They can't be the opposition. They don't agree on anything. The party is completely split. It serves no real purpose of any kind at this moment in time. And worth remembering, they've spent much of the last 4 years, in fact, they've spent more time in the last 4 years fighting each other than they have standing up fighting for the interests of the country. And in opposition, they'll be even worse. They pretty much all hate each other. They won't be an opposition. And what we want to do, and remember, this is the first big campaign that Reform has fought. This is a 6-year plan. All right? This is just the beginning. So we are going to get millions of votes in this election. And yes, I know that the first past the post system is brutal. But I've got a funny feeling that when your readers in a couple of Sundays' time sit there and realise that actually the Conservatives can't win, and that really they agree with much of what we say and what we stand for, they're much freer to vote for us. And it's on that basis I believe we are going to win seats. Maybe not a huge number, but we are going to win seats. And we intend to be the voice of opposition to a Labour government over the course of the next 5 years. That's the aim, that's the ambition. We're being completely realistic about what we can achieve in the next 5 weeks.
And some people raise this point, well, it's a wasted vote. Frankly, there's no such thing as a wasted vote. That's offensive to democracy. I want people to vote positively for what they believe in, not what they're afraid of. And frankly, if you vote Labour or Tory, there's no difference. It's socialism. High taxes, big state, mass immigration. Just to your right.
Hi, Richard, Nigel, Mikey Smith from the Mirror. I'm here.
You were obscure.
One industry that I can think of that is struggling in the current climate and which relies quite heavily on overseas immigration is Britain's thousands of Indian restaurants, and the average Indian restaurant employs 8 people, so wouldn't be exempt under your proposals. Are you both comfortable introducing a curry tax?
Well, I must admit, I do like to go for a curry, normally much later in the evening than I'd originally planned, if you understand what I mean. Well, you know, people like, you know, who's lived in this country now for a few years, has set up his own curry kitchens where he's training British people to become curry chefs. And this is really the point, isn't it? The point is to reduce our reliance on overseas unskilled labour. Now, clearly, somebody who's a qualified curry chef is not going to be in the unskilled or low-wage bracket. But what Richard's laying out here, it's about incentives and disincentives. And what we're aiming to do, what we'd love to see, are fewer British people of working age not working. And, you know, one of the ways you do that is to give them more opportunities. What is pretty sure about your curry example is that this policy applied would lead to an increase in wages and therefore a much greater temptation to become a waiter, a much greater temptation to train as a chef. You know, this is about a plan over a few years to get more British people back to work and to rely less on cheap, unskilled labour from abroad, which, and I'm pleased at last, economists are waking up to the fact this has actually been a negative, not a positive.
Martusi.
Martusi from Tusi TV. Just a quick question about, obviously, taxing, increasing tax in terms of national insurance on employers. Big companies, of course, are already bringing down the wages to get foreign workers. Aren't they just going to decrease the wages that they already do to bring in the workers to cover the cost of that increased national insurance? Are we going to get more restrictions as a policy from you guys to incentivize?
No, I think the opposite. I think that the incentive then is cost. Employ British workers. Train up people straight out of school, apprenticeships. Yeah. That's the point. It's very clear. It's designed to do that. And of course, like anything, you know what you do in business, you introduce something, and then you monitor it, you test it, and if it needs a tweak here and there, that's what you do. What you don't do is refuse to look at something and change it. And so it's the right thing to do, and it gives the right incentive to all businesses, of whatever business industry they are. There's a price to it. It's just about fairness. I hope that helps. Just behind you. Hi.
Lucy Manning, BBC News. A 20 billion tax on business is quite a challenging electoral offer, isn't it? And Mr Farage, to you, didn't you raise the prospect of a deal with the Tories because that's what Reform UK needs to succeed?
We have absolutely no interest in working with a group of people who betrayed my personal trust, damaged my personal reputation by actually trusting them in 2019 to do what they delivered. And the reason this election's gone is those red wall voters are not, even if we didn't stand a candidate, those red wall voters who are saying at the moment they'll vote Reform, they would not vote for them, all right? So there is absolutely zero prospect of any of that. I will, in future, not make any jokes when I'm answering any questions ever again. I promise you. I promise you.
Now, coming back to the point, look, actually, so you focused on businesses, but what we're giving is businesses the choice. If you want to pay someone brilliant from overseas, that's fine. But actually, the focus has to be on British workers. And it's now only Reform UK that is the party of the workers. It seems the main two parties, they're the globalists, the multinationals, that's all they're interested in. So if you want to reduce the cost, then train up great young British people. That's the right thing to do. It's, again, it's what used to happen. And it succeeded. So why don't we actually trust what works? Hi, lady just there.
Hi, Julia Atherley from The Sun. You came on our show yesterday and said comments which you now say were deeply sarcastic. I wonder, was there a conversation, a very terse conversation, which happened yesterday between the two of you? Obviously now you're calling it banter and deeply sarcastic.
I'm really very sorry. Unless there's something Richard hasn't told me, we seem to be getting on reasonably well. And you can try as hard as you like, but you won't get a cigarette paper between us, I promise you. And, you know, never mind the ballots. I mean, you know, it's an out-there programme. You know, a couple of sentences after I'd given that half-jokey answer, I'd said to Ian Duncan Smith, you've betrayed our trust. It doesn't take much working out where I really stand on this.
I hope that helps. Just to your...
Unless there is something you haven't told me.
Absolutely not. Hang on.
Just thought I'd ask.
Not a cigarette paper, even though I'm not a smoker.
Hi, Richard Wheeler from the Press Association. A question to you, Richard, just on the policy. What's the working assumption of businesses that will actually react to it and pay the tax? Some might just look at it and say, well, it's actually cheaper to say, I'll pay this national insurance premium because I've got the skilled worker already rather than training someone up. And so, Nigel, Richard talked about shy reformers. Why are they shy?
So, look, actually, that's the whole point of it. You give businesses the choice. And if that's what they decide to do, great. That's how markets work. And if that generates the number that we mentioned, 20 billion plus, then we've got a lot of money to invest in actually apprenticeships, developing, growing, infusing young people, and getting young people back into work, off benefits. And one should not ignore that if we get 1 million people off benefits, 2 million people off benefits, the taxpayer benefits by tens of billions of pounds every year. And that's a massive thing that, again, the big two main parties, they don't really want to talk about. But the right thing to do for government is to look after the interests of British citizens. And we're absolutely committed to that. Seems to me the main two parties rather ignoring that.
Why were there shy Brexiteers in the run-up to the referendum? Why were there, and still are there, shy Trump voters? And why are there shy reformers? Because when I go on to Sky News on a Sunday morning and talk to Trevor Phillips and talk about a deep sense of unease that a huge number of people feel when they see the beginnings of sectarian politics in our country, people voting purely on religious lines, with women excluded, they ask themselves, what the hell is going on? How has women's participation in democracy gone back 100 years? Why is it we've got people chanting quite aggressively outside polling stations when they've won? What has gone wrong? And I raised that question. And if anyone knows the answer, please tell me. But why is it that a growing number of 18 to 24-year-olds in those inner cities who were born in this country are being attracted to extremism? You know, 23% of young British Muslims think jihad is an acceptable concept. Now, that's a real worry. And I raise that not because I want to see division. That division is being felt, I think, with the Jewish community in our country already. I raise that because I think we ought to have a debate about it. I genuinely do think we should have a debate about it. But of course, I get called, you know, all the names under the sun for daring to raise the issue. That's why when pollsters or anybody else asks people whether they support reform, they're shy about it. They're shy of getting abuse.
Just got you there and then to your right. Yeah, perfect way.
Thanks, Ben Quinn from The Guardian. Mr Farage, how do you square your concern about the rise of sectarian politics and your concern for women's rights with support for a man who openly boasts about sexually assaulting women and is under investigation for fomenting insurrection?
Yeah, well, I think the comments that Trump made, and you're going back a long time now, but the comments Trump made were, as he described it, locker room talk. And I bet, Ben, you've said one or two things to your mate that you'd rather not be aired in public. No, never. What a righteous soul you are, Johnny. Well done. You're the first person I've ever met. And if you get groups of women together, I mean, goodness knows what they talk about. So people do these things. Look, you know, I know that you have a loathing, your newspaper, of the Donald. But I don't accept those comments you've made about him. I have to say, I think what is going on in New York at the moment is absolutely obscene in legal terms. But worry not. He will be the 47th President of the United States of America. And that's a good thing, to have an American president that likes this country, adores this country, feels a strong connection to this country, but perhaps more important than that, to have a world leader who did so much to promote peace. And I can just single out the Abraham Accords as being one example of what Trump was able to achieve in his period as president. I believe the world would be a much better, safer place with a strong rather than a very weak American president.
Just to your right, yes.
Yeah, Richard, another one of your policies you announced a few days ago was with regards to barbershops. I just wondered, I don't know where you get your haircut, but what was
Do you
the
not
issue?
like it?
Well, no, I think it's very nice, but what is the issue with barbershops? And you said you'd investigate them. Are we going to see Detective Chief Inspector Farage, or who is actually going to...
Did you ever get out of London?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you want to get out more, Sunshine. You really do.
Well,
you can see high streets with 5, 6, 7 barbershops in them. Thousands of new barbershops.
What's the accusation? I'm just curious.
Well, I'll tell you what the accusation is, actually. And I know it's true because you go to towns and people are saying, shop after shop after shop. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was COVID. Maybe our hair's growing faster. Seriously. How come all these lots of these new barbershops, how come they've got no customers in them? How come they all want cash only? I'll tell you what the accusation is. The accusation is that these are fronts for money laundering drug money. And someone has to talk about it, and someone has to have the courage to say that the authorities, they're either incompetent and don't know about it. I've been talking about it on a variety of broadcast channels for about 2 years now. And when I did, and you get the tweets and the texts coming in, they say, yeah, I'm in a small market town, and there's 5 new ones opened in the last 12 months. That's what the accusation is, and I think the police and the local authorities, they need to do something about it. Because I tell you, it is wrong, and it is the laundering of money. Have you noticed all the candy shops popping up? You look at the price of the sweets in them. A, they're fake sweets. I mean, I've literally gone in to test it. You know, and see, they're fake sweets, they're disgusting, and there's never any customers in them. It's another money laundering front. We've got to be honest about this. So, look, I quite enjoy my, you know, I'm very happy with my barber, but there's something going badly wrong.
And isn't it ironic? Isn't it ironic that in the last year, 140,000 British businesses have had their bank accounts closed because of the banks putting through, you know, as they see it, interpreting money laundering directives that came to us from the European Union, whilst at the same time, this massive cash economy is growing out there. The whole thing's extraordinary.
Just behind you, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Matt Dathan from The Times. Can I just go back to the employer immigration tax?
Yep.
You must have had discussions with Conservative MPs about this. Do you have much support? And feel free to name some names if you fancy.
Well, goodness me.
I love that.
No, we don't need to discuss policy with Tory MPs. I mean, obviously, the truth is a good number of them like our policies, and they realise that actually they're the policies that will get the country going again. But they just realise they've sort of been left in the wrong party. And that's what's happened. Hey, but here's the thing. Competition's a good thing. Choice is a good thing. It's a sort of fundamental conservative philosophy. The problem is that the Conservative Party have forgotten about it as they head towards socialism. And that's why actually a gap's emerged, and we're filling the gap. So.
Thanks, David Churchill from the Mail. As you've alluded to, a lot of business leaders will no doubt warn that this policy will cause hundreds of businesses to go bust. Do you think they're wrong about that? And would you be prepared to see firms go to the wall because of the extra costs it will impose on them?
Well, they've got a choice, haven't they? I don't think it'll lead to businesses going bust. Business has got a choice. And there's a cost. There's a cost to doing business. There's a cost to the British people. There's a cost to the taxpayer. So I think actually the whole point is to incentivise businesses that are concerned about this. Train up some young people. Get in touch with your schools, your colleges, universities. Focus on actually working with young people. Get them on the payroll. Make work pay. And frankly, we'll all be better off. Any more? Any more? Sorry, I didn't see.
Thank you. So people voted for Brexit thinking it would bring down immigration. That doesn't seem to have worked. You can't form the next government, as you admit. Isn't voting for reform just a kind of stress management exercise?
A great question. Well, look, thank you. I mean, look, you're right. The Tories betrayed Brexit. That's why they've got a big majority. And we gave them that big majority. And we trusted them. And that's the thing about betrayal. If you get betrayed, then you don't trust them again. And, no, actually, look, as we all know, Labour's going to win this election. So actually, a wasted vote, you know, voting for Tory, you're going to get Labour. So you might as well actually vote for what you want, what you believe in, what you know are the right policies to create some growth. And that's for Reform, a party that actually stands up for the British economy and for British workers.
You know, I've got a history of standing in elections where, I mean, I think the first 5 elections I stood for in UKIP, I mean, if we even say the deposit, I mean, that was an excuse for a very, very major all-night celebration. But, you know, people said, oh, it's a wasted vote. You're wasting your time. I mean, you know, what's this ridiculous little party advocating leaving the Europe? I mean, no one thinks we should leave the European Union. Well, I'll tell you what, actually, in terms of achieving its goal, I think UKIP was one of the most successful political parties in history. And I want to reiterate the point I made earlier. We have a 6-year plan. We understand our brand is quite new. We understand not everyone knows we exist fully. So disengaged have many of the British public become and disenchanted in every way with politics. Our job is to provide an opposition platform to a Labour government that is likely to have a substantial majority. And if you look at this Conservative Party, I repeat the point, they will be in opposition, but they will not be the opposition. That is our goal for the next few years.
Great, thank you very much. I think we're done. Thank you very much indeed. We will.
Excellent.
Troops have taken part in drills over the past 6 months on land, sea and in the air. As Ukraine struggles on the real battlefield, the war games on the eastern border have added significance. This is NATO's front line should the war in Ukraine bubble over, and Russia is the biggest threat to the Baltic states, including Lithuania, so defences are being bolstered. Dominating this drill, Germany, keen to show how it can protect its NATO neighbours. Russian aggression has made defence a priority for Berlin. Now, against the clock to make a military short of cash, weapons and troops fit for war.
We have 5 to 8 years. And 5 to 8 years, when the reconstitution of the Russian forces is at a level that an attack against NATO territory might be possible. For me as a military, 5 to 8 years means I have to be ready in 5 years.
That threat's also why 5,000 German troops will soon be stationed here in Lithuania. A welcome deterrent for Romantis, who's fought the Russians before.
I remember perfectly the system what we lived in, so I don't want times to come back, and I don't want my children to live in such a country as the Soviet Union.
And NATO doesn't want that either. This time, they were drills, but under attack, there'll be no playing games. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Lithuania.
Well, lots more still to come on Sky News today. Kamali Melbourne's up next and have the very latest from all of the campaign trails, including a first appearance of the day, at least, of the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak due in Milton Keynes.
day of this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Heavy vehicle.
Why only in America?
People want their country to work.
You want a job in a normal life?
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
Hello and good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. This is Sky News Today, your headlines. And breaking news, the Princess of Wales will not be returning to public duties for a military ceremony next month. The Conservatives and the Labour Party clash over tax as both parties make similar pledges.
A future Conservative government will not increase VAT, income tax or national insurance. In fact, we want to bring taxes down.
The Conservative Party are desperate to try to say that they've, scored a point in this election campaign. But Rachel Reeves has been consistently clear that we have no plans to raise taxes on working people. We've said it a million times.
Confusion continues as Diane Abbott says she still plans to stand for her seat in Hackney. Senedd Davey makes a splash again as the Lib Dems unveil plans to fund better mental health care for young people. Well, what do voters want from this election? We sit them down on a familiar piece of parliamentary furniture to try and find out.
The cost of rent's tripled in the last few years.
We have the best healthcare system in the world, but yet it's extraordinarily underfunded.
Going to a shop and doing a weekly shop is just so expensive.
Also this hour, a child's among 4 people injured in a shooting in East London. We're expecting an update from the Metropolitan Police shortly. We'll bring it to you live. We're going to be live in New York City as Donald Trump awaits the outcome of his hush money trial. Good afternoon. We're going to begin with breaking news this hour, and the Princess of Wales is not going to be returning to public duties for the Colonel's Review next month after speculation about whether she'd be well enough to take part. As Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guard, Kate would usually take the salute at the event. It takes place the weekend before the Trooping the Colour. Well, the Princess has not been doing public engagements since she revealed she had cancer and was undergoing preventative chemotherapy earlier this year. Well, let's get more now from our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills. Rhiannon, good afternoon to you. Has this come as any surprise that it's been announced that Kate's not going to take part in this event?
So I think the Palace really wanted to try and clear up a few things when it comes to those big military ceremonial events that we've got coming up over the next few weeks. And one of those questions that people kept asking was whether or not the Princess of Wales was going to be well enough to take part in the Colonel's Review. As you mentioned there, she is Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guards, and usually she would be the one who would take the salute. However, it's clearly been decided that now is not the moment for her to return to public duty. So instead, we're told that Lieutenant General James Bucknell is going to take the salute instead of her. Of course, there was a bit of a problem around this event back in February when the Ministry of Defence, it seemed, accidentally announced that she was going to take part in that event and then had to remove that reference from their website. So it was one of those things that did need to be cleared up. But I think for the Palace at the moment, they are still so keen that we don't stoke the speculation about her health. They don't want this to be seen as an update, a specific update on how she's doing after she was diagnosed with cancer. And of course, has still been continuing that preventative cancer treatment. The other thing that also the Palace have decided to announce today regards Trooping the Colour, which takes place the weekend after the Colonel's Review, so on the 15th of June, and they have confirmed that the King will take part in Trooping the Colour, but rather than being on horseback like he was last year for the first birthday parade for him as sovereign. This time he's going to be in a carriage instead, of course, under doctor's orders as he continues that cancer treatment as well. So I think for the palace, a few things that they felt they needed to confirm and clarify ahead of those big ceremonial events, but stressing this is not a specific update on the Princess of Wales and her health.
Indeed. All right, Rhiannon, really do appreciate that clarification. Thanks, Rhiannon Mills, there, our royal correspondent. Now, tax is taking centre stage in the election campaign today, with the Labour Party and the Conservatives clashing over VAT. Meanwhile, it is still unclear whether or not Diane Abbott will be allowed to stand for Labour, as there are accusations that there is a purge of left-wing members of the party. Well, these are today's main developments so far. The Chancellor has told Sky News a Conservative government would not increase VAT, income tax or national insurance if the Conservatives were re-elected. He claims that separates the Tories from the Labour Party. But Rachel Reeves dismissed that as nonsense. She made the same pledges on tax and says that Labour have no plans to make working people pay more. Well, arguments within the Labour Party continue after Diane Abbott accused Sir Keir Starmer of a cull of those on the left. It's unclear whether or not Miss Abbott will be allowed to stand for Labour, while two other candidates, Lloyd Russell Moyle and Fazia Shahid, both on the left of the party, have been suspended and not endorsed, respectively. Well, Sky News understands Miss Shaheen has instructed a lawyer to challenge the decision that's been made. Elsewhere today, Plaid Cymru in Wales have kicked off their general election campaign with a promise to talk about Brexit, while the Greens launched theirs, saying they hope to secure at least 4 MPs after polling day. As you said, the Tories are focusing on tax today after accusing Labour of flip-flopping. The Chancellor says that the Conservative Party would not raise the tax if elected again to give the economy the best chance to grow.
A future Conservative government will not increase VAT, income tax or national insurance. In fact, we want to bring taxes down, and that is the main difference in all the fluff of an election campaign. One of the biggest differences between the two parties is that Labour have no plans to bring down the tax burden. Conservatives say if you look around the world, the most successful economies in America and Asia are ones with lower tax burdens. We will do the hard work to bring down taxes.
Jeremy Hunt speaking earlier. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Darren McCaffrey, who's following the Tories around today. Darren, great to have you with us. Good afternoon. What has been said here about the Conservative tax plans? It's nothing new, is it?
It's not in many regards, and actually both parties have kind of trying to demonstrate there's not that much division between them today in many regards, but the economy is going to be at the front and central issue of this election campaign. There's a lot of noise about lots of other issues, but when polls are carried out repeatedly, the largest percentage of people who say that the economy is front and centre is by far the biggest. And so that is maybe not a surprise that we're going to see these tussles over taxation and the economy during this campaign. This all emerged late last night when Jeremy Hunt effectively was accusing Labour of a secret plan to raise VAT during the next Parliament. It's something that Labour within hours slapped down and insisted that they're not promising to raise either VAT, national insurance or income tax. It is also a position that the Conservative Party have. And it's really interesting, this, on many levels. First of all, the Conservative Party feel that they need to talk about this, not just because it's a number one issue, but actually on this very specific issue of the economy. They are somewhat behind Labour, and they're trying to suggest that Labour are going to increase taxation after the election. Is the Conservatives' record on taxation good? Some critics would suggest not, in the sense that taxes have gone up during this Parliament, that the tax burden is actually historically quite high. Taxes will continue to rise for lots of people actually post the election, because the thresholds on income tax are going to remain stable, which sucks millions more people into paying a higher rate of tax. And there are also people pointing out that actually the last 3 permanent increases in VAT have all happened under a Conservative government. Now, the Conservative Party would turn around and say, well, hold on a second, there was COVID, there was a war in Europe, unforeseen circumstances over the last 5 years, which means that taxes did have to increase, but they want, under a more stabilised economy, to bring taxes down. The question is, will the public buy that, or will they kind of buy into some of the mistrust and the seeds of doubt that the Conservative Party are trying to sow today. When you listen, though, to independent experts, they say, well, frankly, tough decisions are going to have to be made in the next Parliament, irrespective of who gets elected. That, frankly, the economy is not growing as much as people would hope so, and that means tough decisions on either spending cuts or tax rises are going to face either party if they get elected, and that ultimately neither Labour or the Conservatives can make absolute guarantees on taxation over the next Parliament.
All right, Darren, for now on that battle bus, appreciate that, thank you. More from you later, of course. Now, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has been in Monmouthshire speaking to Welsh voters. Sir Keir said he hoped to see a Labour government in both Westminster and in Cardiff. He also continued to face questions about the future of the first black female MP, Diane Abbott.
The situation in relation to Diane Abbott is that no decision has been taken to bar her. And, you know, we have to remember that she was a trailblazer as an MP. She overcame incredible challenges to achieve what she's achieved in her political career. She literally sort of carved out the path for others to come into politics. And she did all that whilst also being one of the most abused MPs across all political parties. But I've always had the aspiration that we'll have the best quality candidates as we go into this election.
Well, Tamara Cohen, our political correspondent, has been following Labour today and sent us this just a little bit earlier.
He's still saying Diane Abbott hasn't been barred from standing, which is technically correct because that meeting will not be held by Labour's internal body until Tuesday, although Diane Abbott believes that she has. But he's coating it in praise, saying that Diane Abbott is a trailblazer and has overcome huge challenges. So he's paying tribute to her. But how does that square with Diane Abbott last night, insisting that she is going to try and stand by any means possible? It's hard to avoid the conclusion that Labour have failed to shut this issue down when they could have done, and that this is now overshadowing, this internal wrangling is overshadowing their key campaign messages. I understand there are different stories from people sort of supportive of Diane Abbott. Some felt that she had been about to announce her retirement and wanted to do so with dignity, having had the Labour whip now restored to her. I think the leaks to the Times suggesting she was going to be barred now make that rather difficult. Others, of course, want her to stand, and that was the message we got loud and clear last night. So, barring any other announcements from Diane Abbott, I feel this row now rumbles on until Tuesday when those final decisions are made. Perhaps making this a bigger issue for the Labour leader is that other candidates on the left of the party, people who are not household names and might otherwise not have got very much attention, are now saying that they have been barred from standing. One of them is Lloyd Russell Moyle, a left-wing MP in Brighton, who says that he is being prevented from standing by a vexatious complaint against him. And Faiza Shaheen, a Jeremy Corbyn supporting candidate in North London, who has stood before against Ian Duncan-Smith. She was going to stand again. She has tweeted to explain what's gone on and said that she was told by the party that having already started campaigning, she has been dropped now. We understand about some tweets containing anti-Semitic tropes. But she has just tweeted saying that at 9 p.m. last night by email, she learned Labour had removed her as its candidate, having worked hard in that seat for 4 years. She says she's now consulting her campaign and legal team. So she sounds like she's instructing lawyers, so this could be a bit of a headache. I think a lot of this is a bit par for the course in politics, that the leadership wants to choose its candidates. But this idea that Keir Starmer is purging the left, people who he kind of leaned towards when he was running for leader, has now become an issue.
Now, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Senedd Davey, has been unveiling a plan that he says will better fund mental health care for young people. He says the Lib Dems would treble taxes for social media companies and search engine companies to fund a mental health professional in every primary and secondary school. Well, our correspondent Matthew Thompson has been having more fun again with the Lib Dems on the campaign trail today.
Welcome to the Southwest. After several days on campaign, we're finally in what might reasonably be termed the Tory Blue Wall, the very kind of place that the Liberal Democrats say they want to take their yellow hammer to. That's the name of the bus that we've been in with them all week. And since their heyday in this part of the country in, say, 2010, you might say that the Liberal Democrats have been on something of a slippery slope. They've lost a number of their seats here, and frankly, they're trying to win very many of them back, like they won this one in a by-election last year. I'm happy to be joined by the Liberal Democrat leader, Ed Davey. Thank you for speaking to Sky News. Look, this is pretty crucial to your campaign, isn't it, the southwest of England?
Yeah, we can win seats off the Conservatives across the West Country. Somerset, Devon, Cornwall, Dorset, all the West Country, frankly, as a target for us. And today we're talking about both small businesses. Here's amazing business in half term, getting lots of business, and we won't hold these wonderful children up too much longer so they can have their fun. It's a great tourist area. But we're also talking about mental health today, the need to make sure we have mental health professionals in every primary and secondary school. And mental health is all about giving people lots of fun to do. So, I think we can go.
Are you afraid, though, of, and I don't know why I might ask this, but let's go. Looking a little bit silly.
No, this is fun. You enjoy yourself. Woo! Isn't it fun? You never had so much fun as a Sky reporter, ever.
It's a tough gig, but someone's got to do it.
Glad it's you. Now, I want to bring you some news. It concerns Diane Abbott, of course. We've been telling you that there has been some confusion for the past few days as whether or not Diane Abbott will be able to stand as a Labour Party candidate. Well, in the last few minutes, the politician Diane Abbott, a Labour Member of Parliament for Hackney North and Stoke Newington since 1987, has tweeted, "I am very grateful to all the trade unionists who have offered me support. I have met with a number of leading trade unionists, including general secretaries, who have offered me their backing to be a Labour candidate at next week's NEC." So the National Executive Committee will be deciding who will be the Labour candidates for the upcoming general election. Diane Abbott, who got the whip back and became a member of the Parliamentary Labour Party earlier in the week, there was some debate as to whether or not she had been barred from standing. Sir Keir Starmer has said that she was not barred, but a decision would be made by the NEC in due course. It had to be made by the end of next week, but as you can see from this tweet from Diane Abbott in the last few minutes, she has been given backing by trade unions, and she will be offered their support for her to be the Labour candidate at next week's National Executive Committee. So Diane Abbott is going to put herself forward to be the Labour candidate, and of course it is now upon the National Executive Committee as to whether or not she is selected to represent Hackney North and Stoke Newington, a seat that she has represented for the last 37 years. Diane Abbott is going to put herself forward to do that. We'll find out in the next few days, of course, whether or not she is selected as a Labour Party candidate, and we'll get more reaction to that and Diane Abbott's tweet throughout the afternoon. Well, on to the Reform Party now, who said there should be an employer immigration tax during a speech by the leader, Richard Tice, and the honorary president, Nigel Farage. Mr Tice was laying out the party's immigration policy and said the UK has an addiction to cheap overseas labour.
The British economy, our great economy, it has a deadly, deadly addiction. That's the harsh truth. It's the drug of cheap overseas labour. And this drug, it's being pushed on every street corner by the Labour Party and by the Tories. They believe that this drug, this addiction, is good for the British economy. Let me tell you, today, it's not. And what we need is a cure to this addiction. And the cure is an employer immigration tax. That is the cure to this addiction.
Right, let's bring in our political correspondent, Gurpreet Narwan, who is following Reform for us today. Gurpreet, afternoon to you. Can you give us some more detail as to that plan that was being laid out by Richard Tice there about this tax on employers?
Yeah, we don't usually get much in the way of new policy announcement from Reform UK beyond slogans like we're going to stop the boats. But we got that today. We got an announcement that they would implement an employer's immigration tax whereby employers who want to hire immigrants would have to pay higher national insurance contributions. It would amount to about a £20 billion tax on businesses. However, there would be exemptions for health and social care. They were light on the details, I have to be honest, but they were once again hammering home the one issue that this party is all about, and that's tackling immigration. No coincidence that it's also the one issue that is tearing the Conservative Party apart. We've been at 3 Reform UK events now, and it's funny, the first one only had 17 people in the room, but these events are getting bigger and bigger, at least the rooms are getting bigger and bigger as we go on. Even though Reform support in the polls, if anything, it's slipping. Sky's latest YouGov poll suggests that their support has slipped to 12%. However, that's not to say that Conservative Party strategists won't be watching what's going on in rooms like this very closely, because this is a party that could be pivotal to the election outcome. It could cost the Conservatives 100 seats by splitting the right-wing vote. And our latest poll with YouGov shows that of the 2019 Tory voters, about 36% say they won't be voting for the party again. And of those, 19% say they are voting for Reform. That means more of them are going to Reform than are going to Labour, and that has ramifications well beyond the election, ramifications for the Conservative Party as it considers the direction it takes after the election. Does it lurch to the right? Does it move towards the centre? It's interesting that Nigel Farage over the past couple of days has been saying that the election, it's a foregone conclusion. Labour are going to win. He says he's got a long-term plan to shape the nature of Conservative opposition in the UK, with Reform at the centre of it. Does that mean that he's open to a deal with the Tories? Does that mean he could join the Conservative Party? Well, he gave an interview yesterday in which he suggested he would be open to conversations with the Tories. When I asked him about that today, he said, get a sense of humour. I was joking. There's no plan to do a deal with the Tories. Whether he was really joking or whether there's been some tense conversations between him and Richard Tice, the leader of Reform, and the Reform leadership, we don't know. But the Reform Tory aspect of this story after the election is going to rumble on.
Certainly is. All right, Gurpreet, really appreciate that. Gurpreet Anarwan there were with the Reform Party. Now to Wales, and Plaid Cymru's leader, Rhun ap Iorwerth, says the Conservative government can't be gotten rid of quickly enough as he launched the party's election campaign in Bangor this morning. He was joined by the party's leader in the House of Commons, Liz Saville-Roberts, who said Wales must no more be ignored in Westminster.
It is time to kick the Tories out of power. They have left a trail of destruction, and we cannot get rid of that government quickly enough. But the message is also abundantly clear that people don't want Labour to be taking Wales for granted either. For too long, Wales has been overlooked at Westminster. UK parties and MPs from Wales for the UK parties putting ultimately the Labour or the Conservative whip in London above their nation's interests. Well, Plaid Cymru says no more. Plaid Cymru says no more to austerity. Plaid Cymru says no more to empty promises. Plaid Cymru says no more to narrow-minded nostalgia. And we say no more, don't we, to ignoring Wales at Westminster.
Well, that's Rhun ap Iorwerth, the leader of Plaid Cymru, laying out their plans for this election. Let's take you now to East London. We're expecting in the next few minutes a statement from the Metropolitan Police on that shooting in Hackney. Well, it looks as if they are at the microphones. Let's listen in. We're expected to hear from Chief Superintendent James Conway.
Good afternoon. I'm Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway, the local policing lead here in Hackney and Tower Hamlets, and I'm joined by the Mayor of Hackney, Caroline Woodley, reflecting the incredible joint working relationship and response to this incident from both the police and the council here in Hackney. It saddens me deeply to say that at about 9:20 last night, on Kingsland High Street in Hackney, 3 men and a 9-year-old girl were shot when a firearm was discharged from a motorbike. I know that local people will be extremely concerned by this incident. We share that concern, and an urgent investigation has been launched to identify and apprehend those responsible. 3 men aged 26, 37 and 42 who were sitting outside a restaurant were taken to hospital for treatment for gunshot wounds. Their conditions are stable, but one potentially faces life-changing injuries. A 9-year-old girl who was inside the restaurant having dinner with her family suffered a gunshot wound, and she remains in hospital in a critical condition. Our thoughts are with her family, and they are being supported, as you would expect, by specialist officers. We do not believe that the girl and the men injured were known to each other. And as with any child, she was an innocent victim of the indiscriminate nature of gun crime. Police arrived at the scene within minutes of the crime being reported, and 2 crime scenes remain in place at Kingsland High Street and Calverston Crescent, where we recovered a motorbike that we believe was used in the shooting and which we now know to have been stolen. The investigation is being led by our specialist crime colleagues, and we're supporting them with specialist local officers as we conduct fast-time inquiries to identify and apprehend those responsible and to establish the motive behind the shooting. The investigation is at an early stage, and we're keeping an open mind as to that motive. We're keen to identify other witnesses who were in the area around the scene at the time of the shooting. Similarly, if you're in Kingsland High Street at the time of the shooting and have information or footage from a phone or another device, please share that with us. This is a fast-moving, complex investigation, and we'll be working closely with our specialist crime colleagues, our partners in the council, and other partners to establish the facts over the coming days. Locally, people can expect to see a significant police and council presence in the area, including armed officers, to provide reassurance and support. We will also continue our unrelenting focus on suppressing violence, gun crime, and the offenders who endanger our communities here in Hackney. Events such as these are rarely spontaneous. Someone knows who was responsible. This was a shooting that's left a little girl fighting for her life. If you have any information that could assist us with the investigation, please do the right thing and make contact with us. You can contact us by calling 101, or if you wish to report information anonymously, you can call Crime Stoppers on 0800 555 111, or report to Crime Stoppers online at crimestoppers-uk.org. Alternatively, to speak to officers directly, you can call our incident room on 0208 345 3865. Please do get in contact with us if you have any information. Thank you for your time.
Well, that was Chief Superintendent James Conway updating us on the situation following the shooting in Hackney. You can see our correspondent Rachel Venables is standing by for us. So, Rachel, we got an update there, and I guess the top line being a 9-year-old girl injured following that shooting in a critical condition in hospital.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the line that jumped out to me most was where he talked about this having left a little girl fighting for her life, just 9 years old. She didn't know the three men who were also shot last night. We were given some details of their ages, certainly 26, 37 and 42. This all seems to have taken place at a Turkish restaurant last night, with police saying that somebody drove past on a motorbike that they have now recovered and which they believe to have been stolen. And this individual opened fire and 4 people were caught up in the crossfire. 4 people were shot. 3 men who were sat outside and a little girl who was just having dinner with her family was also shot, and she is now in hospital, crucially in a critical condition. Initially we were told the child involved was in a serious condition. It seems as though certainly the police have got more information or that condition has worsened. So an absolutely devastating time for her family and a really traumatic update, certainly for people here who have been really shocked by what happened last night. And I think this indiscriminate nature is the language he used there. She was an innocent victim of the indiscriminate nature of gun crime. I think that particularly will really shock people, as well, of course, as these 3 men who were just sat having dinner, presumably sat outside this restaurant. We've actually been able to see the restaurant today. The cordon is up and it's blocked off, but you can see quite clearly almost the tableau frozen into place when this incident occurred. You can see plates still on the tables, an ashtray, glasses of beer half drunk, with the remains of the paramedics' paraphernalia sort of littered on the floor, whether it's medical kits or the plastic or the rubber gloves on the floor, where they would have been trying desperately to save lives and to protect these individuals who were then taken to hospital. So a really significant update there, I think, from Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway. 3 men and a 9-year-old girl having been shot here in Hackney last night, and crucially they say nobody has been arrested, and they are urging members of the public, anyone with information, to come forward and speak to them.
OK, Rachel Venables for now in Hackney, East London. Thank you for that update. OK, you're watching Sky News Today, still to come. We're going to take you live to New York City as Donald Trump awaits the jury in his hush money trial.
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling. War, unrest, revolutions.
It's not his country, it's ours. And we're going to take it back.
They have succeeded for the first time in their country's history in removing a leader from power. Now, freedom! There was fighting here, but there's clearly now a lull, and they're using it to bring up more ammunition. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. This is a mass exodus in which Russia is hemorrhaging some of its brightest and its best. According to the local weather channel, there have been more than 2,500 lightning strikes, torrential rain and flash flooding, all on top of this week's lethal tornado. What stays with you most in this job is some of the people you meet. What is your worst fear about what the Russians want to do to the children?
They're just boosting demographics by stealing young people.
Would you like to take the opportunity, Mr. President, on Sky News to invite Barack Obama to come here? Mr. Trump, are you running for president? Can you confirm it?
We're going to take a look, a very serious look.
On that day, we saw your fighters killing women, killing children. Was that a mistake? Did you go too far? You couldn't control your fighters? The full force of the state is being used to crush any protest. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued with its ultimatum to the people of Ashkelon, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in. Another alarm. The mood here is jittery and nervous. We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
Welcome back. Now, former US President Donald Trump could be just hours away from learning his fate as a jury of 12 individuals continue to decide whether or not to convict him in New York City. He denies falsifying business records to pay for a porn star's silence. The 12-person jury deliberated for over 4 hours yesterday. Still haven't reached a verdict, but they're back at it today. Let's bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews. Look, James, I guess everyone is on tenterhooks just waiting because this thing could come back any moment now.
Yeah, on tenterhooks, Kamali, and trying to read the tea leaves, I suppose, from these questions from the jury. They are interested in having reread the instructions, the judge's instructions on the law, the charges, the burden of proof. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt to establish a guilty verdict. But they're also interested in a man by the name of David Pecker, witness number one in this case. He used to be the publisher of the National Enquirer. He's the man who told Donald Trump he would operate a catch and kill scheme, catch negative stories about him, pay for them, and then kill them. He had a meeting with Donald Trump and Trump's former fixer Michael Cohen inside Trump Tower, at which they agreed Pecker would be his eyes and ears. And the prosecution have said to the jury, look at that meeting, because that was the start of this hush money scheme, the heart of the conspiracy. Julie Rendelman is a criminal defence attorney. Hi, Julie. What do you make of the jury's questions, and what does that tell us?
So I'm going to take from you in terms of reading the tea leaves. We always think that all the jurors are asking this question. It could be one, it could be multiple. And keep in mind, they haven't heard from David Pecker in weeks. And so it could be as simple as needing a refresher about what he said about that specific thing and how it relates to the other evidence. I think coupled with the charges, I think the charges were complicated. Remember, the judge read it just once. I think all of us agree we've read it or reread it 2 to 3 times. And so it takes a little time for them to fully understand and comprehend what it is that their job is and what they're looking for.
Yeah, there was that meeting in Trump Tower. At the table, Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, David Pecker, and the prosecution are saying, look at that. Look at this case, or our case, through the prism of that meeting, because that's where it all started. They want to hear about Cohen's testimony with regard to that meeting and Pecker's. I just wonder what, and again, without getting ahead of ourselves, do they want to interconnect the two stories? Is that good for the prosecution, do you think?
So we can immediately look at it and say, oh, it's good for the prosecution because they want you to focus on that meeting. Maybe the jurors are looking for inconsistencies between what Pecker said in regards to what happened and what Cohen said. Remember, sometimes the slightest of inconsistency, something that is so meaningless to you or I, might be significant to a jury. So while when we look at it through a prism, I guess we might view it as being more positive for the prosecution, but we really don't know.
Okay, bearing in mind that everything does carry a degree of speculation at this stage.
Absolutely.
What about the judge's instruction? They want to hear that again, or at least part of it. What do you read into that? Is it purely because it was so complicated, you think?
So I think so. I mean, remember the judge even said, tell me what you want, because if he's reading the instructions, it could be credibility of a witness, it could be accomplice testimony, it could be the specific charges on the law. And I think he plans to give them that, like give them a physical copy, so we actually may never know what it was that they were specifically looking for.
All right, Julie, many thanks for now. Much more to come throughout the day, of course. Kamali, the events are due to start here in about an hour's time, 9:30 New York time.
All right, James, for now, and Julie, thanks both as always. Well, the Green Party launched their election campaign with a focus on what they say are practical solutions to the issues that the country is facing. Let's speak now to Carla Denyer, co-leader of the Green Party. Carla Denyer, great to have you on the show this afternoon. Thanks for being with us. What is the Green Party's offer to the electorate at this election?
The Green Party's priorities in this election and for the group of Green MPs that we're aiming to get elected will be to protect the NHS from privatisation, to tackle a housing crisis, including standing up for renters and making sure we get more affordable homes built, to deal with the disgusting outflows of sewage into our rivers and seas, to help people with practical solutions to the cost of living crisis, like a £15 minimum wage, raising universal credit, and lifting the 2-child benefit cap, which is a cruel punishment on families of 3 children or more that both the Conservatives and Labour support keeping in place. And of course, voters know that they can trust the Green Party on climate and nature, and pushing whoever forms the next government, of course it's looking very likely to be Labour, in the right direction on all of those issues.
Well, pushing Labour is what you're going to have to try and do as well in Bristol Central. Thangham Debonair is the current MP that you're going to be going up against. Been there since 2015. Why should people switch their votes from Thangham, a member of the shadow cabinet, to you?
What voters in Bristol Central tell me overwhelmingly is that they are very angry with the Conservatives and what they've done to this country over the last 14 years. But they feel utterly uninspired by the direction that Keir Starmer's Labour Party has taken. They see Labour Party policies getting closer and closer to the Conservative parties. They see Starmer U-turning, reneging on former policy pledges, whether that's their previously flagship climate investment pledge, supporting renters, supporting workers' rights, public ownership of public services, flip-flopping. And this is before Labour have even got into government. And so voters are understandably worried that if they can't even keep their policies in opposition, what is he going to be like once he's in number 10? And so voters are excited in Bristol and across the country by the opportunity to vote for a party that's offering hope and offering real change. They know that the Green Party is a party that will stick by its principles and that will hold whoever forms the next government to account, push them to be braver on the areas where they're currently backsliding.
And, of course, Caroline Lucas is standing down at this election. Sian Berry's going to be standing in that seat at Brighton Pavilion. Just before we talk about Sian Berry, how much is the Green Party going to miss Caroline Lucas?
Oh, Caroline's been an absolute inspiration. And over her 14 years in the House of Commons and before that as a Green MEP, she has shown the huge impact that having even just one Green in the room has made. She has asked the questions and put forward the proposals and challenged the status quo in a way that no other MP has done. But now it's time for the next generation of Green MPs to take on that baton, to continue her work on, for example, her climate and nature bill, originally the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill, which is all about updating the government's policies to make sure it takes climate and nature seriously. So myself and all of the Green MP candidates have signed the pledge that we will carry on that work. But you can also count on us to push on housing. I've been a housing campaigner for my whole political life, so I will be pushing to give councils the power to bring in rent controls in areas like Bristol, where the housing market is just overheated, bears no relationship to people's incomes anymore, and also making sure that councils can get the right kind of homes built in the right place at the right price.
So for you, it's about pushing in... Sorry, Carlos. For you, it's about pushing in the right places. What does success look like in terms of MPs? Of course, the Greens historically have had one, and that was Caroline, and now she's going. I mean, Sian Berry, I guess if she doesn't win her seat, it will be a bad night for you guys.
Well, we're making no secret of the fact that we're aiming to get a handful of Green MPs elected. We think we could get at least 4 Green MPs elected.
Does that include you?
It does, yes. So it's Sian Berry.
28,000 majority.
28,000 was the majority in the old constituency of Bristol West, which I believe ceased to exist at midnight last night. So I'm standing in a new constituency called Bristol Central. Now, there are no official statistics because they're not released by ward, but based on our maths, we think the boundary changes alone roughly half the Labour majority. And you have to bear in mind how different the situation was in 2019. There was a different leader of the Labour Party. There was a different leader of the Green Party. Back then, I was a local councillor. Now I've been co-leader of the Green Party for nearly 3 years. And I've been campaigning in the city and working hard as a local councillor all of that time. So many more people in Bristol have had the chance to get to know me, meet me at events, meet me on the doorstep, find out what I'm about. And the popularity of the Greens has grown hugely in that time. We've around doubled our number of councillors nationally. We've more than doubled our number of councillors locally. We now, as of this May, have a Green-led council. That makes Bristol the largest city in the UK that's Green-led, with 34 councillors. And in the constituency I'm standing in, Bristol Central, we have all 14 out of 14 councillors now Green.
And
so
sorry, Carla,
we're not taking any votes for granted, but we're seeing an incredible groundswell of support towards us, and we're really grateful.
And I talked to Question, I apologise for that. We're saying that you plan to get, you want to quadruple your number to 4. You said a handful. I'm thinking, is it one hand or 2 hands full?
Well, I suppose depends how big your hands are. But no, seriously, we are aiming to get at least 4 Green MPs elected. So that's myself in Bristol Central, Sian Berry, hopefully taking over from Caroline Lucas in Brighton Pavilion, where we're getting really good reception on the doorsteps, and really grateful for that. And then we've got 2 rural seats. So my co-leader Adrian is standing in Waveney Valley in East Anglia, and a former Green MEP, Ellie Chowns, is standing in North Herefordshire. And those are both areas that have got really strong groups of Green councillors locally, and where Labour and Lib Dems are really nowhere to be seen. I think they might have selected their candidates now, but it was only a few weeks ago. They've done absolutely no campaigning. They're clearly not trying to win those seats. Whereas as the Green Party, we've been working hard in those areas for a long time. And voters know that in those constituencies, we're the alternative to the Conservatives. And we're finding lots of people from across the political spectrum excited to vote for our candidates.
OK, Carla Denyer, co-leader of the Green Party, thanks very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Now that Parliament has been dissolved and the benches of the House of Commons are empty, our Home Editor, Jason Farrell, is travelling across the country with a parliamentary bench, offering voters the chance to take a seat and tell us which issues are most important to them. Well, St Austell and Newquay in the southwest is one of the constituencies the Labour Party will be hoping to take from the Tories, and it's where our bench across Britain made its first stop.
Westminster is coming to you, washing up on your shores, asking for your vote. It's time for us, Britain, to decide who will occupy the green benches next. And so this piece of Commons furniture is for you to share your thoughts on.
Yes.
What do you want most in the next government?
Integrity, I think is the one-word answer.
It doesn't matter who it is, but I really want to see is less poo in seawater.
We have the best healthcare system in the world, but yet it's extraordinarily underfunded. It has to stop. It has to change.
We're in Newquay, so let's hear from a Cornish surf instructor.
So when I hear the politicians talking, it's hard to know who to listen to or what to engage with. I just see what's happening on a daily basis, like from the way I'm living, like the cost of rent's like tripled in the last few years, or like the cost of food's gone up, and I see, then like we're losing a lot of the good things that made this country great.
Young people here are feeling the squeeze, and it's the same for these two.
Hi, I'm Sophia.
My name's Max.
We managed to buy our first home, and we feel quite privileged and quite lucky, but it was hard, especially with the salaries down here. It just doesn't compare to salaries out of London, and house prices are just shooting through the roof.
The money just seems to go every month. Whereas I kind of feel like, in a lot of ways, I was better off 10 years ago.
St Austell and Newquay is Tory-held. Labour needs a 14.5% swing to topple them, and with that they'd be on course for a crushing 50-seat majority.
We've come here because there are seats up for grabs in the West Country. Currently, it is a sea of blue, but Labour and the Lib Dems could turn it into a patchwork of red and yellow. But are they winning on the issues? With 700 miles of stunning coastline in the southwest, people here care about the environment. They also worry about housing and transport. And like primary school teachers Frankie and Jessica, rising prices.
Bearing in mind we earn a pretty good salary for being in Cornwall, yet going to a shop and doing like a weekly shop is just so expensive. And then I think at work, budget cuts.
Oh yeah,
so
massively.
A real lack of resources, lack of funding.
Big issues in the election means that no matter whatever party's in, there'll be no change. They will not fulfil their commitments. Somebody else comes in, they change it again.
The game is on. The winner depends on us. But while the people of Newquay know what's wrong with their lives, fewer know which party has the answer and who they want to put on this bench.
What's the dog's name?
Barley.
Barley.
It's not even my dog, but...
Come here.
Jason Farrell, Sky News, Newquay.
I don't think it was Jason's dog either. All right, let me bring you some of today's other news now. And two bodies have been found in the search for a man and his son who went missing during a hike in the Highlands. Tom Parry, who was 49, and his son Richie were due to return to their home in Cheshire yesterday. A police spokesperson said the bodies had not been formally identified, but the family had been made aware. Delhi has recorded record temperatures of almost 53 degrees as parts of India swelter through an unrelenting heat wave. Scientists say the extraordinary heat is down to an unusual transition between the El Niño and La Niña weather patterns, which they've linked to climate change. And in southwest Iceland, the volcano is erupting again, forcing the evacuation of the tourist attraction, the Blue Lagoon, and threatening the now largely abandoned fishing village of Grindavik. It's the volcano's fifth eruption since December. It's been described as a reawakening of a volcanic system which had lain dormant for almost 800 years. Now, a court in Hong Kong has found 14 pro-democracy activists guilty of conspiracy to commit subversion. It's thanks to a law imposed by China that's all but wiped out dissent there following widespread anti-government demonstrations in 2019. A number of former lawmakers now face the possibility of being sent to prison for life. Our Asia correspondent Nicole Johnston reports.
Hong Kong's so-called 47 pro-democracy leaders accused of subversion by China. 14 now convicted. 31 had pleaded guilty. Almost the entire leadership of the city's anti-government movement is in jail. Today's verdict, another milestone in a clampdown on dissent. One of only 2 to be acquitted had this message.
Dear fellows, I have to say I have to thank all those who have shown their big hearts and concern. But I should not focus at this moment. There are still other defendants in this case, warranting our concern and even love.
In 2020, Beijing imposed a national security law to bring to an end months of protests in Hong Kong. The opposition didn't give up, holding an unofficial primary election, aiming to get its people into the legislature. But Beijing wouldn't have it. Sweeping arrests followed. Activists, politicians, all behind bars. Including the face of the student protests, Joshua Wong. He pleaded guilty. In Hong Kong, some defended today's verdicts.
You can see that we enjoy a certain degrees of a stable. I don't think that the Hong Kong people will be likely living in a society full of the protests, standstills, and the sanctions by other countries.
But activists argue Hong Kong's freedom is in serious trouble.
They're basically claiming that every normal practice in democratic parliament are unconstitutional, are subverting the state, and that is just absurd. That is not even close to any international standard, and it really shows that the court is being used as a weapon to target political dissidents and to crash Hong Kong's political diversity.
China's crackdown has crushed the opposition. These verdicts could be the final blow. Nicole Johnston, Sky News, Beijing.
All right, well, let's just show the latest pictures from New York City there. Former President Donald Trump leaving Trump Tower, as across town the jury of 12 are debating and deliberating his future and whether or not they're going to convict him of those 34 counts of falsifying business records. Falsifying those records, it is argued by the prosecution, to cover up payments made to his lawyer, payments that were made to keep the story of an alleged affair with the porn star Stormy Daniels out of the press ahead of the 2016 election. Donald Trump getting into the motorcade while those 12 jurors continue to discuss his fate. All right, you are watching Sky News Today, still to come. We'll tell you more about what is the largest NATO exercise since the Cold War.
Day 27 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 43, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 44, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 46 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza.
Yeah, that's the end destination at O Beach in Ibiza. I just thought, where can I walk to that's a bit controversial? Where can I walk to that's going to enable me to raise as much money as possible for charity? I thought, Manchester.
And have a bit of fun at the end of it.
Yeah, and it sounds as well. It sounds, people, and the more stupid things sound, I think, the more chance you're going to have to raise as much money as possible.
And you're raising money for the Tony Hudgell charity. Of course, we know Tony's story, the little boy who lost his limbs to horrific abuse at the hands of his parents. He's now with a loving family, and they raise money for so many different children's charities. Talk to me about why you wanted to choose that particular charity.
So I wanted to link something to do with walking. I wanted to raise money for a charity sort of linked to what I was doing. Obviously, I was walking to Ibiza. Tony raised a lot of his money during lockdown when he'd walk laps around his estate. So immediately, we put two together, and I thought, what a fantastic charity. And what they do is also amazing. So we got in touch with Tony's parents via Instagram. We set up a WhatsApp group, and we went down to Kent to meet them. I'm just going to say, what an absolutely amazing bunch of people. And straight away I knew, this is the charity. So every day you'll get the map up and you always try and look for little shortcuts. Like you'll think, I can go down that road and ignore the map. And on that instance, I ignored totally all day. And I went, right, I'm going down this big road. And this D road led to a motorway. And there was no way off except 16 miles backwards. So I jumped onto the motorway and I thought, right, I've got to get off the motorway. So I jumped over some bridge, over this bridge, down the bridge.
I should just say, don't try this at home if you're going to do any charity walks. Just got to put a disclaimer there.
Please don't try it. I don't recommend it at all, but great for character building. But no, that is definitely been the most dangerous part. And I think walking alone through very isolated areas in the south of France, like you say, when the signal goes, anything can happen.
I'm Katie Spencer and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent.
Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise.
Katie Spencer, Sky News in London.
Welcome back now. As Ukraine struggles on the battlefield, NATO is carrying out its biggest military exercise since the Cold War. The latest drills have been in Lithuania as the alliance focuses on how it will protect Eastern Europe. Our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, is there.
NATO's rolling out the big guns. In Lithuania, soldiers show how they can defend Europe's eastern flank from invasion. This displays part of the largest NATO exercise since the Cold War. Reassurance for allies, a warning to President Putin.
Today's exercise sends a clear message, a message of deterrence to Russia.
90,000 troops have taken part in drills over the past 6 months on land, sea and in the air. As Ukraine struggles on the real battlefield, the war games on the eastern border have added significance.
This is NATO's front line should the war in Ukraine bubble over, and Russia is the biggest threat to the Baltic states, including Lithuania, so defences are being bolstered.
Dominating this drill, Germany, keen to show how it could protect its NATO neighbours. Russian aggression has made defence a priority for Berlin, now against the clock to make a military short of cash, weapons and troops fit for war.
We have 5 to 8 years. And 5 to 8 years when the reconstitution of the Russian forces is at a level that an attack against NATO territory might be possible. For me as a military, 5 to 8 years means I have to be ready in 5 years.
That threat's also why 5,000 German troops will soon be stationed here in Lithuania. A welcome deterrent for Romantis, who's fought the Russians before.
I remember perfectly the system what we lived in, so I don't want times to come back, and I don't want my children to live in such a country as the Soviet Union.
And NATO doesn't want that either. This time, they were drills, but under attack, there'll be no playing games. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Lithuania.
Okay, you're watching Sky News today, and coming up in the next hour of the programme, a 9-year-old girl is fighting for her life following a shooting in Hackney. We'll have the latest from East London.
day of this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Tanks, heavy vehicle.
Why only in America? People want their country to work.
You want to jump in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
It is 2 o'clock. This is Sky News Today. Your headlines. A 9-year-old girl fighting for her life in hospital after a shooting that injured 3 other men in Hackney, London. The Princess of Wales will not return to public duties for a military ceremony next month. Labour's deputy leader tells Sky News she doesn't see any reason Diane Abbott can't stand as their MP. The Conservatives and Labour clash over tax as both parties make similar pledges.
A future Conservative government will not increase VAT, income tax or national insurance. In fact, we want to bring taxes down.
The Conservative Party are desperate to try to say that they've, scored a point in this election campaign. But Rachel Reeves has been consistently clear that we have no plans to raise taxes on working people. We've said it a million times.
And Sarah Davey on a water slide as the Liberal Democrats unveil plans to fund better mental health care for young people. Donald Trump is awaiting the outcome of his hush money trial in New York City. Welcome to Sky News Today. Plans to get to this hour, and a 9-year-old girl is in a critical condition in hospital after being injured in a shooting in Hackney in East London. 3 men were also wounded in the incident. Police are yet to make any arrests, but have encouraged anyone who has information about it to come forward. Now, a little earlier, the Metropolitan Police gave us this update. This is Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway.
At about 9:20 last night, on Kingsland High Street in Hackney, 3 men and a 9-year-old girl were shot when a firearm was discharged from a motorbike. I know that local people will be extremely concerned by this incident. We share that concern, and an urgent investigation has been launched to identify and apprehend those responsible. Locally, people can expect to see a significant police and council presence in the area, including armed officers, to provide reassurance and support. We will also continue our unrelenting focus on suppressing violence, gun crime, and the offenders who endanger our communities here in Hackney. Events such as these are rarely spontaneous. Someone knows who was responsible. This was a shooting that's left a little girl fighting for her life. If you have any information that could assist us with the investigation, please do the right thing and make contact with us.
Well, our correspondent Rachel Venables is covering this for us and sent us this just a little earlier.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the line that jumped out to me most was where he talked about this having left a little girl fighting for her life, just 9 years old. She didn't know the 3 men who were also shot last night. We were given some details of their ages, certainly 26, 37 and 42. This all seems to have taken place at a Turkish restaurant last night, with police saying that somebody drove past on a motorbike that they have now recovered and which they believe to have been stolen. And this individual opened fire and 4 people were caught up in the crossfire. 4 people were shot. 3 men who were sat outside and a little girl who was just having dinner with her family was also shot, and she is now in hospital, crucially in a critical condition. Initially, we were told the child involved was in a serious condition. It seems as though certainly the police have got more information, or that condition has worsened. person. So an absolutely devastating time for her family and a really traumatic update, certainly for people here who have been really shocked by what happened last night. And I think this indiscriminate nature is the language he used there. She is an innocent victim of the indiscriminate nature of gun crime. I think that particularly will really shock people, as well, of course, as these three men who were just sat having dinner, presumably sat outside this restaurant. We've actually been able to see the restaurant today. The cordon is up and it's blocked off, but you can see quite clearly almost the tableau frozen into place when this incident occurred. You can see plates still on the tables, an ashtray, glasses of beer half drunk with the remains of the paramedics' paraphernalia sort of littered on the floor, whether it's medical kits or the plastic or the rubber gloves on the floor where they would have been trying desperately to save lives and to protect these individuals who were then taken to hospital. So a really significant update there, I think, from Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway. 3 men and a 9-year-old girl having been shot here in Hackney last night, and crucially, they say nobody has been arrested, and they are urging members of the public, anyone with information, to come forward and speak to them.
Rachel Reynolds reporting from Hackney. Now, the Princess of Wales will not be returning to public duty for the Colonel Review next month after speculation about whether she'll be well enough to take part. Now, Kate is Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guards, and she would normally take the salute at the event. It takes place the weekend before Trooping the Colour. Well, the Princess has not been taking part in public engagement since revealing her cancer diagnosis and that she was undergoing preventative chemotherapy. Our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills has the latest.
So I think the Palace really wanted to try and clear up a few things when it comes to those big military ceremonial events that we've got coming up over the next few weeks. And one of those questions that people kept asking was whether or not the Princess of Wales was going to be well enough to take part in the Colonel's Review. As you mentioned there, she is Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guards, and usually she would be the one who would take the salute. However, it's clearly been decided that now is not the moment for her to return to public duty. So instead, we're told that Lieutenant General James Bucknell is going to take the salute instead of her. Of course, there was a bit of a problem around this event back in February when the Ministry of Defence, it seemed, accidentally announced that she was going to take part in that event and then had to remove that reference from their website. So it was one of those things that did need to be cleared up. But I think for the Palace at the moment, they are still so keen that we don't stoke the speculation about her health. They don't want this to be seen as an update, a specific update on how she's doing after she was diagnosed with cancer. And of course, has still been continuing that preventative cancer treatment.
All right, I want to take you live to the Old Bailey, where the sentencing is about to begin of Fiona Beale, who admitted murdering her boyfriend Nicholas Bellingham in 2021. Let's listen to the judge's remarks.
To be tried here at the Old Bailey. In the earlier trial, the issues for the jury concerned 2 partial defences to murder: diminished responsibility and loss of control. A fresh look at existing material and the service of additional material then took place. As a result, there was a change in the opinions of 2 experts you previously relied on, and the defence of diminished responsibility was no longer available to you in this second trial. The potential defence of loss of control significantly weakened. At the outset of the trial at this court, you pleaded guilty to manslaughter by reason of loss of control. You have now pleaded guilty to murder, and there is a written base of plea. Whether the defence of loss of control would have been left to the jury at the end of all the evidence is not something that ultimately had to be resolved. But in my judgment, it was by no means certain that it would be. The background to the offence. In October 2021, you were living with Nicholas Bellingham in Moore Street, Northampton. The 2 of you had been in a relationship for some 17 years. On Monday, the 1st of November 2021, Nick left home and went to work pretty much as normal. From text messages he sent and received, it is clear he spent that day working on a property he was helping to renovate. By the evening, his phone was using a cell site that provides coverage at the home address. From a journal you kept, it is clear that by the time he returned home from work that day, you had resolved to kill him. It was not until the 19th of March 2022, some 4 months after you had killed him, that Nick's body was discovered and excavated from the burial site you made in the garden of the house in Moore Street. In the handwritten journal found in March 2022, you wrote, and I quote, "My last words to him when he asked why was that he was not going to do to X what he had done to me." Close quotes. In the journal, this comes after these words, open quotes, "I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021. He spat on me and threatened me during sex. I knew then that X had been telling the truth. I thought about leaving, but the things he said fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless and efficient, ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being so loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring, or etc., etc. I would go downstairs after sex, and even when I was unwell. I got used to sleeping downstairs, waited for him to go to bed, and then got high and let Tulip 22 out. I knew I couldn't let him get away with it. Halloween sealed it. He was vile. I sat on the kitchen floor and wept as I witnessed the abuse I'd allowed to happen. I allowed so much bad to happen. That night I planned. COVID rules meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called Claire on the Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. The knife cut my dressing gown pocket. Monday, November 1st. I had smoked all day. I had a bath. I left the water in. He'd been pushing for sex. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of sex afterwards. While he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag and cable ties up too. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding his body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I started to believe the cover story. Flashes interrupted. Close quotes. Having done what you did, you pretended to the outside world that Nick had left you and was having an affair. You lied to his mother, family and close friends, to your own family and to those you worked with about what you had done. Those lies continued for months. A detailed schedule of events spanning the period from the 27th of October 2021 through to March 2022 shows your planning, how you acted to fulfill that plan, and it sets out the details of the deception you engaged in after the killing. In her victim impact statement, Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine, speaks of her loss. Nick was aged 42 at the date of his death. Nick was, in her words, and I quote, "my beautiful little boy with a cheeky smile." Nick was so loved by his family, his friends and work colleagues. My mother, Nick's grandmother, had to endure the news that you had killed her firstborn grandchild just weeks before her own death. And I witnessed the impact of this news on her as I watched my mother's health decline and die with a broken heart, all caused by you. I sometimes forget that Nick has gone, but then remember you killed him. I think he's going to call or send me a message, but he never will again because you killed him. I sometimes forget that I will never see Nick again, but then I remember that you have taken him away from everyone, and we will never see him again because you killed him. The loss and emptiness I feel is unimaginable and so very unreal. It is hard to put words to my feelings. That you are a coward. You killed Nick in his home, on his bed, and have never done the decent thing and told us exactly what you did. You are evil. You killed Nick and then spun a web of cruel lies and deceit. You lied and deceived me. You spread rumour and deceit to his friends and work colleagues, all the while knowing that it would get back to us. You even lied to your own family. Your whole intention in feeding these lies and deceit was to protect yourself. All you cared about was your own self-preservation and doing anything in your power to show Nick in a bad light. I've had to listen to evidence from professionals as to what they believe you did, how you planned everything and your actions in the minutes after you killed Nick. You showed no regret in your actions and instead went online using Nick's money to purchase cleaning, replacement items to cover up that you had killed him. You brought everything you used to bury him with his own money, which I find diabolical and disgusting. You wrote, "I'm not a total monster, I know what I did." Now everyone has heard exactly what you did, and they will see you for the evil, total monster you are. I have no physical items, personal possessions or keepsakes of Nick's. You destroyed them in an incinerator in the garden, or disposed them somewhere else to try and erase all trace of Nick. You were under the misguided assumption that Nick would not be missed, and even had the audacity to write your thoughts. I only had to send a couple of texts as him. No one was particularly bothered, and I don't think anyone would have looked for him. You could not have been more wrong. I love my son more than I can express. Your actions in killing Nick have caused immense sorrow and grief for all his family and friends. Nick has 2 beautiful children who have no choice as to whether they see or talk to their father again. They will never have the choice to invite him to any special events, be it their weddings, teach them to drive, or just spend time with them. You have taken all of that away from them. You have taken my future with Nick away. I will never be able to know he's okay, that he is safe and happy. You planned his killing and made sure he could not defend himself. You've taken away a future with his younger sister. She will never again be able to speak with her older brother or have any future with him. There are also moving statements from Holly Shaw, Nick's half-sister, and Andrea Farden, mother of Nick's son. Nick's son was just over 2 years old at the date of his father's death. Andrea accepts that Nick was not perfect and speaks of the loss in particular to her very young son of not being able to grow up with the father as the years pass. She ends her statement with the observation that one day she will have to explain to her son what happened to his father. One can quite understand how difficult that will be for her and for him. Turning to the sentencing provisions, the sentence for murder is fixed by law. It must be imprisonment for life. The issue for me is to decide on the minimum term you must serve before your case is first considered by the parole board. You now accept through your plea that not only did you kill Nick Billingham, but that you intended to do so. There is a wealth of evidence demonstrating your plans to kill him, taking elaborate steps to hide his body, and then having done so, going to great lengths seeking to make sure that what you had done would not be easily uncovered. Before the discovery of Nick's body on the 19th of March, you had been admitted to the Royal Lancaster Infirmary on the 15th of March. Due to concerns about your mental well-being at that time, you were sectioned under the Mental Health Act. In considering Schedule 21 of the Sentencing Act 2020, whilst there is some material to suggest that this case falls into paragraph 4 of that schedule, as you took a knife to the scene intending to commit an offence or to have it available to use as a weapon, some of the authorities I've been referred to suggest a case such as this does not come within that paragraph. And so the course I propose to adopt is to find that this is a case within paragraph 5 with a start point of 15 years. Having come to that view, as many of the authorities make clear, the taking of a knife from one part of the building to another to have it available for use as a weapon cannot be minimised. Each case requires a consideration of all the facts and then the aggravating and mitigating factors present in the particular case in coming to a view on the appropriate minimum term for the case. I next need to take into account any aggravating or mitigating factors to the extent that they're not allowed for in making that choice of start point. In making any such assessment, I need to guard against any double counting. In terms of aggravating factor, there was here a significant degree of planning or premeditation. I have already referred to the contents of the journal you wrote, but in addition there is using the cover of a supposed COVID infection to give you space and time to carry out the deed, the use of a knife, cable ties and chisel, taking them upstairs where you had lured Nick. Second, there is the mental and physical suffering inflicted on the victim before death. When the post-mortem took place, Nick's body was in an advancing state of decomposition. The pathologist states that the cause of death was a single stab wound to the right-hand side of the neck, transecting the right jugular vein and incising the esophagus and trachea. It would have required moderate force, but severe force cannot be excluded. The wound was 6 centimetres deep, the entry width 3.7 centimetres. The pathologist also states that the neck wound would not be expected to be immediately incapacitating, and this ties in with the entry in your journal as to him asking why when you were in the process of carrying out your planned attack. There is also the concealment of the body after death. The circumstances of that concealment and the period of time over which it took place are very significant. Having moved and buried the body in the garden, you then lied to his mother, numerous friends, all his family and yours as to what you had done and where he was. From the schedule of events, it is clear you make numerous purchases on the internet from the 2nd of November onwards for cleaning materials, bedding items, other domestic products, as well as an incinerator and gardening gloves. These internet orders are interspersed with texts sent to many others, including the head of the school where you taught, all pretending as if nothing had happened, giving false information about your symptoms and the impact on you of COVID. This pattern of false texts and actions continues throughout November and December 2021. There is the 10-day period when you claim to have COVID and so were not at work, and using that to make sure that the body could be in a homemade tomb in the garden, keeping everyone away from the home address for what are now obvious reasons. But the deceit goes on well after that 10-day period, and you are then peddling the story of Nick having left you for someone else and the two of you having split up. There are a number of trips to B&Q to acquire the materials that you used, some acquired using his bank card or account to make the burial of the body complete. There are texts to those who Nick worked for, his friends, the use of accounts in his name to acquire other items, including domestic bedding and a vibrator, as well as fabricated messages from his phone to yours to support the narrative that you were giving to others, including X. I note in particular the events on the 23rd of December 2021, when Nick's mother visited you at the address in Moore Street, and what is said about that visit by Nick's mother. The events then and the conversation can only be described as a truly callous act by you, dressed up as a casual chat and a drink before Christmas. There was lie after lie as to what you claimed was Nick's moving away from you, why, and his life with another woman. On the 30th of December 2021, you sent a message purporting to be Nick to his mother. Again, that can only be described as a callous act, leading Nick's mother on further, yet all the time knowing what you had done. There are goodwill messages sent to Nick's phone by his friends and family where you respond as Nick, again giving the impression that all was fine with him. On the 6th of February 2022, Nick's mother sends a message to her son asking if he was all right. That message is also met with a reply sent by you, all good, X. That reply comes in the evening of the 11th of February, a day when you purchased an A5 lined notebook. Such a notebook is used by you later to make your journal and set out your confession. That reply you sent that day was the last use of Nick's phone for an outward message. An Apple Note with that same date has these words, and I quote, "I'm beginning this book to you on Saturday the 12th of February 2022. It's been 3 months and 12 days. I'm not a total monster. I know what I did." Close quotes. The pattern of messages, whilst reduced in number, continues through February into March. And due to concerns raised by those at your school, the police make a visit to Boran's Lodge in Cumbria, where you were then staying, that led in due course to your being detained. You disposed of all Nick's personal property so that nothing remains for his mother or stepsister or any form of keepsake or memento. Having done that, you then further conceal what you have done by the works carried out to the house. Finally, on aggravating factors, there is the lack of any remorse then for what you had done. You purchased many discretionary items for the home and yourself over that protracted period, and continued to use Nick's phone to access pornography on numerous occasions. You used cannabis extensively in this period, often purchased for you by X. Turning to the mitigating factors listed in the schedule, you clearly intended to kill, and so there can be no reduction for an intention to cause serious bodily harm rather than to kill. You are aged 50 and of previous good character. At the time of the murder, you were working as a Year 6 teacher at Eastfield Academy. 2 of your fellow teachers gave evidence before your plea brought the trial before me to an early end. It is clear from what they said and from what I've read in other statements that you were highly regarded as a teacher. I note there are no convictions recorded against you. In relation to the timing of your plea, I note what is set out by the Sentencing Council as to the appropriate level of reduction to be given. For murder, the reduction cannot exceed 1/6 and must not exceed 5 years. Whilst I accept you did not dispute in the trial before me, nor in the earlier trial that you were responsible for killing Nick, it was only last month that you admitted murdering him. In my judgment, taking into account some of the points argued on your behalf, whilst initially the position of only a limited reduction of about 5% to the minimum term might be appropriate, I need to factor in the early acceptance of being responsible for death, and so credit closer to 10% will be applied here. Turning to mitigation, I need to give consideration to what is said on your behalf about the nature of the relationship between you and Nick, as well as what I will term the family dynamics. There is a detailed written basis of plea. In that document, you referred to depression. It is clearly something you have suffered from throughout your adult life. There are a number of reports about the state of your mind at the time of the killing, and whilst they do not amount to anything that reduces murder to manslaughter, they are reports that I must take into account in determining the appropriate sentence. The basis of plea refers to the belittling nature of the relationship between you and Nick, and the impact on you of a number of affairs he had whilst in the relationship with you. In one of those relationships, he had another child. As I have already commented, that child too will miss their father through your actions. The basis of plea sets out that despite the affairs, the 2 of you were back together from early 2019, and that you moved to Moore Street address in February 2020. It is said that things were okay at first, but when COVID struck, and you say Nick was furloughed in June 2020, things at home became more difficult. There were arguments, issues around sex, and about how you were dealt with by Nick. It is said that you were told about Nick pushing X onto a bed and unbuckling his belt. Interposing there, that event is open to a number of interpretations, and there is some material from X to suggest it was untrue. When Nick was confronted about that allegation, his response was to say it was a lie. The basis of plea also states that there was an occasion where he forced you to perform oral sex on him, and that, along with the pattern of conduct demonstrated by him towards you, led in due course to you doing what you eventually did. I note it is also said that you only became aware of the true extent of his gambling issues in the first trial, and that there were also financial pressures on you. It is submitted that the coercive and controlling nature of the relationship between you and Nick, and the consequent impact on your mental health, should weigh in the assessment of the appropriate minimum term. I agree with the submissions on your behalf that some allowance must be made for some of what is set out. But it is important that I note the picture you paint of unhappiness in the relationship is not one universally accepted by all those who saw you and Nick together. In addition to the written submissions on sentence on your behalf from Mr Wheeler, KC and Mr Bishop, it is submitted that the Court should have regard to paragraph 10C and D of Schedule 21 in terms of mitigating factors, namely the fact that you suffered from, in the words of the schedule, any mental disorder or mental disability which lowered your degree of culpability, and the fact that you were provoked, for example by prolonged stress, in a way not amounting to a defence of provocation. Again, I agree that some allowance should be made for these factors. As mentioned, I've seen and read all of the reports about you, the various symptoms that have been identified, and the impact on your mental health and functioning. I have also seen and read and will give regard to the Sentencing Council guidelines on sentencing those with mental disorders. I should also mark that some of what you have said about amnesia, traumatic or dissociative amnesia, has been challenged in some of the reports, and I note in particular the content of the reports of Dr. Frank Farnham, where he makes clear it is a rare phenomenon, and that by contrast, malingering, a person telling instrumental lies for a defined reason, for example, to promote a false defence, is a well-documented phenomenon. Mr Wheeler, on your behalf, submits that the amnesia as the facts of the offending is genuine on your part. The most recent of the experts to have assessed you, Dr Tim Green, I've seen his reports and read the details of what he says about this aspect of the case. As I made clear in the course of the submissions on your behalf, one needs to be careful so as not to cherry-pick from one report rather than another, and there has to be some balance to the overall impact. On the issue of provocation, Mr Wheeler set out a number of instances that he submits support this mitigating factor being of significance in the sentencing exercise. He also referred the Court to various parts of the base of plea. Whilst I agree, as stated above, some allowance needs to be given to this feature of the case, the question is to balance the factors, particularly where the picture before the Court is or may not be a complete one because of the nature of what you say and the inability for the Court to test those by any account from Nick. I've read a number of letters Nick wrote whilst the two of you were undergoing some counselling. In some of those, he clearly accepts his failings towards you. On personal mitigation, Mr Wheeler points to your age and the likelihood of risk going forward. In the sentencing note, he's highlighted observations from a number of others who speak to your many good qualities, some extracts from what they said in the first or second trial and in their witness statements were read by him. He also refers to the events in Cumbria and the serious attempt made by you to end your life in the light of what you had done. I have no doubt what you now accept you did to Nick has been a shock to all those who thought they knew you. Would you stand, please? In my judgment, taking an initial start point of 15 years for the minimum term, the aggravating factors I have identified lead to a very significant upward adjustment to, or very close to, a minimum term of 25 years. Making allowance for the mitigating factors I have identified, that brings the minimum term down to 20 years, before then making the adjustment for your plea that I've identified, a minimum term of 20 years duration. I do not wish there to be any misunderstanding as the sentence passed. As with the passing of any life sentence, it is that, a life sentence, in your case life imprisonment. In determining the minimum term, the Court is not saying that you will be released at that date. The sentence is one of life imprisonment. The minimum term is the term you must serve before the parole board can consider your case and consider whether you are someone where it is safe for you then to be released on licence or not. The earliest that can happen is in 20 years, less the 801 days that you've been on remand. On my calculations, 17 years and 294 days. If the information which I have been provided with as to the number of days on remand proves to be inaccurate, then the prosecution or defence must notify the Court so the case can be relisted to correct the calculation as soon as possible and in any event within 56 days. A person sentenced to life who's released remains on licence for the rest of their natural life. If the statutory surcharge applies in this case, the appropriate order may be drawn up. You may go down.
Well, that is Judge Mycroft laying out the sentencing there for Nicola Beale, who has been sentenced to life in prison, Fiona Beale, life in prison for the murder of Nicholas Billingham in 2021. Sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 17 years. The judge, in his sentencing remarks, said that she showed no remorse and there were considerable aggravating factors for the sentencing. He said that Nicholas was killed with a single stab wound to the neck and there had been premeditation in the act. Fiona Beale, who was a Year 6 teacher at a school, finally admitted to the murder of Nicholas Billingham, who she, as I say, stabbed to death and then buried in the garden of the home that they had shared in Northampton. Now, she had originally pleaded guilty to a lesser offence of manslaughter because of loss of control, but she then changed her plea once the trial began last month. The judge, in his sentencing remarks, said that there was significant premeditation. She had taken a knife, a chisel and cable ties to the bedroom before killing Nicholas. And the judge read out some of the victim impact statements. Particularly powerful was the statement written by Nicholas's mother, who had described Fiona Beale as evil, someone who had killed Nick and then spun a web of lies and deceit. She said that she was evil and vicious, and she's happy to hear that she's finally been revealed for the monster that she is. Judge Lucroft was also clear to say that there had been a number of factors which had led him to make sure that any of the mitigation in place and any of the fact that Fiona Beale had admitted to this crime were taken into consideration. He talked about the fact that she had been using Nicholas's phone once he was dead to text his mother, to text friends. She then began to write a journal where she wrote her full confession, talking about having a split personality, describing herself as Tulip 22. The judge also talked about her prolific use of cannabis and the fact that she had been using that a lot during this period and afterwards. He said that you accept that you did it, but you also intended to do so. Therefore, the sentencing must be life imprisonment. He said that she had gone to great lengths to cover up what she had done. After the killing of Nicholas, he was buried in a shallow grave in the garden, found some months later in the early stages of decomposition. Partly mummified, his remains were described as in the court 4 months after last being seen on the 1st of November 2021. She'd been using Nick's phone, as I say, to correspond, to reply to messages, leading to the pretense that he was still alive, having killed him in November of 2021. She's been sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for the murder of her partner. All right, let's return now to the election campaign trail. And the Conservative Party have been focusing on tax today after saying that the Labour Party has flip-flopped on its decisions about VAT. Well, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, says that the Tories will not raise income tax if elected again to give the economy the best chance to grow.
A future Conservative government will not increase VAT, income tax or national insurance. In fact, we want to bring taxes down, and that is the main...
Yeah, right. OK, Bill.
here. Right, give me a 3, 2, 1. Yep. Right, folks, here we are, the best view in Scotland with the best member of Parliament in Scotland. So, start the kick-off of the campaign. Neil's got an outstanding local record, obviously. That's going to stand us in good stead. But the thing that's distinctive about Alba is we're the ones with the strategy to get to independence. I mean, you know, they said, although it's not quite true, but Einstein's definition of madness was to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's where the SNP are locked at the present moment. They think if they keep asking Westminster leaders to give them a referendum, then somehow they're going to change their mind. They've been doing it for 10 years, and they still want to do it in this election. What we say, what Alba says, what Neil Hanvey says, what I say, is each and every election should be a mandate for Scottish independence. We use the ballot box at elections to take us forward to freedom. And that distinctive message is going to stand us in good stead and gather support as this campaign continues. I'm not saying we're going to sweep the country in 5 weeks' time, but we're going to introduce that message to the people. But that message will sweep the country in 2 years' time at the Scottish elections. So as the party with a strategy, with the outstanding member of Parliament, and with the best view in the country, it's going to be Alba on the 4th of July.
Thanks everyone for coming. Your support and continued support is enormously appreciated. This election is going to be a new challenge for us. It's a new constituency boundary. We've faced these challenges in the past and come through, and it's really important that we put that message, as I did 5 years ago, that the right for the people of these islands to express their wishes on self-determination is respected. I refused in 2019 to deny the people of Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath the right to express their position on independence, and I carried that campaign forward and I won. This time we're not splitting the independence vote, we're mobilising the independence vote, because the SNP have completely lost their way on independence, and we know that the majority of their supporters are either going to stay at home and not vote or vote for another party. They don't need to do that. They can still vote for a convincing independence message, and that message comes from the Alba party, and by voting for me I will continue my work on self-determination for Scotland and delivering for the people of Cowdenbeath and Kirkcaldy. Thanks ever so much for coming, and here's for the campaign ahead, eh?
Yeah. Good stuff, good stuff. Oh yeah, did that help?
It's kind of, there was a relief, but it was more of a frustration, because I was confident from the start that I hadn't done anything wrong, and it was disbelief that it was going on and gathering this momentum that it was gathering, and it was a distraction from what I like to do. You know, people don't want to hear about my council house from before as an MP. People are really concerned about the fact that they can't get housing, and that's obviously within my brief. So it deliberately distracted from the issues that I wanted to raise on behalf of the people of this country.
And you just said then, you know, because you said, I remember in April, you said when a police investigation was relaunched into this, or launched into this, you said, if I'm found guilty of breaking the law, I will resign. Now, you said just now you were confident that you hadn't done anything wrong. You said that throughout. It's still quite a bit, because you don't know. You don't know whether you can say I'm confident, but you can't know. That must have been. Was that quite a difficult thing to say and do? Were you worried that you, because once you said it, if they find anything wrong, you're gone.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and I knew it was the right thing to do, because Keir has made it absolutely clear that the Labour Party is a changed party and for the service of the country. You can't turn around to the country and say, I'll break the law and then I'll just carry on. You can't do that. You know, people have to have confidence in that you are going to abide by the law that we are enacting, and that we're going to do the right thing.
But you can't have known that you would have been cleared.
Well, I was confident that I'd not done anything wrong, because the idea that the police were investigating me, you know, the estate I grew up on was quite a rough estate where I grew up. And, you know, for the police to be, that's like quite a thing for a working class person to have the police onto you. It taints you. It's like, gosh, am I a bad person? And people think, oh, she's up to no good. And that was difficult because I've always tried to do the right thing. I've never tried to, you know, I've never been in trouble with the law.
So you felt
I might have been before I was 16. You know, I did shoplift once, but to caveat that,
you've been benched a bit, but you're back.
I'm back, and I'm powering up the battle bus.
Have you got your own battle bus?
I have got a battle bus.
Has it got your name on the side?
You'll have to wait and see. I'll let you on it.
Okay, so you've got your own battle bus, an Angie Rayner battle bus is about to be unleashed.
An Angie Rayner battle bus. Yes.
Wow.
You're going to love it.
I'm coming on it.
It's got a fridge.
I wanted to ask you about something else going on in Labour at the moment, which is about Diane Abbott.
Yeah.
There is a lot of... It's very messy. Should she be able to stand as a Labour MP, Angie? What do you think?
I don't think there's any reason why Diane can stand as a Labour MP. Look, she's gone through a process, and that's right, and I wasn't involved in that process because we have a complaints procedure and there was a concern raised. She apologised. As far as I've seen, that has been dealt with. The whip has told her that she's back on the whip, so she's back a member of the Labour Party, Parliamentary Labour Party. I don't see any reason why she can't be a Labour MP if that's what she wants to do.
Is that what you would like to see happen?
I'd like to see Diane go on her terms if she wants to, or if she wants to stay, then she should be able to stay. Diane's been a trailblazer, 37 years, first black female MP in Parliament, and she's shown people like me that you can be yourself. Like, can you imagine that when she walked into Parliament, she was the only face that looked like her? Can you imagine? I mean, it's challenging for someone like me to be in there from a working class background. Can you imagine how that was for Diane and what she's had to endure over that period? But she hasn't. She's been an inspiration for many. You don't have to agree with politics, and me and Diane have famously disagreed on policy before now when I was in the shadow cabinet with her. But you've got to respect that she is a formidable representative for her constituents, and she's been an inspiration to many people who see that actually she has trailblazed, and now people from her background and people who look like her have a place in our politics, and she's been able to demonstrate that by you can see the difference on our benches.
Do you think it's a purge of the left? Because that's what Diane said last night. I think he's trying to purge the left. You are of that wing of the party. You're there in a way to keep him honest, right, Keir?
Yeah, I don't think Keir is acting in a factional way. You do have factions in the Labour Party. You get it in all political parties. But, you know, our party will only succeed if we're a broad church. And that means that actually we welcome people who didn't vote for us in 2019. Absolutely do, because we need to show them that the Labour Party is a change party. But equally, you know, we have diverse opinions across the whole political spectrum.
And he said to me in an interview recently, I said to him, are you ruthless? And he did not even blink. He said, yes, I'm ruthless because I want a Labour government. Other people look at this and think it's ruthless because he is trying to get rid of left-wing candidates who might not just toe the Keir Starmer line after the election. Is he ruthless?
Well, I think he's ruthless in the sense of, you know, he wants to be governing for the country, and that's what's important to him. I think he's also ruthless in saying that people have to abide by the rules and people have to have high standards, and he's made that very, very clear, and that we're a changed Labour Party.
My final question to you is, it has been... Diane did a big rally in Hackney by the town hall last night. I live in that community, and I actually bumped into a couple of people on the bus in today. They were asking me about Diane. Yeah. They said they didn't think it looked right. You've always been on the side of voters. I think that's, you know, you talk about how you want to be in the party to represent working class people. Do you think that the leadership should climb back down the ladder on this, let her stand, not alienate people who think, whether rightly or wrongly, that this is trying to push out a left-wing black woman from the party? Do you think that they need to bring her back in?
Well, I know that Keir wouldn't want to interfere with blocking or not. And I know that Keir was on Sky yesterday, and he said that as far as he was aware, there is no blockage for Diane standing as an MP. So I would want to see her be able to carry on if she wants to carry on. She's dealt with the investigation. There's a line under that investigation, just like with mine. Then you move on.
That was Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner, speaking to our political editor, Beth Ruby. And as you can see, Beth has joined us now. Fascinating conversation, Beth. What did you take from it? Does it go far enough for those supporters of Diane Abbott that want to hear that Labour will be fully backing her to be their candidate at the election?
Well, I sat down with Angie Rayner and we did quite a long interview, 20 to 25 minutes. It's actually for the Sky News Daily podcast. So if you want to listen to all of it, please find that on wherever you get your podcast. But I say two things about it quickly. One, it was a very discursive interview about what's been going on with Angie Rayner over these investigations about the sale of her council house. She's told me that she felt shamed by being subject to a police investigation as a working class woman. She said it taints you. She did admit when she was under 16 that she did shoplift once, but has always tried to follow the letter of the law. She talked about how it had clipped her wings, made her unable to campaign, and how it was horrible for her family. She then went into some details about what was going on in her life for that time. So we talked all about that. Then on to the campaign for now. Diane Abbott has become a massive issue in the party, and you heard her very clearly there coming out, the most senior person in the party to come out to say if Diane Abbott wants to stand as a Labour MP, the Deputy Labour leader thinks she should be able to do so, and saying there that Keir Starmer isn't part of any factionalism. But I think there's a bigger question for the Labour Party in all of this at the moment, because this is a massive distraction from the campaign. Angela Rayner herself admitted that it was, and it looks to overblow what they're trying to do, or overshadow what they're trying to do on policy. It now looks like, is Keir Starmer trying to purge the party of the left? Lots of questions for him, and it might be that some people in the party think that this should have been wrapped up and not allowed to run, and there's going to be questions for Keir Starmer on this following that Rayner interview.
It's going to continue, isn't it, Beth? All right, thank you for that. And, of course, as you say, we can hear the full interview on the podcast very soon. Beth Rigby speaking to Angela Rayner there. Right now, the former First Minister of Scotland and leader of Alba, Alex Salmond, has launched his party's election campaign in the last few minutes. And now I'm pleased to say Mr Salmond joins us. Alex Salmond, thanks for making the time. Brilliant to hear from you. What's the offer for voters in Scotland from Alba?
Well, I should say our campaign launch is next Friday, but this is the launch in the Kingdom of Fife, which is almost as good. What Alba are saying in this election is giving people the opportunity to vote for a real independence party. I mean, the SNP have lost their way on independence. They keep asking Westminster for another referendum, which they're not going to get. What Alba say is each and every election should be the ballot box test on independence, and we should seek between all the independence parties a majority of the vote to give us the mandate for independence. So that's our key message. This is a chance to make your vote count for independence.
And how do you expect that to be achieved? You say all the independence parties, so that's you, the SNP and the Greens pushing for independence, and having those numbers, somehow put pressure on Westminster to grant you another referendum?
Well, we don't expect to sweep the country in this election. We've got 20 candidates, it looks like, which is a goodly number around Scotland, and it touches every part of Scotland, putting forward that message, introducing the public to that message. We expect to get some very good results here in County and Kirkcaldy, also in Grangemouth, where we're fighting to save the oil terminal and the refinery. So we'll get some grand results, but we're trying to introduce a message because we see the majority vote for independence coming into play in 2 years' time at the Scottish elections, which, as you know, is a proportional election. So this campaign for us is blazing the trail towards the Scottish elections in 2 years' time.
OK, so it's pushing forwards towards that. I mean, you will have seen that with John Swinney taking over the SNP, they've got rid of their Minister for Independence. Is that giving you an opening to be that voice as you see yourselves?
Well, he wasn't much good anyway. I mean, let's face it. But the key thing for the SNP is not the failings of individuals. It's the failing of a strategy. I mean, I led the SNP for 20 years. I led them into government. I led them into majority government. And one thing I always had was a strategy for getting from where we are now to Scottish independence. Okay. That's what the SNP lack now, and that's what Alba are putting forward.
So Alex,
people say to us...
Sorry, we don't have loads of time. I wanted to try and get some of that strategy, because you talk about this pushing forward for the Hollywood elections in 2 years' time and having that majority, but then take us through the process from there. How does that then result in Westminster granting another independence referendum?
Well, if you get a majority of the votes in an election, many countries have used that as a mandate for independence. We look in the Europe just now, that's how the Czech Republic and Slovakia obtained their independence, and then you mobilise domestic and international pressure to make Westminster accept the verdict of the ballot box. But very few countries will be able to resist a majority vote for independence. Techniques you can use to obtain it, you can take them from elsewhere. An independence convention mobilising of Civic Scotland, the elected representative of Scotland. We could have a referendum organised by the Scottish Parliament to extend the powers of the Parliament, to get people's attitude towards the Parliament deciding on independence. These are the things you do to summon up the pressure to bend Westminster to the will of the Scottish people. I can just tell you in terms of track record, I managed to do that in 2014 to get the opportunity to vote for independence. Believe me, I can do it again with the help of the candidates of Alba and the troops we have on the ground.
Last time we spoke, I think you talked about that convention, and it is an interesting idea, but does it seem as if this is the time to be continuing that push? I know that it's your whole reasoning, Alex, but you'll know that the demographics suggest that younger people are more inclined towards independence, and there perhaps is a time factor in all of this, perhaps why the SNP have decided not to make it such a key part of their plank this time, but talk about bread and butter issues, just waiting for the demographics to catch up.
Well, can I tell you, if the National Party of Scotland doesn't have a strategy for getting to independence, then it's got nothing. You know, I mean, they used to say that the Labour Party was a moral crusade, or it was nothing. It's certainly not a moral crusade anymore. It's like that with the SNP. Unless the SNP has a strategy for moving to independence, then it's nothing. That's its raison d'etre. And that's why it's suffering in the polls just now. But you'll have noticed that independence isn't suffering in the polls. There's still 50% support for independence. And so to people that say, you know, why do you stand and split the independence vote? We're not splitting the independence vote, we're mobilising it. People who otherwise would stay in their homes and not vote at all will come out and vote for Alba because of our straightforward message of Scottish independence and national self-determination.
And Alex, just off topic of independence, but just because I've seen what you put on social media, really quickly, I've seen you tweet about Diane Abbott. What's your thoughts to the way this has been handled?
Well, I mean, I was elected first to Westminster the same day as Diane Abbott. I've known her all her political career. We haven't always agreed on issues, although she did vote to try and stop me getting expelled from the House of Commons when I was protesting in the middle of the budget on the poll tax. So Diane was one of the 20, I think it was, MPs who stood up for me then. So I'm happy to return the favour and stand up for her now. She has an outstanding, trailblazing record in politics, and the Labour Party would do well to remember that and let her stand.
Out of time. Alex Salmond, thank you very much for that. Plenty more to come in the next hour of Sky News Today.
day of this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Why only in America? People want their country to work.
Just want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty? I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
It is 3 o'clock. This is Sky News Today. Your headlines. The primary school teacher Fiona Beale jailed for life with a minimum of 20 years for murdering her partner Nicholas Billingham and burying his body in the garden. The child is fighting for her life in hospital after a shooting that injured 3 adults in Hackney. The Princess of Wales not returning to public duties for a military ceremony next month. The Deputy Leader of the Labour Party tells Sky News she doesn't see any reason Diane Abbott can't stand as their MP. The Conservatives and the Labour Party clash over tax as both make similar pledges. And Senedd Davey making a splash as the Lib Dems unveil plans to fund better mental health care for young people. Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. A primary school teacher, Fiona Beale, has been sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years for the murder of her partner, Nicholas Billingham. Beale admitted to stabbing Nicholas Billingham before burying his body in their garden in Northampton.
In my judgment, taking an initial start point of 15 years for the minimum term, the aggravating factors I have identified lead to a very significant upward adjustment to, or very close to, a minimum term of 25 years. Making allowance for the mitigating factors I have identified, that brings the minimum term down to 20 years, before then making the adjustment for your plea that I've identified, a minimum term of 20 years duration. I do not wish there to be any misunderstanding as the sentence passed. As with the passing of any life sentence, it is that, a life sentence. In your case, life imprisonment.
Well, we are expecting the police to give an update on their investigation from the Old Bailey in the next few minutes. That was the judge in his sentencing remarks talking about Fiona Beale sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 20 years, saying that she had shown no remorse in her actions and they were incredibly premeditated, and she had done a great deal to cover up what she had done, burying her partner Nicholas Billingham in the garden of the home that they had shared after stabbing him once in the neck, a wound that would have not incapacitated him immediately, leading him to ask why, and her give an explanation that it was so he could not do what he had done to her to someone else. We're going to get that update from the police as soon as they appear at our microphones outside the Old Bailey, and of course we'll be back to it when they're there. Now, a 9-year-old girl is in a critical condition hospital after being injured during a shooting in Hackney, East London. 3 men were also wounded in the incident. Police say the girl was shot while she was in a restaurant having dinner with her family.
At about 9:20 last night on Kingsland High Street in Hackney, 3 men and a 9-year-old girl were shot when a firearm was discharged from a motorbike. I know that local people will be extremely concerned by this incident. We share that concern, and an urgent investigation has been launched to identify and apprehend those responsible. Locally, people can expect to see a significant police and council presence in the area, including armed officers, to provide reassurance and support. We will also continue our unrelenting focus on suppressing violence, gun crime, and the offenders who endanger our communities here in Hackney. Events such as these are rarely spontaneous. someone knows who was responsible. This was a shooting that's left a little girl fighting for her life. If you have any information that could assist us with the investigation, please do the right thing and make contact with us.
Well, our correspondent Rachel Venables has more now from Hackney.
This all seems to have taken place at a Turkish restaurant last night, with police saying that somebody drove past on a motorbike that they have now recovered and which they believe to have been stolen. And this individual opened fire and 4 people were caught up in the crossfire. 4 people were shot. 3 men who were sat outside and a little girl who was just having dinner with her family was also shot, and she is now in hospital, crucially in a critical condition. Initially we were told the child involved was in a serious condition. It seems as though certainly the police have got more information or that condition has worsened. So an absolutely devastating time for her family and a really traumatic update, certainly for people here who have been really shocked by what happened last night. And I think this indiscriminate nature is the language he used there. She was an innocent victim of the indiscriminate nature of gun crime. I think that particularly will really shock people, as well, of course, as these 3 men who were just sat having dinner, presumably sat outside this restaurant. We've actually been able to see the restaurant today. The cordon is up and it's blocked off, but you can see quite clearly almost the tableau frozen into place when this incident occurred. You can see plates still on the tables, an ashtray, glasses of beer half drunk, with the remains of the paramedics' paraphernalia sort of littered on the floor, whether it's medical kits or the plastic or the rubber gloves on the floor, where they would have been trying desperately to save lives and to protect these individuals who were then taken to hospital. So a really significant update there, I think, from Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway. 3 men and a 9-year-old girl having been shot here in Hackney last night, and crucially they say nobody has been arrested, and they are urging members of the public, anyone with information, to come forward and speak to them.
That's Rachel Venables reporting from Hackney. Now, the Princess of Wales is not going to be returning to public duty for the Colonel's Review next month, after speculation about whether she'd be well enough to take part. Now, as Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guards, Kate would usually take the salute at the event. It takes place the weekend before Trooping the Colour. She's not been doing public engagement since she revealed that she had cancer and was undergoing preventative chemotherapy earlier this year. Here's our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills.
So I think the Palace really wanted to try and clear up a few things when it comes to those big military ceremonial events that we've got coming up over the next few weeks. And one of those questions that people kept asking was whether or not the Princess of Wales was going to be well enough to take part in the Colonel's Review. As you mentioned there, she is Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guards, and usually she would be the one who would take the salute. However, it's clearly been decided that now is not the moment for her to return to public duty. So instead, we're told that Lieutenant General James Bucknell is going to take the salute instead of her. Of course, there was a bit of a problem around this event back in February when the Ministry of Defence, it seemed, accidentally announced that she was going to take part in that event, and then had to remove that reference from their website. So it was one of those things that did need to be cleared up. But I think for the Palace at the moment, they are still so keen that we don't stoke the speculation about her health. They don't want this to be seen as an update, a specific update on how she's doing after she was diagnosed with cancer, and of course has still been continuing that preventative cancer treatment. The other thing that also the Palace have decided to announce today regards Trooping the Colour, which takes place the weekend after the Colonel's Review, so on the 15th of June, and they have confirmed that the King will take part in Trooping the Colour, but rather than being on horseback like he was last year for the first birthday parade for him as sovereign, this time he's going to be in a carriage instead, of course under doctor's orders, as he continues that cancer treatment as well. So I think for the Palace, a few things that they felt they needed to confirm and clarify ahead of those big ceremonial events, but stressing this is not a specific update on the Princess of Wales and her health.
That's Rhiannon Mills reporting. We are still awaiting that police news conference outside the Old Bailey following the sentencing to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 20 years for Fiona Beale for the murder of Nicholas Billingham in Northampton. Beale stabbed Billingham in the neck and then disposed of his body in the garden, described as like building waste. Beale, who was a teacher, a Year 6 teacher, killed him in November of 2021. Let's listen to this news conference from family members of Nicholas Billingham.
Yeah.
Today, our family welcomes the lengthy sentence handed down by the court to Fiona Beale for the brutal murder of our son, Nick Billingham, in November 2021. Nothing will ever make up for the pain we have suffered for the now more than 2.5 years since, but at least we can sleep safe in the knowledge that Beale will be locked away for many years, during which she will have more than enough time to reflect on her actions. She has demonstrated extraordinary evil. Behind her facade as a kindly schoolteacher, she was secretly planning the cold-blooded killing of Nick. Once the deed was done, she went to great lengths to conceal his body, dumping him in an impromptu grave like rubbish, before carrying on with her life as if nothing had happened. You can probably only imagine the sense of shock and devastation when we learned in March 2022 that Nick had been taken from us some 4 months earlier. 4 months during which myself and others close to him continued to receive messages from him as if Nick, just 42, was still alive, well, and moving on with his life. How far from the truth that was. Imagine how, on reflection, the revulsion one felt that at that day on Christmas 2021, when invited for a drink at her home. Devoid of emotion, Beale simply sat, looking at me, the mother of the man whose discarded body she had single-handedly buried just feet away. Beale is pure evil, a monster who must now spend many years ahead of her asking why she killed my Nick. A good father, a good friend, and a much-loved son. Finally, I would like to thank the Crown Prosecution Service for their unstinting efforts and for the support provided to our family by the Homicide Service. In particular, I wish to thank Northamptonshire Police for everything that they have done since we first crossed paths one tragic night in 2022. For the way that they have conducted the investigation, ensuring this woman was made to face justice for her actions and supporting me and my family in what is the most difficult times of our lives. They have been invaluable and a constant source of strength. Thank you.
Detective Sergeant Spencer Bailey from the East Midlands Major Crime Team. Detective Sergeant Spencer Bailey from the East Midlands Major Crime Team. Was the Deputy SIO on this investigation. We welcome the sentence handed down today to Fiona Beale, who will now spend many years behind bars for the cold-blooded murder of her former partner, Nick Billingham. Nick was a hard-working 42-year-old father who died at the merciless hands of Beale, who had calculated he'd planned his murder and the subsequent burial of his body in the back garden of their Northampton home. For months afterwards, she carried on living a life as if nothing had happened. But she was really living a lie. Using Nick's phone, she kept him in touch with family, friends and work colleagues, all of whom must have thought he was moving on with his life. But eventually, all the pressures of her guilt overwhelmed her. The journal, outlining what the jury was told was her chilling execution of Nick, meant there was never any doubt she had killed him. Working with colleagues in the Crown Prosecution Service, we were able to put Beale on trial for murder. The first trial, lasting almost 4 months at Northampton Crown Court, placed an extraordinary toll on Yvonne and her husband Russell. So there was huge relief when Beale finally realised the game was up and she changed her plea to guilty of murder just days into her retrial. This has been an extraordinary case in many ways, and the media interest has perhaps reflected this. But our job, both as police officers as well as the wider investigation team, was to ensure Beale was eventually convicted for this most serious of crimes. This was a pre-planned, cold-blooded murder after which Beale tried to cover up her tracks. We'll never quite know if that wholly unconnected visit by the PCSO to her home in February 2022 was to signal the beginning of the end for her. But it has brought us to today and the long-awaited sentencing of her to life imprisonment. I would like to thank Nick's family and his mother Ivana in particular for the extraordinary courage they have shown over this dreadful chapter in their life. We sincerely hope that they can now begin to find some closure and move forward to happier times ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, there we have Spencer Bailey just finishing up that news conference. He's from the East Midlands Major Crime Unit. And we also read a statement from the family of Nick Billingham saying that they were happy with the sentence that was given to Fiona Beale, life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years, and that she was evil and had secretly planned to kill Nick. And now that she is going to be sentenced to prison for life, she must spend that time wondering why she had killed Nick. Yvonne, Nick's mother, was there standing next to the police officers as they were reading out their statement. And Spencer Bailey from the East Midlands Major Crimes also welcomed the sentence, welcomed and thanked the Crown Prosecution Service. He said that Nicholas Billingham had died at the callous hands of Beale, who then carried on living life, but was living a lie. She had been using Nick Billingham's phone to respond to messages and to make it seem as if he was still alive months after she had killed him. She's been sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for that murder after killing her partner and then burying his body in the back garden of a home that they shared in Northampton. And we've heard there from the family and the police welcoming the judge's sentence, thanking the Crown Prosecution Service, and now wishing that Fiona Beale will spend the rest of her life wondering why she had killed Nick Billingham. Now, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Angela Rayner, has told Sky News that she does not see any reason why Diane Abbott can't stand as a Labour MP. She was speaking to Beth Rigby for the Daily podcast and also addressed the police investigation that was carried out into her previous living arrangements, an investigation that has now been concluded with no charge.
I don't think there's any reason why Diane can stand as a Labour MP. Look, she's gone through a process, and that's right, and I wasn't involved in that process because we have a complaints procedure and there was a concern raised. She apologised. As far as I've seen, that has been dealt with. The whip has told her that she's back on the whip, so she's back a member of the Labour Party, parliamentary Labour Party. I don't see any reason why she can't be a Labour MP if that's what she wants to do.
Is that what you would like to see?
I'd like to see Diane go on her terms if she wants to, or if she wants to stay, then she should be able to stay. Diane's been a trailblazer, 37 years, first black female MP in Parliament, and she's shown people like me that you can be yourself. Like, can you imagine that when she walked into Parliament, she was the only face that looked like her? Can you imagine? I mean, it's challenging for someone like me to be in there from a working class background. Can you imagine how that was for Diane and what she's had to endure over that period? But she hasn't. She's been an inspiration for many.
All right, let's bring in our political editor, Beth Rigby, who is putting the questions there. Beth, great to have you with us. So, look, that was the segment of the interview about Diane, but it was pretty wide-ranging, your conversation with Angela Rayner, yeah?
It was, Kamali. It was an interview for the Sky News Daily podcast. So wherever you get your podcasts, if you want to listen to it in full, please download it. It was a very wide-ranging interview. Primarily, we began to talk about the exoneration of Angela Rayner over those investigations around the sale of her council house in 2015. She told me that she felt regret that her family had been put into the public eye, that she had felt her wings had been clipped because she wasn't able to go campaigning out and about as she would have done because of this investigation. And she told me that as a working class woman, when she was being investigated by the police, she felt a sense of shame, that it was shaming for her and it was a taint on her because it was a source of pride that she followed by the rules, although she did acknowledge to me that she was once breaking the law when she was under 16. She said she did shoplift once. So we talked about that. She talked about her ex-husband, Mark Rayner. She talked about her brother and her family. So she really talked in depth about that whole experience and how it had made her feel. On to politics now. The big thing out of that really is that she is the deputy leader of the party. And she has come out of the traps this morning, going where other shadow cabinet ministers will not, to give her view on whether Diane Abbott should stay in the party. And you heard it there. She said if Diane Abbott wants to stand, she should be allowed to do so. She is a trailblazer. She's worked for Hackney North and Stoke Newington Central for 37 years, and she should stay in or out of politics on her terms. So throwing down the gauntlet a bit, if you like, to Keir Starmer. Look, I think within all of this, there is a wider question here about what we're seeing in the Labour Party. There's questions about whether there is a ruthless purge of the left of the party. I asked Keir Starmer a couple of weeks ago, are you ruthless? And he said, yes, I am, but not ruthless about the Labour Party. I'm ruthless in wanting to win the election and lead the country. Well, many on the left think he is being very ruthless in purging their candidates as they see it. Andrew Fisher, who was the Director of Policy under the Corbyn government, asked today, is it racism, sexism, factionalism, or a combination of all of them? Either way, it looks appalling. He was referring to what is going on with Diane Abbott, but also what's been going on with a candidate, Faiza Shaheen, who was standing in Chingford, contested that seat and nearly won it in 2019, but she has been deselected. I asked Angie Rayner about that. Is it a purge of the left? Does she agree with what Andrew Fisher is saying? She dodged that, really. She swerved it. What she did say was she didn't think that Keir Starmer agreed in factionalism and thought that Keir Starmer would be frustrated at the distraction of this. But she also said that there were some unpleasant briefings against Diane Abbott, implying, if you like, this internal dislocation within the party. And that brings me to the final point, which is Labour have run a really slick campaign for the first week. I've been on the trail with them a lot, and this now is overshadowing their attempts to talk about the NHS and other policies. It's been overshadowed by this row within the party about certain candidates, and Diane Abbott has been the flagship person within all of that. And I think that for Labour, as one senior party member said to me the other day, you can't win every day in an election, but this is now becoming a very unwelcome distraction. For Labour senior sources themselves, one person said to me that they would refute the so-called purge, that these are done by case basis, and they said they would say it is certainly true. We want to make sure all of the candidates are of the highest calibre. One final thought. Keir Starmer wants to win a majority. If he gets that far, it's a massive victory given the amount of seats he has to win back. But if he had a small majority, he might not want an active left wing of the party frustrating how he wants people to vote in the Commons. So is he trying to put his people in? That's how many in the left feel. And now you're seeing these splits in the Labour Party emerging in stereo at a very time that the party wants to appear united and ready to lead the country.
All right, just going to say Beth Rigby there. Really appreciate that, Beth. Thank you so much for that. Let's get the thoughts now of someone on the left. Ash Sarkar, I think it's fair to describe you as that, Ash, and thanks for joining us, and good afternoon, contributing editor at Novara Media. I mean, just pick up on what we heard from Beth there. Did you see the interview that she did with Angela Rayner? What did you make of the sort of the reasoning given from Angela Rayner about Diane Abbott?
I did absolutely see the interview. Now, what has caused the Labour Party so much trouble in the last few days is a perception of unfairness and dishonesty. The unfairness element is that Diane Abbott has been treated quite obviously in a different way to other Labour Party MPs. So an MP called Barry Shearman, he made a joke about there being a run on shekels about two Jewish businessmen who'd been refused peerages, or they didn't get peerages. Now, that is a nakedly anti-Semitic comment. He apologised and no further action was taken. Neil Coyle, he's another Labour MP, he made racially disparaging remarks to the face of a journalist, and he had a complaint of sexual harassment upheld against him after an apology in a period of being suspended. He was allowed back into the Parliamentary Labour Party, and he's standing as a candidate, as I understand it, for Bermondsey and Old Southwark. Now, Diane Abbott was being left in limbo for a period of months. Labour MPs were coming out on media and saying, well, there's a process ongoing. Turns out the investigation had concluded months ago. The bit which was ongoing was a political decision about whether or not she should be allowed to stand as an MP. Now, I can understand there'll be a range of opinions about that. What isn't up for discussion is that the UK's first black female MP was held to a different standard than her white parliamentary colleagues.
And, of course, the party would say that each case is dealt with on an individual basis, but the point is made, Ash. And now we've had today as well, Faiza Shaheen been blocked from standing. She's saying that she's going to take legal action because of that decision. What do you make of her the decision that's been made about Faiza Shaheen at this point?
I think that it's undeniable that Faiza Shaheen has been treated in an exceptionally cruel way. It seems designed to humiliate her. She was informed by email yesterday evening when she was out campaigning in the constituency of Chingford and Woodford Green that she was blocked from being allowed to stand as Labour's candidate. She was out there door knocking with her 6-week-old baby. Now, to me, that seems like a really unfeeling and unkind way to treat someone. She's apparently being blocked for her social media conduct, which includes liking a comedy video by Jon Stewart from The Daily Show over in the US. I mean, this is a complete joke. Meanwhile, other Labour candidates, for instance, Luke Akehurst, who's being fielded in North Durham, his social media...
Sorry, we've got to interrupt now because, as you can see, viewers, there is the Prime Minister in Buckinghamshire speaking at a campaign event, and we're going to listen in.
These two are brilliant. You're very lucky to have them as your MP and your candidate in this election. Ben's done a great job delivering for Milton Keynes, getting your new hospital built over the next few years, 2 community diagnostic centres, millions of pounds to improve local roads, and over 750 more police officers on your street. And hopefully you're getting to know Johnny as well, who's been working his socks off to represent his local community, another champion of neighbourhood policing, also a big fan of our plans to roll out more free childcare to those of you with kids, 30 hours for kids as young as 9 months old, but also a massive advocate in bringing skills and opportunity to young people here in Milton Keynes. But crucially, the two of them are also going to stand up and oppose the Labour Council's plans to put 63,000 homes right here in Milton Keynes, almost doubling the size of the population, without any thought for what that would do to your precious green spaces and without the right infrastructure to go alongside. Look, so they're working very hard for you. Will you just join me in saying thank you to them for everything that they're doing? Thanks, guys. Right. So, look, I know the last few years have been really tough. I know that, you know that. We had a pandemic with all the damage that did. Just as we were recovering, Russia invaded Ukraine, with all the impact that had on everyone and their finances. But I do believe that thanks to all your hard work, the resilience and sacrifice that you've all put in, we are getting through the worst of it now. And you can see that. Inflation is down from 11% to 2%. The economy is now growing faster than all our major competitors. Wages have been rising faster than prices for almost a year now. So hopefully you can see that we've turned a corner and that the plan is working. So the question ahead of us now is, who do you trust to build on that, turn that foundation into a secure future for you, your family, and our country? That's the choice of this election. Do we build on the progress that we've made, or do we go back to square one with no plan and no certainty? Now, with the Labour Party, the only certainty that you'll get is that they're going to put up your taxes. As clear as night follows day, that's what they always do, and that's what they will do. The independent officials at the Treasury have totted up all the things that they said they want to spend money on, looked at the black hole in their plans, and I can tell you what that reveals. It's £2,000. Not my numbers, those are the numbers from the independent Treasury officials. £2,000 worth of tax rises for every working family in our country, and I don't want that to happen to you. I don't think that will do anything for your family's financial security. Now, look, you all watch the telly, you'll know that right now we're living in perhaps the most dangerous and uncertain time that our country has known in decades. Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, working together in a way that undermines our values, threatens our interests, both abroad and at home, threatening the integrity of our borders. Now, these uncertain times call for a clear plan and bold action so that we can chart a course to a more secure future. That's what I'm about. That's what the Conservatives are about. Take the one issue of illegal migration. I am determined to stop the boats, because it's simply not fair that people jump the queue, come to our country illegally, put pressure on local services. And we've got a bold idea to deal with it, making it crystal clear that if people come here illegally, they won't be able to stay, because we'll be able to send them to Rwanda. Now, the penny is dropping across Europe. Multiple other European countries just recently all signing up to a declaration, agreeing that our approach is the right one. Who's the one person who doesn't agree with that? Keir Starmer. He's going to release all the illegal migrants that we've already detained. He's going to cancel the flights, offer an amnesty to illegal migrants, making us the soft touch of Europe, making us a magnet for migrants from across the continent. So whether it's on border security or indeed his refusal to match my plans to increase defence spending, you simply can't trust Labour to keep our country safe. Now, what he wants you to believe is that this election is over before it's even begun, that it's a foregone conclusion. Well, I'm going to work very hard every day for every single vote. I'm going to work hard to earn your trust. And you know what? I don't think the British people like being taken for granted. And if you think about it, if he was happy to abandon every single promise that he made to become Labour leader as soon as he got the job, what makes you think that he wouldn't do exactly the same thing if he became Prime Minister? If he doesn't stand for anything himself, how can he stand up for all of you? And what we've been doing in the first week of this campaign is putting bold ideas on the table, a new modern form of national service, protection for our pensioners with the Triple Lock Plus, 100,000 new high-quality apprenticeships. And in response, he's got nothing to say, no ideas, no plan, and you don't deliver any change without having those things. And in contrast, I'm going to keep putting bold ideas on the table, working through our plan, because that's how we deliver a secure future for all of you. And that's a future where we have a renewed sense of confidence in ourselves, in our communities, renewed pride in our country. A Britain where all of your hard work is properly rewarded, and where the opportunities that were there for the previous generation are there for the next. And a Britain where, above all, your safety and our defence is assured. So that's a secure future that I'm working towards. That's a secure future I want for all of you and our country. And with your support, that's a secure future that I can deliver. Thanks very much. Right. Before we just open it up for questions, I was just going to also say thank you to Roger and the team for having me here. And congratulations to all of you. because of businesses like yours doing the incredible job that you are doing, you may have heard recently that we have overtaken France, the Netherlands and Japan, and we are now the 4th largest export economy in the world. Right? That is something that has happened because of people like you and your hard work. So it's a real pleasure to be with you today. Thanks for having me and the guys, and I'm happy to take some questions. So who's going to go first? Who have we got? Yeah, perfect. We've got someone over here. Great.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, it's good that you sort of mentioned trust there. My mum died in 2020, sort of the height of the pandemic. My brothers couldn't sort of be with us in hospital. I couldn't be there. You probably remember that was the month where all the parties were going on in Downing Street. I think the month after you attended a gathering where you got a fixed penalty notice. So my question was just sort of, how can anyone trust you or the party after things like this?
Yeah. Well, I'm really sorry that you lost your mum, and particularly in those circumstances, because it wasn't easy for so many people during the pandemic, the impact it had on everyone's life. And I can't imagine what it must have been for you not to be able to be with her at that time. It was really tough. And I'm sorry for what was going on in Downing Street. And for my part, I apologised. I showed up to a meeting earlier. As you know, I was working on things to help you and your business and many other families like that. And in fact, it was probably in that same period of time that you got to know me as Chancellor. But most of you didn't know who I was before then, and I popped up on your TV screens, announced the furlough scheme, because I knew that we were going to have to work together to get through that, and it was going to be a difficult time. And hopefully some of you here benefited from some of the support that we put in place, because that was what I was working on during the pandemic. So when you ask, can you trust me, we've had some really big shocks over the past few years with the pandemic, and then what happened with energy bills. And when those things happened, I did everything I could to protect you and your families and help get the country through it, whether it was furlough, whether it was the considerable support with energy bills, because that's who I am as a person. I'm in this to help you, help your family, and particularly when our country goes through tough times, I will always be there to support you. Right, who's next? Well, someone, yes, sir.
Hi, Rishi. I've got a two-part question, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
so the first question is, what is the current status of the national service conversation, as you brought up earlier regarding national service? And the second part is, when asking young people of their opinion of the government, royal family and current affairs, the general consensus seems to be a negative view. If that is the case, why do you believe there appears to be a lack of expressed patriotism and support for the king and country?
Right. Well, actually, they're linked questions in a way, actually, and a great one. And actually, part of the answer to your second question is why I think national service is the right policy at the right time for our country. And I've been thinking about this for a long time in this job, about, how do we restore that sense of patriotism, pride, and cohesiveness in our society? How do we bring ourselves together and support that? And that's one of the reasons I think national service is going to be great. First and foremost, it's going to give young people incredible skills and opportunities. I think that everyone can agree. They'll have a choice of whether they do a really selective military component or a civic role instead. But it is going to foster that culture of service, bring people together from all walks of life, and strengthen, I'd say, the cohesiveness, the unity of our society. And I think that's really important in this day and age, when there are lots of forces that are pulling us apart, trying to divide us. And then the other practical thing it will do is strengthen our country's resilience and our security to deal with the threats and risks that may come along in the future. So for all those reasons, I think it's a transformational policy. It will become a new rite of passage that everyone goes through and bring us closer together. And I think if we get it right, it will help solve the second part of your question, where actually we do have a renewed sense of service, because I think service gives you purpose. Being part of something that's bigger than yourself is something that's really fulfilling. And as young people go through that together, I think they will have a greater sense of pride in what we stand for and what we are as a country. Excellent question. Where was there? Was a hand over here somewhere, I thought. Maybe, no, it's gone back down. Right, yes, sir.
What will be done to ensure that achieving net support will remain a priority for this government and your party? And also, how will you aid households in achieving it in their own net support in their own households?
Do you mean net zero?
Yes, net zero. Sorry.
Yeah, right. Actually, thank you for the question. So look, I have two young girls. They're 11 and 13. of course, I believe in climate change. I want us to get to net zero because that's the right thing to do for my kids, your kids, our grandkids, making sure that we leave the environment in a better state than we found it. The question at this election, the choice at this election is, how do we get there? Right? Now, I've been very clear that we need to get there in a different way to what had been proposed previously. And that means we need to be more serious, hard-headed and pragmatic about it, because there are a couple of things that I want to prioritise. I want to prioritise our country's energy security. That we've seen in the last couple of years what's happened, right, when we're held hostage by dictators like Putin. We can't have that happen. So that's why I'm supportive of energy coming out of the North Sea. We're going to need it for decades to come. We're better off getting it here at home. It's good for our economy, good for our jobs, good for our energy security. That's something that the Labour Party opposes. And I also want to prioritise your bills and making sure that we don't unnecessarily burden you with costs. And you said, what help is there? What I don't want to do is force you prematurely to rip out your boiler, upgrade your home, change your car, because those things cost thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds, and we don't need to do them right now. We will do them slowly over time in a measured way, the way other countries are doing them, not race to do it overnight, because that's just going to cost you a fortune, and I want you to have financial security, and I want our country to have energy security. So yes, we're going to get to net zero, but how we're going to get there is going to change if I'm re-elected as Prime Minister, and the choice is very clear, because Keir Starmer and the Labour Party don't believe in British energy from the North Sea, and they don't support my changes to that approach, which is ultimately going to cost all of you thousands of pounds to pay for those changes. Right, next, who have we got? Oh, yes.
Hi. You mentioned earlier that the UK is fourth globally for exports. However, manufacturing has been declining in the country for decades, with many manufacturers moving to overseas countries which are cheaper to manufacture. How will yourself and the party support and hopefully grow manufacturing to enable the economy and get the country back on its feet?
So, I'm going to very politely disagree with you, because there was some very good news that we had last year. Actually, because of businesses like yours that are doing an incredible job, we actually overtook France in the size of our manufacturing sector, right? That's what's going on. Because of businesses like yours that are doing such a great job, we're doing really well, right? And I want to make sure that we continue to do well. So there's a couple of things we are doing, and we were talking about them a little bit before, but it's cutting taxes for businesses like this to support your growth. So we made a decision to cut taxes on investment. Manufacturing businesses need to invest in factories like this, incredible, to expand, to grow. So what we've put in place is a significant tax cut for businesses like yours that are investing back in the economy as you do to support your growth, and that will help us grow the economy and create more jobs. And we're also cutting taxes for businesses like yours that invest in R&D. Now, you've got new hydrogen lifts, incredible. It's going to help us get to net zero. That's great. And that's going to be a new product that you're going to be able to sell around the world. So when businesses are coming up with new things, that's positive. And that's why we want to cut taxes on R&D. So those two tax cuts are targeted particularly at manufacturing businesses like yours, and that will help you and lots of others to continue growing, create jobs that are well paid, because that's how we'll grow the economy and continue to overtake many more countries in the size of our manufacturing sector.
All right, well, there's the Prime Minister and his latest campaign events at the Nifty Lift factory in Buckinghamshire. But our political correspondent Darren McCaffrey is following the Conservatives around today and joins us now live. Darren, great to have you with us in the high vis as well. And look, it's the third day really of him doing these sort of little chats with the public, but the first time I've seen him get what is quite a pokey question, and that one was about his actions during the COVID lockdown and that fixed penalty notice he got during Partygate.
Yeah, and it is a reminder that even though we've been talking about taxation today and the wider economy, and clearly he was making a speech there, wasn't he, about security and reiterating those same messages we've heard over the last week or so. Conservatives are determined to provide security, that in the end it's up to the British public who can decide who the next Prime Minister is, and they will decide the election on a various different issues, and they've got different concerns about different political parties. And as you say, one member of the public there clearly had concern about the Prime Minister's records around Partygate, that audience member who had lost his mum, he said, during COVID, at the height of COVID, and seemed pretty angry. The Prime Minister had received a fixed penalty notice, and the parties that went on inside Downing Street, a reminder that that issue still resonates with members of the public. Now, the Prime Minister did try to address it. He said that it was clearly must audience member. He tried to explain the fixed penalty notice, that he meant, which he didn't mean to, that he thought he was attending a meeting, but also trying to pivot away, if you like, to his record as Chancellor around the furlough scheme. But as I say, it was an honest question from a member of the public affected by COVID, who clearly wasn't happy about events in Downing Street, and while that is mainly attached to Boris Johnson, it is clearly still an issue for the Conservative Party, and this is a Prime Minister who did receive a fixed penalty notice over that, so it has resonated. Now, there are lots of other questions this afternoon, whether it's about manufacturing, whether it's about that National Service Initiative, but I think for all of us who are following these campaigns around, where we, frankly, let's be honest about this, get led slightly by government announcements and opposition announcements on a daily basis, that for lots of other voters out there, there are other issues at play here, whether they be historical or not, that are going to factor in how they vote in 5 weeks' time.
Right, OK. Darren McCaffrey there in Buckinghamshire, thank you for that. Well, now that Parliament has been dissolved and
a sense of identity, right, and a sense of purpose. So this is something that will give kids a much more positive sense of identity and purpose. And I actually think one of the other benefits of it, we will see that it will be able to reduce crime, because we'll be doing something really positive for young people instead. Yeah.
I'm talking from a background of an ex-prison officer. We work with young kids. What will happen to the ones that are actually coming out of facilities that I've worked at? Working in that kind of stuff, will you work better with people who run facilities like that to empower children who've suffered through their youth from failed parenting or whatever it is? Will they also be part of this program?
Yes, it's going to be for everybody. It's got to be for absolutely everybody. And this is no one, obviously there will be a sensible set of exclusions, as there always are, and there are some models we can look at around Europe, because there will be a small number of people for whom, for whatever reason, it doesn't make sense. But this is for everyone, and that's the beauty of it. It's universal. Everyone will go through it together, everyone will benefit from it together, because we don't want anyone to miss out. I think it will be really powerful and positive, transformational for our country and for young people, and I don't want anyone to miss out on it, because I think it will be a good thing for them, particularly the youngsters that you're talking about. Good. All right, perfect. Thanks very much, everyone. Really good to speak to you. Bye, bye, bye.
Party has the answer, and who they want to put on this bench.
What's the dog's name?
Barley.
Barley.
It's not even my dog, but...
Come here. Jason Farrell, Sky News, Newquay.
Well, on the 12th of June, Sky will be hosting an election leaders event in Grimsby, which is a key marginal seat and one of our target towns. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, and the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, the Conservative leader, rather, Rishi Sunak, have been invited to attend, and we are looking for a live audience to join us on the night. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now for more information and to apply, with the potential opportunity to be able to put your question to the men who want the keys to number 10. All right, let me bring you some of today's other stories now. And 2 bodies have been found in the search for a man and his son who went missing during a hike in the Highlands. Tom Parry, who is 49, and his son Richie were due to return to their home in Cheshire yesterday after visiting Glen Nevis and Glencoe. A police spokesperson says the bodies had not yet been formally identified, but the family had been made aware. Delhi's recorded a record temperature of almost 53 degrees Celsius as parts of India swelter under an unrelenting heat wave. Scientists say the heat is down to an unusual transition between El Nino and La Nina, the weather patterns which they are linking to climate change. And in Iceland, a volcano is continuing to erupt, forcing the evacuation of the tourist attraction, the Blue Lagoon, and it's threatening the largely abandoned fishing town of Grindavik. It's the volcano's 5th eruption since December. Now, a court in Hong Kong has found 14 pro-democracy activists guilty of conspiracy to commit subversion in a landmark case. It's thanks to a law imposed by China that's all but wiped out dissent there, following widespread anti-government demonstrations in 2019. A number of former lawmakers now face the possibility of being sent to prison for life, with a sentencing expected at a later date. Our Asia correspondent Nicole Johnston reports.
Hong Kong's so-called 47. Pro-democracy leaders accused of subversion by China. 14 now convicted. 31 had pleaded guilty. Almost the entire leadership of the city's anti-government movement is in jail. Today's verdict, another milestone in a clampdown on dissent. One of only 2 to be acquitted had this message.
Dear fellows, I have to say I have to thank all those who have shown their big hearts and concern. But I should not focus at this moment. There are still other defendants in this case, warranting our concern and even love.
In 2020, Beijing imposed a national security law to bring to an end months of protests in Hong Kong. The opposition didn't give up, holding an unofficial primary election, aiming to get its people into the legislature. But Beijing wouldn't have it. Sweeping arrests followed. Activists, politicians, all behind bars. Including the face of the student protests, Joshua Wong. He pleaded guilty. In Hong Kong, some defended today's verdicts.
You can see that we enjoy a certain degrees of a stable. I don't think that the Hong Kong people will be likely living in a society full of the protests, standstills, and the sanctions by other countries.
But activists argue Hong Kong's freedom is in serious trouble.
They're basically claiming that every normal practice in democratic parliament are unconstitutional, are subverting the state, and that is just absurd. That is not even close to any international standard, and it really shows that the court is being used as a weapon to target political dissidents and to crash Hong Kong's political diversity.
China's crackdown has crushed the opposition. These verdicts could be the final blow. Nicole Johnston, Sky News, Beijing.
You're watching Sky News Today. We'll be back after this short break.
Day 27 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 43, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 44, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 46 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza.
Yeah, that's the end destination at O Beach in Ibiza. I just thought, where can I walk to that's a bit controversial? Where can I walk to that's going to enable me to raise as much money as possible for charity? I thought, Manchester.
And have a bit of fun at the end of it.
Yeah, and it sounds as well. It sounds, people, and the more stupid things sound, I think, the more chance you're going to have to raise as much money as possible.
And you're raising money for the Tony Hudgell charity. Of course, we know Tony's story, the little boy who lost his limbs to horrific abuse at the hands of his parents. He's now with a loving family, and they raise money for so many different children's charities. Talk to me about why you wanted to choose that particular charity.
So I wanted to link something to do with walking. I wanted to raise money for a charity sort of linked to what I was doing. Obviously, I was walking to Ibiza. Tony raised a lot of his money during lockdown when he'd walk laps around his estate. So immediately, we put two together. I thought, what a fantastic charity. And what they do is also amazing. So we got in touch with Tony's parents via Instagram. We set up a WhatsApp group and we went down to Kent to meet them. I'm just going to say what an absolutely amazing bunch of people. And straight away I knew, this is the charity. So every day you'll get the map up and you always try and look for little shortcuts. Like you'll think, I can go down that road and ignore the map. And on that instance, I ignored totally all day. And I went, right, I'm going down this big road. And this D road led to a motorway. And there was no way off except 16 miles backwards. So I jumped onto the motorway and I thought, right, I've got to get off the motorway. So I jumped over this bridge, down the bridge.
I should just say, don't try this at home if you're going to do any charity walks. Just got to put a disclaimer there.
Please don't try it. I don't recommend it at all, but great for character building. But no, that is definitely been the most dangerous part. And I think walking alone through very isolated areas in the south of France, like you say, when the signal goes, anything can happen.
I'm Katie Spencer and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent.
Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise.
Katie Spencer, Sky News in London.
Welcome back. Now, the former First Minister of Scotland, Alex Salmond, leader of the Alba party now, has launched that party's regional campaign in Fife. Mr Salmond claims Alba is the real deal when it comes to independence and has described the SNP as all over the place. Alba is expected to put forward 20 candidates across the country, including Aberdeen North and Glasgow South West.
The thing that's distinctive about Alba is we're the ones with the strategy to get to independence. I mean, they said, although it's not quite true, but Einstein's definition of madness was to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's where the SNP are locked at the present moment. They think if they keep asking Westminster leaders to give them a referendum, then somehow they're going to change their mind. They've been doing it for 10 years, and they still want to do it in this election. What we say, what Alba says, what Neil Hanvey says, what I say, is each and every election should be a mandate for Scottish independence. We use the ballot box at elections to take us forward to freedom. And that distinctive message is going to stand us in good stead and gather support as this campaign continues. I'm not saying we're going to sweep the country in 5 weeks' time, but we're going to introduce that message to the people. But that message will sweep the country in 2 years' time at the Scottish elections.
That was Alex Salmond speaking earlier. You're watching Sky News Today, and still to come in the next hour of the programme. We'll have more in the news that the primary school teacher Fiona Beale has been jailed for life with a minimum term of 20 years for murdering her partner Nicholas Billingham and burying his body in their back garden.
this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Heavy vehicle.
Why only in America? People want their country to work.
Just want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty? I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
Good afternoon, it is 4 o'clock. This is Sky News Today, your headlines. A former primary school teacher, Fiona Beale, jailed for life with a minimum term of 20 years for murdering her partner, Nicholas Billingham, and burying his body in their back garden.
At least we can sleep safe in the knowledge that Beale will be locked away for many years, during which she will have more than enough time to reflect on her actions.
A 9-year-old girl fighting for her life in hospital after a shooting that injured 3 adults in Hackney. The Princess of Wales not returning to public duties for a military ceremony next month. Labour's deputy leader tells Sky News she doesn't see any reason why Diane Abbott can't stand as their MP. The Conservatives and Labour clash over tax as both parties make similar pledges. And Senedd Davey makes a splash again as the Lib Dems unveil plans to better fund mental health care for young people. As Donald Trump awaits the outcome of his hush money trial. Good afternoon. A former primary school teacher, Fiona Beale, has been sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for the murder of her partner, Nicholas Billingham. She admitted to stabbing Mr. Billingham to death before burying his body in their back garden in Northampton.
In my judgment, taking an initial start point of 15 years for the minimum term, the aggravating factors I have identified lead to a very significant upward adjustment to, or very close to, a minimum term of 25 years. Making allowance for the mitigating factors I have identified, that brings the minimum term down to 20 years, before then making the adjustment for your plea that I've identified, a minimum term of 20 years duration. I do not wish there to be any misunderstanding as the sentence passed. As with the passing of any life sentence, it is that, a life sentence, in your case, life imprisonment.
Well, Detective Constable Kim McHugh from Northamptonshire Police read this statement on behalf of Nick Billingham's family.
At least we can sleep safe in the knowledge that Beale will be locked away for many years, during which she will have more than enough time to reflect on her actions. She has demonstrated extraordinary evil. Behind her facade as a kindly schoolteacher, she was secretly planning the cold-blooded killing of Nick. Once the deed was done, she went to great lengths to conceal his body, dumping him in an impromptu grave like rubbish, before carrying on with her life as if nothing had happened.
Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Daniel Henry, who is at the Old Bailey for us. Daniel, afternoon to you. So we heard from the police there saying that the family were thankful at the sentence that Nicola Beale had received.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, the sentence reflects the scale of what happened here. This was a primary school teacher who had been with her partner, Nick Billingham, for 17 years. And this was somebody who decided that they were going to kill them, decided that she was going to murder her former partner of 17 years. And she did this by taking him into the room, tying him up, restraining him, and under the pretense of sex, with a bath that had been run, making him think that's what was going to happen, when in fact her plan all along was to murder him, and that's what she did. And I think what was really striking about what had happened was the way that she attempted to cover it up in the months afterwards. In the months afterwards, in the weeks afterwards, she would be sending messages from Nick's phone to friends and family, even to Nick's mother, suggesting that he was still alive, still fine, nothing wrong, suggesting that he was isolating with COVID, or suggesting that he had run off with a completely different woman. Their relationship, Nick and Fiona, that came under some scrutiny when we were in court. Both legal sides making arguments about what the state of their relationship was, and I think, having observed it from what I heard in court, it seemed to be a very complex relationship, one that was marked with claims of affairs and assaults. But all of those potential factors, all of those things that were being considered, when the judge heard them all, the judge decided that the only result, the only answer was that, one, that Fiona was responsible for what had happened, and we know that because of the diaries that she kept. She wrote diaries outlining what she'd done, outlining how she'd planned it, outlining that she had this alter ego Tool at 22 that she was running under, and that she was using that as a way to get done what she decided she was going to do. And we also learned that that Fiona had been dealing with some mental challenges, that she had some mental health issues. But as I say, all of those considerations put aside, the judge ultimately decided that she was responsible for what had happened here and had to face the punishment of at least 20 years in jail, and she will serve the rest of her life in jail. That's what she's been sentenced to. It's only up to 20 years, where that's the earliest point that she could possibly be considered for parole, at which point she'll be 70. We've had some statements given to us from the detective and from Nick's mother, but I think we can hear now from one of the detectives who was on the case. And this is what they had to say after the sentencing was complete. Excuse me, we actually also have something from the mum. Let's come to her first.
We didn't know why she'd done it, and I don't think anyone knows why, and perhaps we'll never know. I mean, I'm not a horrible person in any way, I hope, but that's just what she deserves for what she done.
So, hearing those reflections there from Nick's mother, I was looking at Nick's parents when they were in court and when the sentencing was being handed down. They were looking over at Fiona Beale to see if there was any kind of reflection from there. Nothing coming from Fiona Beale, nothing really coming from the parents. Their heads down, hearing what had happened in court. And we get to the end of this, nearly 2 and a bit years on, nearly 3 years on from losing their son. And the answer is that Fiona Beale is a murderer who will serve at least 20 years in jail for the murder of Nick Billingham.
Daniel Henry at the Old Bailey, thank you for that. Now, a 9-year-old girl is in a critical condition in hospital after being injured in a shooting in Hackney. 3 men were also wounded in the incident. Police say that the girl was shot while she's in a restaurant with her family.
At about 9:20 last night, on Kingsland High Street in Hackney, 3 men and a 9-year-old girl were shot when a firearm was discharged from a motorbike. I know that local people will be extremely concerned by this incident. We share that concern. An urgent investigation has been launched to identify and apprehend those responsible. Locally, people can expect to see a significant police and council presence in the area, including armed officers, to provide reassurance and support. We will also continue our unrelenting focus on suppressing violence, gun crime, and the offenders who endanger our communities here in Hackney. Events such as these are rarely spontaneous. Someone knows who was responsible. This was a shooting that's left a little girl fighting for her life. If you have any information that could assist us with the investigation, please do the right thing and make contact with us.
Well, that was Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway from the Metropolitan Police. Our correspondent Rachel Venables has more.
This all seems to have taken place at a Turkish restaurant last night, with police saying that somebody drove past on a motorbike that they have now recovered and which they believe to have been stolen. And this individual opened fire and 4 people were caught up in the crossfire. 4 people were shot. 3 men who were sat outside and a little girl who was just having dinner with her family was also shot, and she is now in hospital, crucially in a critical condition. Initially we were told the child involved was in a serious condition. It seems as though certainly the police have got more information or that condition has worsened. So an absolutely devastating time for her family and a really traumatic update, certainly for people here who have been really shocked by what happened last night. And I think this indiscriminate nature is the language he used there. She is an innocent victim of the indiscriminate nature of gun crime. I think that particularly will really shock people, as well, of course, as these 3 men who were just sat having dinner, presumably sat outside this restaurant. We've actually been able to see the restaurant today. The cordon is up and it's blocked off, but you can see quite clearly almost the tableau frozen into place when this incident occurred. You can see plates still on the tables, an ashtray, glasses of beer half drunk, with the remains of the paramedics' paraphernalia sort of littered on the floor, whether it's medical kits or the plastic or the rubber gloves on the floor, where they would have been trying desperately to save lives and to protect these individuals who were then taken to hospital. So a really significant update there, I think, from Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway. 3 men and a 9-year-old girl having been shot here in Hackney last night, and crucially they say nobody has been arrested, and they are urging members of the public, anyone with information, to come forward and speak to them.
As Rachel Venables reporting from Hackney. Now, on the campaign trail, the Prime Minister has been out in Buckinghamshire speaking on a number of issues today. Let's take a quick listen to some of what he had to say.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the Labour Party talking about themselves. What I'm interested in is talking to as many people out in the country as possible about our bold plans to transform this country for the better and deliver a secure future to everyone, whether that's the new national service, the Triple Lock Plus, 100,000 new high-quality apprenticeships. These are all examples of the bold ideas that we're putting on the table. That's the choice at this election. Do we stick to our plan that is working? Do we move forward with bold ideas like that and deliver a secure future for everyone?
Prime Minister, can you make to voters a concrete pledge about reducing the tax burden, which is at record highs?
Yeah, we're very clear, both the Chancellor and I, that we want to keep cutting taxes on working people. And that is the choice at this election. I believe people's hard work should be rewarded. And after a difficult few years, we're now in a position to cut people's taxes. £900 tax cut this year for an average person in work. And we want to do more when we can responsibly do so. And our plan is working. Inflation down, wages rising, the economy growing. That's why we're in a position now where we can cut people's taxes, and we will always be the party that does that. And in contrast, we've got £2,000 worth of tax rises from the Labour Party. That's the cost of all their spending commitments, and really it's incumbent on them to be straight with the British public about which taxes are going to go up to pay for their spending commitments.
But people often see governments giving with one hand and taking away with another. Can you give a concrete target for how much you want to reduce the overall tax burden, which is at record highs?
Look, the choice at this election is who is going to cut your taxes and who is going to put them up. I'm crystal clear that we're already cutting people's taxes, and they will continue to come down under a future Conservative government. We've just announced the other day a tax cut for pensioners, the Triple Lock Plus. That hasn't been matched by the Labour Party, so pensioners will be paying tax under a future Labour government. There is a retirement tax coming. The question for Keir Starmer is what other taxes are going to go up? He's got £2,000 for every working household in unfunded spending commitments. That's the cost of the next Labour government if they are elected. So the question for him is, what other taxes are going to go up on working people? Because under the Conservatives, we're going to keep cutting them.
But there are spending pressures that need to be accounted for, whether it's what's happening in local councils, what's happening with these compensation schemes. The Tories have ruled out increasing income tax, national insurance, VAT. That's exactly the same as Labour. What's the difference between the two of you?
Well, Labour have £2,000 worth of tax rises because they've made all these spending commitments that they haven't got the money to pay for. So as normal with a Labour government, it's the British people that are going to end up paying the price in higher taxes. So the incumbent really is for Keir Starmer to say which taxes are going to go up. There's £2,000 worth of tax rises coming for every working family. He should be straight with people about that. We know that there's a retirement tax coming because he won't match our triple lock plus pledge. That's a really important dividing line in this election. There's a clear choice at the election. Taxes continuing to come down under Conservatives or taxes going up under the Labour Party.
All right, let's bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, now for more on this. Sam, good to have you with us. Good afternoon to you. You're keeping on with these tax promises, aren't you, on both parties? What did you make of the way that the Prime Minister answered those challenges about tax plans from the Tories?
Welcome to Buckinghamshire, where the Prime Minister is in this factory. He was addressing workers just 20 minutes ago, and I was speaking to him there about 10 minutes ago. The subject at the heart of the political debate today is, as you say, Kamali, tax. That's because something extraordinary happened with Labour yesterday. They changed their tax policy almost on the hoof. You had a commitment at the start of the week from Rachel Reeves in order that a Labour government would not raise income tax, national insurance or corporation tax, and then last night they added VAT to that list as well, after questions were being asked about whether VAT could come up. And the Tories today, the job of Rishi Sunak, I think as he sees it on the campaign trail and in the event that he had 20 minutes ago, I think was to hammer home that message. But in the mini interview that you just heard, Kamali, I think what comes across is you have to listen very carefully, because when it comes to it, in terms of specific promises, specific differences, there isn't a huge amount between the two parties. Both Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak say they want to get the tax burden down. Keir Starmer talks about getting the tax burden for working people down. Rishi Sunak says that's just the job of the Conservative Party to do it, but they don't put targets on it, and they rule out broadly the same tax rises. There's one point of difference, which you heard from the Prime Minister, which is this additional help for pensioners. But beyond that, both sides are effectively saying, just trust us, listen to our rhetoric, make a judgment on our on what you think of our honesty and trustworthiness on this, but there aren't specifics that dramatically separate the two parties on this. Tax, such an important battleground. It is something that voters concentrate on very closely at election time, because the promises now are things that voters do expect to be honoured by politicians later on. Rishi Sunak here in this factory with workers. Worth pointing out, these are events primarily designed actually for you, the viewer at home. They're for the TV cameras. Yes, there are workers who get to ask questions, but any worker sitting in front of their bosses is going to ask questions that will make their bosses proud. And I think there's a limit to just how challenging these events actually are. So the Prime Minister still whizzing around the country, just as Keir Starmer is as well, who is in Wales. And I think trying to get an advantage on this subject. The question is, what do voters make of it?
All right, Sam, for now, appreciate that. Sam Coates there in Buckinghamshire. Now, the former Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, has accused Keir Starmer of being involved in a purge of the left wing of the party after several candidates were barred from standing as candidates. He was speaking to our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh, who joins us now live. Serena, good to have you with us. So look, of course, Jeremy Corbyn now standing as an independent. What did he have to say to you?
Yeah, well, he's a figure that looms large in all of this. And as you say, he's not even in the Labour Party. He's running as an independent candidate in Islington North. But he's consistently seemed to lurk over Keir Starmer's premiership. You see in parliamentary questions, Rishi Sunak trying to align Jeremy Corbyn with Keir Starmer. But the Labour left are finding out that the Labour Party do not want anything to do with them. They're trying to distance themselves all they can. And the left are finding out this in that the very hard way. Now, they say last night a sweep of candidates were told they couldn't stand to be Labour MPs have been barred in what they say is a concerted effort to block the left. That's Lloyd Russell-Moyle, Faiza Shaheen. And Jeremy Corbyn told me he thinks this is because of their stance on Gaza, calling for a humanitarian ceasefire. Speaking to Faiza Shaheen, that was also her understanding as well. And it's led to bitterness and anger on the left. Jeremy Corbyn told me that he thinks Labour is actually no longer looking like a broad church. He's saying it's more of a centrist approach that is not doing enough to excite people. And he called the left-wing candidates that have been barred sacrificial lambs. Here is a bit of our interview from earlier.
The one thing they all have in common, the people that have been purged, is that they're on the left of the party and have all spoken out in favour of an immediate ceasefire and permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
Well, Labour say that there's problems with, the process. They said Pfizer liked tweets that were not becoming of a Labour candidate. So that's what they would say.
Liking a tweet, we don't even know which tweet it was or whose tweet it was. That seems to me a bit thin. And the Labour Party's procedures ought to be more robust and more open than that.
So you think it's Keir Starmer making these decisions?
Yeah, well, as much as he claims that sometimes it's nothing to do with him and other times that he's made the decision, he better make up his mind what it is. I think the leader ought to be independent of the other processes, but he clearly is intervening all along the way.
Now, some on the left that I've spoken to this morning say this isn't a purge of the Labour left, this is a purge of the Corbyn left, that it's an image problem. They don't want to be aligned with Jeremy Corbyn anymore. Now, when I put this to him, he refuted that. He said Keir Starmer also served in his cabinet. He doesn't think it's about that, but he is particularly concerned about Diane Abbott, whose fate is still unclear. He says he's spoken to her and she has fighting spirit. Whether that means she'll stand as an independent candidate, we don't know. Indeed, the Labour Party say no decision has been made yet on her fate. While hers is unclear, I think some on the left of the party are waking up this morning knowing exactly where they stand.
OK, Serena Barkising in Islington, thank you for that. And here is a full list of candidates standing in Islington North at the upcoming general election on the 4th of July. Right, let's get a little bit more on the situation facing the Labour Party. Let's bring in Mish Rahman, a member of Labour's National Executive Committee. Mish Rahman, good afternoon to you. Why do you think Shaheen was blocked from being able to stand?
Well, why was Shaheen blocked from standing? If you ask me, blocking Shaheen was a message from the Labour leadership that if you're a socialist, if you're anti-imperialist, if you support Palestine, then you cannot be a new candidate for Keir Starmer's Labour Party.
I mean, there are plenty of people who would say that they have those parts of their political agenda and they are still candidates.
Not a single one of the new cohort. Faiza Shaheen was the last one. Not a single one of a new cohort, as far as I know, would fit that category. Faiza Shaheen, some of the tweets that she said yesterday on live TV and some of the things that she got were put in her dossier included one when she felt that she had felt Islamophobia within the Labour Party when she spoke about those feelings. One, when she liked a tweet from a candidate that was a Green candidate before she was even a Labour Party member. Now, rules are not applied fairly and consistently across the Labour Party. There's one rule for white men like Steve Reid, who said anti-Semitic things about a Jewish donor at the Tory party. Barry Shearman, who also said anti-Semitic things. Neil Coyle, who made racist remarks about a journalist of Chinese origin. And a current candidate in Barking, Darren Rodwell, who said racist things about black people. And then you have another set of rules for the likes of Diane Abbott and Faiza Shaheen. It's blatant factionalism, it's blatant racism.
Mish, of course, the Labour Party would say that all of those cases are dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Now, you would have seen Faiza Shaheen is going to instruct legal counsel about what's happened to her. She has put out a statement, it's reported as her saying that she's come to the inescapable conclusion that Labour, far from being a broad church, has an ingrained culture of bullying, a palpable problem with black and brown people. Now, you're a member of the National Executive Committee. Do you recognise that characterisation of your party?
I completely do. But just before I move on to that, I think I have to clarify again that the names I mentioned, some of them haven't been through any process. There hasn't been any case by case. Steve Reid is in the shadow cabinet. He's never went through any process. Neither has Barry Shearman. And Darren Rodwell, he remains the candidate. And as for what Faiza has said, I completely agree with her. I don't think that Keir Starmer cares about black and Muslim people. I think he applies a hierarchy of racism within his leadership. And black and brown people like me vote for the Labour Party because we believe that the Labour Party can ensure in society that what's happening to the likes of Diane Abbott actually doesn't happen to us. But instead, it's the Labour Party which is the abuser in the case. And if it carries on like this, the communities that the Labour Party is taking for granted will not be relied on forever.
I mean, excuse me if this is a naive question, because you are a member of the NEC, but the way you're talking is like you wouldn't vote for the party now.
Well, Keir Starmer and the behaviour is that nobody in my family is a Labour household. And I don't think anybody in my family right now is going to vote for the Labour Party. So instead of me going out campaigning for the Labour Party outside, I think I've got a lot of work to do to get my family to vote for the Labour Party. I myself, I have to say that I don't know how I can, I'm hanging by a thread. I don't know how I can support this behaviour if Keir Starmer does not turn the ship around and actually do something about it and stop playing these silly games, own his mistake, reinstate Faiza Shaheen, let Diane Abbott stand, listen to the women of colour in your party that disagree with you, don't seek to shut them down. People like Diane Abbott, Absala Begum, Zara Sultana, Faiza Shaheen are assets and they can reach parts of the electorate that Keir Starmer can neither imagine or understand. So if he does these kind of things, which are the sensible things, and he does believe his party is a broad church, then of course we can all move on. But until he does that, people like me are hanging by the thread, and we are facing our own dilemmas within the Labour Party.
And you've laid that out quite clearly, Mish. I mean, you were blocked from standing as well, weren't you? You wanted to be a parliamentary candidate, but you were unable to do that despite being an NEC member.
I believe now that is a blessing in disguise, because I do not know how I could have been a candidate in a Keir Starmer-led Labour Party, and I don't think I would have lasted myself as long as Faiza Shaheen has. So I actually thank Keir Starmer for not letting me stand, because I would not want to represent publicly his party as they are behaving right now.
Mish, final thought. Have you spoken to Faiza today?
I haven't spoken to Faiza today. I was very uncomfortable watching Faiza yesterday. It was visibly very painful. And I offer her my full solidarity and support. She said yesterday herself that it's been a complete struggle for her ever since she got selected. She felt lonely as she was the only member of the PLP, of a new cohort of the PLP, who she believed might be from the left of the party. And they were coming for her, that's how she felt. And in the end, they did, no matter what she would have done, they would have come for her. That's how she believed. And I actually have complete sympathy for her.
Yeah. And Mish, do you know who's going to replace her in that seat in Chingford?
It could be anybody. You're better off asking Keir Starmer or anybody. It might be one of my NEC colleagues. They seem to be finding seats all over the country. Apparently two of the people that interviewed Keir Starmer, Faiza Shaheen, were also NEC members who have reportedly found themselves seats as well. So it could be anybody.
All right, look, Mish Rahman, it's good to speak with you today. Mish Rahman, a member of the Labour's National Executive Committee. Appreciate the time this afternoon, Mish.
Thank you.
All right, you're watching Sky News Today, still to come. We'll be on our bench across Britain to find out what the key issues are for the voters in this election. And we'll be live in New York as Donald Trump continues to await his fate in that hush money case.
Behind that door.
But what are you hearing? A summer election, July 4th.
4th of July.
We will be live inflation, the cost of living crisis.
He's repeatedly said
it's projected to go higher.
Absolutely certainly.
Now is the moment. The optics, the decision, the gamble.
All of that will be in play.
The question, of course, is... Are you happy he's called an election?
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling. War, unrest, revolutions.
It's not his country, it's ours, and we're going to take it back.
They have succeeded for the first time in their country's history in removing a leader from power. Now, freedom! There was fighting here, but there's clearly now a lull, and they're using it to bring up more ammunition. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. This is a mass exodus in which Russia is hemorrhaging some of its brightest and its best. According to the local weather channel, there have been more than 2,500 lightning strikes, torrential rain and flash flooding, all on top of this week's lethal tornado. What stays with you most in this job is some of the people you meet. What is your worst fear about what the Russians want to do to the children?
They're just boosting demographics by stealing young people.
Would you like to take the opportunity, Mr. President, on Sky News to invite Barack Obama to come here? Mr. Trump, are you running for president? Can you confirm it?
We're going to take a look, a very serious look.
On that day, we saw your fighters killing women, killing children. Was that a mistake? Did you go too far? You couldn't control your fighters? The full force of the state is being used to crush any protest. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued with its ultimatum to the people of Ashkelon, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in.
Another alarm. The mood here is jittery and nervous.
We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
Welcome back. Now that Parliament has been dissolved and the benches of the Commons are empty, our Home Editor, Jason Farrell, is travelling the country with a parliamentary bench, offering people the chance to take a seat and tell us about the issues that are most important to them.
Westminster is coming to you, washing up on your shores, asking for your vote. It's time for us, Britain, to decide who will occupy the green benches next. And so this piece of Commons furniture is for you to share your thoughts on.
Yes.
What do you want most in the next government?
Integrity, I think is the one-word answer.
It doesn't matter whoever it is, but I really want to see is left in seawater.
We have the best healthcare system in the world, but yet it's extraordinarily underfunded. It has to stop. It has to change.
We're in Newquay, so let's hear from a Cornish surf instructor.
So when I hear the politicians talking, you know, it's hard to know
who to listen to or what to engage with. I just see what's happening on a daily basis, like from the way I'm living, like the cost of rent's like tripled in the last few years, or like the cost of food's gone up, and I see, then like we're losing a lot of the good things that made this country great.
Young people here are feeling the squeeze, and it's the same for these two.
Hi, I'm Sophia.
My name's Max.
We managed to buy our first home, and we feel quite privileged and quite lucky, but it was hard, especially with the salaries down here. It just doesn't compare to salaries out of London, and house prices are just shooting through the roof.
The money just seems to go every month, whereas I kind of feel like in a lot of ways I was better off 10 years ago.
St Austell and Newquay is Tory held. Labour needs a 14.5% swing to topple them, and with that they'd be on course for a crushing 50-seat majority.
We've come here because there are seats up for grabs in the West Country. Currently, it is a sea of blue, but Labour and the Lib Dems could turn it into a patchwork of red and yellow. But are they winning on the issues? With 700 miles of stunning coastline in the southwest, people here care about the environment. They also worry about housing and transport. And like primary school teachers Frankie and Jessica, rising prices.
Bearing in mind we earn a pretty good salary for being in Cornwall, yet going to a shop and doing like a weekly shop is just so expensive.
And then I think at work, budget cuts.
Oh yeah,
so a real lack of resources, lack of funding.
Big issues in the election means that no matter whatever party's in, there'll be no change. They will not fulfil their commitments. Somebody else comes in, they change it again.
The game is on. The winner depends on us. But while the people of Newquay know what's wrong with their lives, fewer know which party has the answer and who they want to put on this bench.
What's the dog's name?
Barley.
Barley.
It's not even my dog, but...
Come here.
Jason Farrell, Sky News, Newquay.
Now, on the 12th of June, Sky will be hosting an election leaders event in Grimsby, which is a key marginal seat and one of our target towns. The Labour leader, Keir Starmer, and the Conservative leader, Rishi Sunak, have been invited, and we're looking for a live audience to join us on the night. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now for more information and to apply, with the potential opportunity to put your questions to the men who want the keys to number 10. OK, let's take a look at the weather forecast for the next few days. And it will be an improving picture as high pressure builds into the west, settling conditions across the country. The cool northeasterly flow is going to bring large amounts of clouds into the east for a time, though. That cloud will affect Yorkshire, Lincolnshire and East Anglia this afternoon, with outbreaks of rain spreading south. There'll be sunshine and showers elsewhere, with some of the showers turning heavy and thundery, especially over central, southern and eastern areas. Those showers will fade out fairly readily this evening, while rain in the east will continue to clear south. It will become dry and clear over much of the west. Well, you're watching Sky News today, and still to come, we've got the latest from New York as jurors resume deliberation in Donald Trump's hush money trial. now, Donald Trump could be hours away from learning his fate as the jury continue to decide whether or not to convict him. Trump denies falsifying business records in an attempt to buy the silence of the porn star Stormy Daniels. Let's bring in our US correspondent, James Matthews, for more on this. So, James, look, you're outside courts. Tell us about the scene there and what is happening as the jury continues its deliberations.
Hi, Kamali. Well, the business of the day so far has been going over old business during the 5 weeks of testimony. You'll remember the jury sent 3 notes to the judge. They wanted a refresh of testimony that had been given by witnesses, including David Pecker, former publisher of the National Enquirer, and Michael Cohen, former fixer turned foe of Donald Trump. There was a key meeting, a Trump Tower meeting in 2015, at which the prosecution say this hush money scheme that has brought us to where we are today was hatched. They sat around the table, these 3 men, and decided that there would be a scheme whereby Pecker, former publisher of the National Enquirer, would catch and kill negative stories about Donald Trump, pay people off. He paid off a Playboy model. He and Cohen were instrumental in the Stormy Daniels payment, $130,000 payment. So the jury wanted to hear more about that particular meeting. I hear legal analysts here saying that perhaps that leans in favour of the prosecution, who said to the jury that that meeting is the prism through which you should view our case. That was at the heart of the case that eventually led to the falsification of business records, the payoff to Stormy Daniels, and ultimately an attempt to influence the election. So some analysis that jurors, who I'm told are very attentive in court, taking notes or so and so on, some analysis that they are leaning towards the prosecution and seeing a significance in that particular meeting and in the prosecution's argument. But at this stage, it's all, I suppose, the reading of tea leaves. The business has concluded. The refresh for the jury has finished. They were sent back out about 25 minutes ago to continue their deliberations. Donald Trump was in court. We're getting a live text feed, Kamali, and I'm told he's sitting low in his chair, stone-faced, bordering on a skull. That's the description, one description of Trump as he sits in court. His son, Eric Trump, his lawyer, his other lawyer, Alina Habba, in the front row of the public benches. He himself has been quiet, of course, listening to what's going on. He has been unmuted, I can tell you, on social media, on his own platform, Truth Social. He posted about half an hour ago, election interference in capital letters with 3 exclamation marks. There is no silencing Donald Trump, even when he's in the courtroom.
OK, James, for now in New York, thank you for that update. Now, I just want to bring you some news that we've had come into us, and it concerns the situation in Bournemouth. You will remember that last Friday, a woman, Amy Gray, was stabbed to death on a beach in Bournemouth. Another woman who was 38 was also stabbed in that incident. She was taken to hospital with serious injuries. Police say that she has now been discharged from hospital and is continuing her recovery at home. A 20-year-old man from Croydon has been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder and remains in police custody being questioned. So 2 women attacked in that incident. 34-year-old Amy Gray died at the scene on Friday the 24th of May. A 38-year-old who sustained serious injuries has now been discharged from hospital and will be continuing her recovery at home, police say. Now, a court in Hong Kong has found 14 pro-democracy activists guilty of conspiracy to commit subversion. It's thanks to a law imposed by China that's all but wiped out dissent there following widespread anti-government protests in 2019. Now, a number of former lawmakers now face the possibility of life in prison, with sentencing expected at a later date. Our Asia correspondent Nicole Johnston reports.
Hong Kong's so-called 47. Pro-democracy leaders accused of subversion by China. 14 now convicted. 31 had pleaded guilty. Almost the entire leadership of the city's anti-government movement is in jail. Today's verdict, another milestone in a clampdown on dissent. One of only 2 to be acquitted had this message.
Dear fellows, I have to say I have to thank all those who have shown their big hearts and concern. But I should not focus at this moment. There are still other defendants in this case, warranting our concern and even love.
In 2020, Beijing imposed a national security law to bring to an end months of protests in Hong Kong. The opposition didn't give up, holding an unofficial primary election, aiming to get its people into the legislature. But Beijing wouldn't have it. Sweeping arrests followed. Activists, politicians, all behind bars, including the face of the student protests, Joshua Wong. He pleaded guilty. In Hong Kong, some defended today's verdicts.
You can see that we enjoy a certain degree of a stable. I don't think that the Hong Kong people will be likely living in a society that's full of the protests, standstills, and the sanctions by other countries.
But activists argue Hong Kong's freedom is in serious trouble.
They're basically claiming that every normal practice in democratic parliament are unconstitutional, are subverting the state, and that is just absurd. That is not even close to any international standard, and it really shows that the court is being used as a weapon to target political dissidents and to crash Hong Kong's political diversity.
China's crackdown has crushed the opposition. These verdicts could be the final blow. Nicole Johnston, Sky News, Beijing.
Right, you're watching Sky News Today, and still to come, we'll tell you more about the largest NATO military exercise since the end of the Cold War.
Day 27 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 43, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 44, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 46 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza.
Yeah, that's the end destination at O Beach in Ibiza. I just thought, where can I walk to that's a bit controversial? Where can I walk to that's going to enable me to raise as much money as possible for charity? I thought, Manchester.
And have a bit of fun at the end of it.
Yeah, and it sounds as well. It sounds, people, and the more stupid things sound, I think, the more chance you're going to have to raise as much money as possible.
And you're raising money for the Tony Hudgell charity. Of course, we know Tony's story, the little boy who lost his limbs to horrific abuse at the hands of his parents. He's now with a loving family, and they raise money for so many different children's charities. Talk to me about why you wanted to choose that particular charity.
So I wanted to link something to do with walking. I wanted to raise money for a charity sort of linked to what I was doing. Obviously, I was walking to Ibiza. Tony raised a lot of his money during lockdown when he'd walk laps around his estate. So immediately, we put two together, and I thought, what a fantastic charity. And what they do is also amazing. So we got in touch with Tony's parents via Instagram. We set up a WhatsApp group, and we went down to Kent to meet them. I'm just going to say, what an absolutely amazing bunch of people. And straight away, I knew, this is the charity. So every day you'll get the map up and you always try and look for little shortcuts. Like you'll think, I can go down that road and ignore the map. And on that instance, I ignored totally all day. I went, right, I'm going down this big road. And this D road led to a motorway. And there was no way off except 16 miles backwards. So I jumped onto the motorway and I thought, right, I've got to get off the motorway. So I jumped over this bridge, down the bridge.
I should just say, don't try this at home if you're going to do any charity walks. Just got to put a disclaimer there.
Please don't try it. I don't recommend it at all, but great for character building. But no, that is definitely the most dangerous part. And I think walking alone through very isolated areas in the south of France, like you say, when the signal goes, anything can happen.
I'm Katie Spencer, and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent.
Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise.
Katie Spencer, Sky News in London.
welcome back. Let me bring you some of today's other headlines now. And 2 bodies have been found in the search for a man and his son who went missing during a hike in the Highlands. Tom Parry, who was 49, and his son Richie were due to return home in Cheshire yesterday after their visit to Glen Nevis and Glencoe. A spokesperson for the police says the bodies have not yet been formally identified, but that the family have been told. There's been record temperatures in Delhi of almost 53 degrees Celsius as parts of India swelter through an unrelenting heat wave. Scientists say the heat is down to an unusual transition between El Niño and La Niña, the weather patterns which they've linked to climate change. And the volcano in southwest Iceland, that'll be weird, has continued to erupt for a second day, forcing the evacuation of the Blue Lagoon and threatening the largely abandoned fishing town of Grindavik. This is the volcano's 5th eruption since December, and it's said that it's a reawakening of a volcanic system that lay largely dormant for almost 800 years. Now, as Ukraine struggles on the battlefield, NATO is completing its biggest military exercise since the Cold War. The latest drills are in Lithuania as the alliance focuses on how it would protect Eastern Europe. Our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, reports.
NATO's rolling out the big guns. In Lithuania, soldiers show how they can defend Europe's eastern flank from invasion. This displays part of the largest NATO exercise since the Cold War. Reassurance for allies, a warning to President Putin.
Today's exercise sends a clear message, a message of deterrence to Russia.
90,000 troops have taken part in drills over the past 6 months on land, sea and in the air. As Ukraine struggles on the real battlefield, the war games on the eastern border have added significance.
This is NATO's front line should the war in Ukraine bubble over, and Russia is the biggest threat to the Baltic states, including Lithuania, so defences are being bolstered. Dominating this drill, Germany, keen to show how it could protect its NATO neighbours. Russian aggression has made defence a priority for Berlin. Now, against the clock, to make a military short of cash, weapons and troops fit for war.
We have 5 to 8 years. And 5 to 8 years when the reconstitution of the Russian forces is at a level that an attack against NATO territory might be possible. For me as a military, 5 to 8 years means I have to be ready in 5 years.
That threat's also why 5,000 German troops will soon be stationed here in Lithuania. A welcome deterrent for Romantis, who's fought the Russians before.
I remember perfectly the system what we lived in, so I don't want times to come back, and I don't want my children to live in such a country as the Soviet Union.
And NATO doesn't want that either. This time, they were drills, but under attack, there'll be no playing games. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Lithuania.
Okay, let's take a look at the weather forecasts, and it's going to be an improving picture for the next few days as high pressure builds into the west, settling conditions all across the country. The cool northeasterly flow, though, will bring large amounts of cloud into the east for a time. That cloud will affect Yorkshire, Lincolnshire and East Anglia, with showery outbreaks of rain spreading south. Sunshine and showers elsewhere, with some of the showers turning heavy and thundery, especially over central, southern and eastern areas. However, those showers will fade out fairly readily this evening, while rain in the east will continue to clear south. It will become dry and clear over much of the west, with temperatures dropping back into single figures for some. Central and eastern parts will remain mostly cloudy and increasingly windy, with rain clearing to the south. Okay, you are watching Sky News Today, and still to come this evening, pressure grows on the Labour Party as Keir Starmer and his treatment of Diane Abbott and the potential blocking of other left-wing members of the party.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Tanks, heavy vehicle.
Why only in America? People want their country to work.
Just want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the NewsHour. 60 minutes of news, analysis and interviews. We begin right now with the top stories this hour. The growing row within Labour. Now Keir Starmer's deputy says Diane Abbott should be allowed to stand.
Diane's been a trailblazer, 37 years, first black female MP in Parliament, and she's shown people like me that you can be yourself.
Also tonight, gun horror in East London. A 9-year-old girl fights for her life. Life in prison for the teacher who killed and buried her partner and pretended it never happened. And waiting for the verdict, another tense day for Donald Trump as the hush money jury decides his fate. We begin this evening with the deepening row within Labour over the treatment of Diane Abbott. The party's deputy leader, Angela Rayner, says she can see no reason why the veteran MP should not stand as a candidate. The leader, Keir Starmer, is being accused by his predecessor, Jeremy Corbyn, of effectively organising a purge of the left. But Keir Starmer insisted today that he was not trying to block left-wingers, but added that the party needed the highest quality of candidates. We'll hear what Mr Corbyn had to say in just a moment, but first, this is what Angela Rayner said earlier to our political editor, Beth Rigby.
I don't think there's any reason why Diane can stand as a Labour MP. Look, she's gone through a process, and that's right, and I wasn't involved in that process because we have a complaints procedure and there was a concern raised. She apologised. As far as I've seen, that has been dealt with. The whip has told her that she's back on the whip, so she's back a member of the Labour Party, Parliamentary Labour Party. I don't see any reason why she can't be a Labour MP if that's what she wants to do.
Is that what you would like to see?
I'd like to see Diane go on her terms if she wants to, or if she wants to stay, then she should be able to stay. Diane's been a trailblazer, 37 years, first black female MP in Parliament, and she's shown people like me that you can be yourself. Like, can you imagine that when she walked into Parliament, she was the only face that looked like her? Can you imagine? I mean, it's challenging for someone like me to be in there from a working class background. Can you imagine how that was for Diane and what she's had to endure over that period? But she hasn't. She's been an inspiration.
The one thing they all have in common, the people that have been purged, is that they're on the left of the party and have all spoken out in favour of an immediate ceasefire and permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
Well, Labour say that there's problems with, the process. They said Pfizer liked tweets that were not becoming of a Labour candidate. So that's what they would say.
Liking a tweet, we don't even know which tweet it was or whose tweet it was. That seems to me a bit thin. And the Labour Party's procedures ought to be more robust and more open than that.
So you think it's Keir Starmer making these decisions?
Yeah, well, as much as he claims that sometimes it's nothing to do with him and other times that he's made the decision, he better make up his mind what it is. I think the leader ought to be independent of the other processes, but he clearly is intervening all along the way.
Our deputy political editor, Sam Coates, is in Buckinghamshire and joins me now. Good evening, Sam. So clear divisions within Labour over this, but how problematic do you think it could be for Keir Starmer?
Absolutely. Hello from Buckinghamshire, where I've been with the Prime Minister. But it's Labour for the second day in a row that are in the spotlight for all sorts of reasons. And my goodness, we've just got so many different positions on what might happen to Diane Abbott. She thinks she's going to be barred from standing at this election. Keir Starmer says that he doesn't know and no decision has been made about what's going to happen, that there's a process involving Labour's ruling body next week. But listen to those words spoken to Beth Rigby, our political editor, by the deputy. It appears that the deputy is cutting the leader off at the knees in some senses by making it clear her view about what should happen. That's not the official Labour line, but Angela Rayner is clearly making and putting pressure on her boss to clear the way for Diane Abbott to stand again. You heard those comments. Even there, a little dig from Angela Rayner saying, I wasn't involved in the disciplinary process before. It does feel like there is a lot of hurt in the Labour movement. I think perhaps in the wider votership, there isn't a lot of awareness about this issue. But in the Labour family, there's a lot of hurt about that. And Angela Rayner is clearly positioning herself as somebody who understands that in a way that potentially Keir Starmer doesn't look like he is. So these are just little fractures that I think we're going to have to keep an eye on because the number one and the number two in the Labour Party seem to be playing slightly different games.
Once again, Sam, policy, and it is tax dominating the policy debate.
That's right. Late last night, Labour changed their policy position. Now, earlier in the week, Rachel Reeves, the Shadow Chancellor, we were talking about this yesterday, Mark. Rachel Reeves told me on Tuesday that there were 3 taxes that Labour definitely wouldn't raise all the way through the Parliament. They are income tax, national insurance and corporation tax. And late last night, Labour added a 4th under pressure, VAT. Now, Rishi Sunak has been here in Buckinghamshire trying to capitalise on that. Let's hear a bit of what he had to say.
The choice at this election is who is going to cut your taxes and who is going to put them up. I'm crystal clear that we're already cutting people's taxes and they will continue to come down under a future Conservative government. We've just announced the other day a tax cut for pensioners, the Triple Lock Plus. That hasn't been matched by the Labour Party, so pensioners will be paying tax under a future Labour government. There is a retirement tax coming. The question for Keir Starmer is what other taxes are going to go up? He's got £2,000 for every working household in unfunded spending commitments. That's the cost of the next Labour government if they are elected. So the question for him is, what other taxes are going to go up on working people? Because under the Conservatives, we're going to keep cutting them.
But, Mark, while Rishi Sunak wants to make it look like there's a big difference on tax, actually the policy differences aren't that huge. Both Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak saying they want to bring down the tax burden, but not by how far. And the actual promises, well, the Tories promised to help pensioners out, but otherwise a pretty similar landscape. So Rishi Sunak trying to make a lot of it, but I think we're going to have to wait for the manifestos before we can properly compare the two parties' offer on tax, such a critical issue at every general election, particularly this one.
OK, Sam, thanks very much indeed. And by the way, if you scan the QR code on your screen now, you can listen to Beth Rigby's full interview with Angela Rayner on today's episode of the Sky News Daily podcast. Listen and follow wherever you get your podcasts. And just to let you know that on the 12th of June, Sky News will be hosting an election leaders event in Grimsby, a key marginal seat in one of our target towns this election year. The Labour leader Keir Starmer and the Conservative leader Rishi Sunak have been invited to attend, and we are looking for a live audience to join us on the night. You can scan the QR code on your screen now for more information and also to apply with the potential opportunity to put your question to the men who want the keys to number 10. Now, a 9-year-old girl is in a critical condition in hospital after being injured in a shooting in Hackney, East London. 3 others were also wounded.
Someone knows who was responsible. This was a shooting that's left a little girl fighting for her life. If you have any information that could assist us with the investigation, please do the right thing and make contact with us.
Well, our correspondent Rachel Venables has the latest now from East London.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the line that jumped out to me most was where he talked about this having left a little girl fighting for her life, just 9 years old. She didn't know the 3 men who were also shot last night. We were given some details of their ages, certainly 26, 37 and 42. This all seems to have taken place at a Turkish restaurant last night, with police saying that somebody drove past on a motorbike that they have now recovered and which they believe to have been stolen. And this individual opened fire and 4 people were caught up in the crossfire. 4 people were shot. 3 men who were sat outside and a little girl who was just having dinner with her family was also shot, and she is now in hospital, crucially in a critical condition. Initially we were told the child involved was in a serious condition. It seems as though certainly the police have got more information or that condition has worsened. So an absolutely devastating time for her family and a really traumatic update, certainly for people here who have been really shocked by what happened last night. And I think this indiscriminate nature is the language he used there. She was an innocent victim of the indiscriminate nature of gun crime. I think that particularly will really shock people, as well, of course, as these 3 men who were just sat having dinner, presumably sat outside this restaurant. We've actually been able to see the restaurant today. The cordon is up and it's blocked off, but you can see quite clearly almost the tableau frozen into place when this incident occurred. You can see plates still on the tables, an ashtray, glasses of beer half drunk with the remains of the paramedics' paraphernalia sort of littered on the floor, whether it's medical kits or the plastic or the rubber gloves on the floor where they would have been trying desperately to save lives and to protect these individuals who were then taken to hospital. So a really significant update there, I think, from Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway. 3 men and a 9-year-old girl having been shot here in Hackney last night, and crucially they say nobody has been arrested, and they are urging members of the public, anyone with information, to come forward and speak to them.
Rachel Venables there. A primary teacher has been sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for the murder of her partner, Nicholas Billingham. Fiona Beale admitted murdering Billingham, whose partially mummified remains were found 4.5 months after he was last seen in November 2021. Daniel Henry has been following the trial.
I think what was really striking about what had happened was the way that she attempted to cover it up in the months afterwards. In the weeks afterwards, she would be sending messages from Nick's phone to friends and family, even to Nick's mother, suggesting that he was still alive, still fine, nothing wrong. From what I heard in court, it seemed to be a very complex relationship, one that was marked with claims of affairs and assaults. But all of those potential factors, all of those things that were being considered, when the judge heard them all, the judge decided that the only result, the only answer was that, one, that Fiona was responsible for what had happened, and we know that because of the diaries that she kept. She wrote diaries outlining what she'd done, outlining how she'd planned it, outlining that she had this alter ego tool at 22 that she was running under, and that she was using that as a way to get done what she decided she was going to do. And we also learned that that Fiona had been dealing with some mental challenges, that she had some mental health issues. We actually also have something from the mum. Let's come to her first.
We didn't know why she'd done it, and I don't think anyone knows why, and perhaps we'll never know. I mean, I'm not a horrible person in any way, I hope, but that's just what she deserves for what she done.
So hearing those reflections there from Nick's mother, I was looking at Nick's parents when they were in court and when the sentencing was being handed down. They were looking over at Fiona Beale to see if there was any kind of reflection from there. Nothing coming from Fiona Beale, nothing really coming from the parents. Their heads down, hearing what had happened in court. And we get to the end of this, nearly 2 and a bit years on, nearly 3 years on from losing their son. And the answer is that Fiona Beale is a murderer who will serve at least 20 years in jail for the murder of Nick Billingham.
The jury in former US President Donald Trump's hush money trial have begun deliberations again after asking to rehear crucial evidence. The 12-person jury also asked to revisit part of the judge's hour-long legal instructions. James Matthews is outside the court for us. So, James, another anxious day for the man who wants to be president again.
Yeah, the man who was America's 45th president and on whose future rests what's happening in this building behind me. The jury back in, as you say, Mark, for the past hour, having refreshed their memories about evidence throughout the 5 weeks of testimony, particularly about one key meeting, a key meeting according to the prosecution, where David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer, met with Donald Trump and Trump's lawyer. A meeting where the prosecution say the hush money scheme that's brought us to where we are today was hatched, where there was an agreement to bury negative news about Donald Trump. And, you know, I hear analysis here that the fact that jury members wanted to hear about that meeting, about Pecker's involvement, about Cohen's testimony, analysis that the jurors may be leaning towards the prosecution's case, because the prosecution say this meeting was at the very heart of what went on, at the very heart of the crime. So we'll see. Donald Trump, we're told, is sitting low in his chair, with stony-faced, almost scolding. We're getting a live text feed of what's happening inside court. As the judge goes over his instructions, which essentially is a roadmap for jurors in their considerations, we are told that jurors are very attentive, taking notes, but quite what's in their mind, I suppose, we find out in due course, don't we? They were out for 4.5 hours yesterday. They've been back in the room considering their verdict for the past hour, so we'll see where we go. Donald Trump, of course, doesn't have a speaking part in court this morning, although he was president. He has been unmuted on social media, however, on Truth Social within the past couple of hours, typing his thoughts on matters. Election interference in capital letters with 3 exclamation marks. So that's Donald Trump's view on matters as he awaits his fate.
OK, James, thank you very much indeed. Time now for a look at some of the day's other top stories. 2 bodies have been found in the search for a man and his son who went missing during a hike in the Scottish Highlands. Tom Parry, aged 49, and his son Richie were due to return to their Cheshire home yesterday after visiting Glen Nevis and Glencoe. A police spokesperson says the bodies had not yet been formally identified, but the family had been made aware. The trial of 3 men accused of murdering the journalist Lyra McKee in 2019 began in Belfast earlier today. Miss McKee was shot in the head as she observed rioting in the Cregan area of Londonderry, and the new IRA claimed responsibility. Peter Kavanagh, Jordan Gareth Devine and Paul McIntyre from Derry are charged with the 29-year-old's murder. And Delhi has reached a record temperature of almost 53 degrees Celsius. That's 127 Fahrenheit, as parts of India swelter through an unrelenting heat wave. Scientists say the extraordinary heat is down to an unusual transition between the El Niño and the La Niña weather patterns, which they have linked to climate change. A Hong Kong court has found 14 pro-democracy activists guilty of conspiracy to commit subversion in a landmark case. A number of former lawmakers now face the possibility of life in prison thanks to a law imposed by China which all but wiped out public dissent in Hong Kong. Our Asia correspondent Nicole Johnston has this report.
Hong Kong's so-called 47 pro-democracy leaders accused of subversion by China. 14 now convicted. 31 had pleaded guilty. Almost the entire leadership of the city's anti-government movement is in jail. Today's verdict, another milestone in a clampdown on dissent. One of only 2 to be acquitted had this message.
Dear fellows, I have to say I have to thank all those who have shown their big hearts and concern. But I should not focus at this moment. There are still other defendants in this case, warranting our concern and even love.
In 2020, Beijing imposed a national security law to bring to an end months of protests in Hong Kong. The opposition didn't give up, holding an unofficial primary election, aiming to get its people into the legislature. But Beijing wouldn't have it. Sweeping arrests followed. Activists, politicians, all behind bars, including the face of the student protests, Joshua Wong. He pleaded guilty. In Hong Kong, some defended today's verdicts.
You can see that we enjoy a certain degrees of a stable. I don't think that the Hong Kong people will be likely living in a society full of the protests, standstills, and sanctioned by other countries.
But activists argue Hong Kong's freedom is in serious trouble.
They're basically claiming that every normal practice in democratic parliament are unconstitutional, are subverting the state, and that is just absurd. That is not even close to any international standard, and it really shows that the court is being used as a weapon to target political dissidents and to crash Hong Kong's political diversity.
China's crackdown has crushed the opposition. These verdicts could be the final blow. Nicole Johnston, Sky News, Beijing.
Just some breaking news, and police investigating the robbery of a jeweller in West London have made 2 arrests. The victim, Oliver White, was not seriously injured in the attack, but was found dead at a location in Surrey the following day. Police say 2 arrests have been made in connection with the robbery. A woman aged in her 30s has been released under investigation. A man also aged in his 30s was arrested on Wednesday and bailed pending further inquiries. More on that as we get it. You're watching the NewsHour. Coming up, Labour under fire after blocking left-wingers from standing in the general election. We'll speak to a former advisor to Ed Miliband, Matthew Laza, about what this means for Sir Keir Starmer. And the Princess of Wales will not be returning to public duties next month. We'll bring you the latest on that next.
Behind that door.
Well, what are you hearing?
A summer election, July 4th of July.
We will be live.
Inflation, the cost of living crisis. He's repeatedly said it's projected to go higher. Absolutely, certainly.
Now is the moment. The optics, the decision, the gamble.
All of that will be in play. The question, of course, is...
Are you happy it's called an election?
I'm Dominic Waghorn, Sky's International Affairs Editor, covering a world that seems to be unravelling. War, unrest, revolutions.
It's not his country, it's ours, and we're going to take it back.
They have succeeded for the first time in their country's history in removing a leader from power. Now, freedom! There was fighting here, but there's clearly now a lull, and they're using it to bring up more ammunition. We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. This is a mass exodus in which Russia is hemorrhaging some of its brightest and its best. According to the local weather channel, there have been more than 2,500 lightning strikes, torrential rain and flash flooding, all on top of this week's lethal tornado. What stays with you most in this job is some of the people you meet. What is your worst fear about what the Russians want to do to the children?
They're just boosting demographics by stealing young people.
Would you like to take the opportunity, Mr. President, on Sky News to invite Barack Obama to come here? Mr. Trump, are you running for president? Can you confirm it?
We're going to take a look, a very serious look.
On that day, we saw your fighters killing women, killing children. Was that a mistake? Did you go too far? You couldn't control your fighters? The full force of the state is being used to crush any protest. It's half an hour now past the deadline that Hamas issued with its ultimatum to the people of Ashkelon, and we've now seen a third barrage of rockets coming in. Another alarm. The mood here is jittery and nervous. We're seeing the world get more and more divided, and it's our job to try to make sense of it all.
The Princess of Wales will not be returning to public duties next month after speculation about whether she would be well enough to take part in a military event in Whitehall. As Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guards, Kate would usually take the salute at the Colonel's Review, which takes place the weekend before Trooping the Colour. Earlier this year, the Princess revealed she had cancer and was undergoing preventative chemotherapy earlier this year. Our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, reports.
It's that time of year for the royals, the season of big ceremonial events. But this time with questions about whether we'd see the King and the Princess of Wales. As Colonel-in-Chief of the Irish Guards, Kate would usually take the salute at the Colonel's Review on the 8th of June, a dress rehearsal to Trooping the Colour. But now it's been confirmed she won't, as she continues her cancer recovery.
I think everybody understands the position the Princess of Wales is in, and most of all, we just want to wish her our best wishes, her continued recovery, and our thoughts are absolutely with her. And the Colonel's Review will be a very special day, and we'll make it a good one.
The palace don't want this to be seen as an update on her health. They still want her privacy respected, stressing that everyone's journey through treatment is always different. The King, for example, has returned to public duties as he continues his recovery. Yesterday at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts. And today confirmed he will attend Trooping the Colour. But we won't see him on horseback as we did for last year's birthday parade. Instead, he'll join the Queen in a carriage. It won't be confirmed until nearer the time which other royals will join him. No doubt a chance to thank the public for their support at what continues to be a challenging time. Rhiannon Mills, Sky News.
You're watching the NewsHour. Coming up, I'll be talking to former advisor to Ed Miliband as Labour comes under fire after blocking left-wingers from standing in the election. Let's get some more election news now. And the Green Party launched their election campaign in Bristol today.
This has been the most chaotic and destructive period of government that any of us can remember. So what we need, what our country is crying out for, is change. Real change.
But the people that I and Adrian have been talking to on the doorsteps are clear that Labour just isn't offering that change. People are disappointed by the way Starmer has backtracked.
Plaid Cymru launched their campaign in Bangor with the leader Rhun ap Iorwerth telling voters Wales had been overlooked by Westminster for too long.
It is time to kick the Tories out of power. They have left a trail of destruction and we cannot get rid of that government quickly enough. But the message is also abundantly clear that people don't want Labour to be taking Wales for granted either. For too long, Wales has been overlooked at Westminster.
Reform Party leader Richard Tice said the UK was too reliant on foreign workers and called for an employer immigration tax.
The British economy, our great economy, it has a deadly, deadly addiction. That's the harsh truth. It's the drug of cheap overseas labour. And this drug, it's being pushed on every street corner by the Labour Party and by the Tories. They believe that this drug, this addiction, is good for the British economy. Let me tell you, today, it's not.
The Liberal Democrat leader, Sir Ed Davey, pledged to increase taxes on search engine and social media companies to fund a mental health professional for every primary and secondary school during a visit to Somerset.
Only the Liberal Democrats are arguing for that with a costed programme. It's so important. Our children's mental health has never been in such a crisis. Huge waiting lists for help. And it's not just about their health now, it's how it impacts their whole future. So if we don't invest in this sort of investment, we are undermining our children and our country's future.
Well, the Lib Dems have brought us paddleboarding, cycling and now water sliding on the campaign trail this week. So it was only right that our correspondent Matthew Thompson got involved too.
Aren't you afraid, though, of, and I don't know why you would, maybe why I might ask this, but
go.
Let's go. Looking a little bit silly.
No, this is fun. You enjoy yourself. Woo! Isn't it fun? You've never had so much fun as a Sky reporter, ever.
It's a tough gig, but someone's got to do it.
Only during an election. So Keir Starmer has launched Labour's election campaign in Wales, but the accusation that he is blocking left-wing candidates from standing is overshadowing the party's messaging, with his predecessor Jeremy Corbyn telling Sky News he is clearly intervening in a purge. It comes amid the continued uncertainty over Diane Abbott's future in the party. Joining me now to discuss this more is the former head of broadcast for Ed Miliband, Matthew Larser. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. Well, I mean, what do you make of it all?
So I don't think that this is a case of a purge. Jeremy Corbyn would say that, wouldn't he? But it is a case of leftover business of not having sorted out the issue of Diane Abbott's candidacy, now joining together with a couple of other issues that have arisen in the campaign to make it look like a conspiracy, when actually the truth of the matter is it's a cock-up. Because if they'd sorted the issue of Diane out, we wouldn't be focusing on this in the same way.
Right, so why do you think they haven't sorted it out then? I mean, it's something that presumably Keir Starmer could sort out quite quickly.
Well, I think the problem is with Diane is she's so high profile and she's such a totemic figure to many as the first black woman MP, as the longest serving black parliamentarian. But on the other hand, she says some pretty daft things, which was at times offensive things, which is why she was originally suspended, and she followed it up with some unwise comments. So I think the issue is it's a fine line between showing respect for Diane's track record, which Keir's spoken of this week, and ensuring that every Labour candidate abides by the values that Keir Starmer is putting out there, and in particular the way that he has changed the Labour Party and made it a much more friendly place for the Jewish community.
I mean, is there a division emerging with Angela Rayner? She's saying very clearly today that there is no reason why Diane Abbott should not be a candidate. Keir Starmer seems to be saying, well, you know, we just want high-quality candidates.
Yeah, I think what you're going to see over the next, I hope, only a few hours, because Labour needs to stop this row as quickly as possible. We're all meant to be talking about Labour's antisocial behaviour agenda today. Well, I don't think anybody's been talking about that as this row dominates. I mean, there are two things that might have happened. Angela's either freelancing, in which case there is a bigger problem than expected, or she is out there putting out the first messaging that Diane will be standing and to try and close the row down. I hope it's the latter. I think what you will see over the next 24 hours is a sort of deal done with Diane in that she agrees to behave herself. Good luck with that with Diane, who's a pretty much of a live wire, in return for her being allowed to stand as the candidate. I think that's what's going to happen, because Labour's got to stop this row from dominating the next 48 hours of the campaign, and it mustn't have it go into the weekend.
Is there a sense, though, Matthew, in which this could play quite well for Keir Starmer, in that it shows that he is trying to show that Labour has changed and Labour has moved away from the Labour Party of 2019?
Absolutely. I mean, this will be part of the reason why they haven't sorted Diane out yet, because although obviously to keep the Labour heartlands, as it were, happy, they would let her back in. Clearly, getting rid of Diane as a candidate does play into the agenda of I've changed the Labour Party, all those Corbynistas have gone, all the figures you remember from the last general election when Diane, remember, was in the shadow cabinet, as Shadow Home Secretary, have gone. So they'll be thinking, who do we keep happy? The Daily Mail on the one hand, or the Labour base on the other? And they have to be very careful, because whichever decision they make has consequences. Yes, if Diane's allowed back in, we'll see, you know, two-page spreads with all her wilder comments in the Mail. But on the other hand, we saw the Greens launch their campaign in your roundup just a few minutes ago. You know, the Greens are on 8-9% in lots of seats. You know, that 8 or 9% could be the difference, if you can't win some of it over to Labour, between beating the Tories in those seats and not. So Labour has to remember that it still has to look after that kind of liberal left base.
OK, Matthew, appreciate your time.
Pleasure.
Thanks very much indeed. Right, we are going to have a very quick look at the weather. And high pressure building in the west is likely to bring a fine weekend with good sunny spells and temperatures in the mid-20s Celsius. Low pressure tracking south over eastern coasts is bringing some showery rain for now. Away from North Sea coasts, any remaining daytime showers will die away fairly readily, with clearing skies in the west. It will become chilly in the northwest, with temperatures dropping back into single areas for some rural spots. It'll be milder under the cloud covering eastern areas, but the winds there will freshen, gusting to 35 or 40 miles an hour at times. Friday will start rather dull over central and eastern areas, with showery rain for Yorkshire, Lincolnshire and East Anglia. Right, our political editor Beth Rigby is in Westminster and joins me now. And Beth, I understand you have breaking news.
I do, Mark. We have some breaking news that Mark Logan, a Conservative MP, now a Conservative candidate for Bolton North East, won that seat in 2019, has quit the Tories and is urging people to vote Labour on July the 4th. We have another Conservative defection to Labour. Mark Logan, the former MP for Bolton North East, you can see him there on your screens, has defected defected, is urging people to vote Labour, and says that he would like to try and stand for Labour in a constituency. He is 40 years old. He won that seat from Labour in the 2019 general election with a tiny majority of just 378. It had been Labour since 1997, but was previously held by the Tories, and he has defected. So we are waiting for confirmation from the Labour Party, but Sky News understands that he is quitting the Tories and urging people to vote Labour on July the 4th, and this is the third defection, isn't it, in recent weeks. We had Natalie Elphicke from Dover. She defected. She stood down, actually, but she did that big speech with Starmer about stopping small boats, saying that the Prime Minister had failed the public on this policy. She had defected. And so we have now another defection as well. Dan Poulter, also a Conservative, standing down. He too defected just before Natalie Elphicke, and he defected saying he is a medicine man. He defected saying that Labour had let down the public on the NHS. That's Dr. Dan Poulter, who also defected. So we have another defection. Mark Logan saying we need a new government.
Yeah, I mean, and the timing, awful for Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely awful for Rishi Sunak. He also had another problem earlier this week where the MP for Telford, she said, Lucy Allen, she also defected, but this time she went to Reform. She urged the party or voters there to back Reform. So this is the second defection, and they're going both ways this week, aren't they? One to Labour, one to Reform. You remember Lee Anderson actually also defected to Reform. So that's 5 defections in recent weeks. But yeah, this is bad news for the Prime Minister. Another defection there. You can see him on your screens. That's Mark Logan. He had a tiny majority in Bolton North East, won it in the Brexit election when so many red wall seats that had long been held Labour turned Tory. He just had a majority of just under 400. So, I mean, the writing on the wall there, very likely that that seat will go back to Labour. It must be one of the most marginals there are in the country. But Mark Logan hoping to stand in another Labour seat. But also, Mark, yes, it is bad news for Rishi Sunak, but I would also say that it's helpful for Labour because it detracts a bit from the crisis they've got in their own ranks at the moment. The deselection potentially of Diane Abbott, the MP, the former MP for Hackney North and Stoke Newington, she's represented that seat for 37 years. The potential deselection of her, she says she's going to be barred from standing, has caused massive ripple effects in the Labour Party, with accusations that Starmer is trying to purge the left from the party, with other candidates on the left being barred from standing. A ruthlessness, if you like. In that interview I did with his deputy, Angie Rayner, earlier today, like his number 2 basically going against what the rest of the shadow cabinet are saying, publicly saying that she thinks Diane should be allowed to stand as a Labour MP if she wants. She did also say to me, when I asked her about the purge of the left and factionalism and trying to shape the party without left MPs in it, she did say that she didn't think Starmer was responsible for the factionalism, but she did say that the briefings against Diane Abbott were unhelpful. So Labour have their own problems today, Mark, in terms of the campaign, with these rows over MPs and selections of MPs, really sort of polluting and diluting the messages that they want to get out, that they are wanting to talk about the NHS, wanting to talk about the economy. Now, they say they're a changed Labour Party, and perhaps for their strategy, they want to be seen to be expelling certain MPs. But for many members of the public, it might just look in really bad taste. And interestingly, with Diane Abbott, the first black female MP who has been in the party for 37 years as the MP MP for Stoke Newington and Hackney North, her potential being barred from selection again in that seat has really split the party, with Angie Rayner, the latest Labour MP, coming out in the backing and support of Diane Abbott, with Jess Phillips doing the same on our electoral dysfunction podcast that we put out yesterday.
OK, Beth, thank you very much indeed. Breaking news there, Mark Logan, former MP for Bolton North East, has, as you can see, defected to Labour, suggesting people vote Labour. You are watching the NewsHour. Coming up, we'll be getting the latest reaction from South Africa as early election results show the African National Congress party is set to lose its majority.
Day 27 of walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 43, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 44, walking from Manchester to Ibiza. Day 46, of walking from Manchester to Ibiza.
Yeah, that's the end destination at O Beach in Ibiza. I just thought, where can I walk to that's a bit controversial? Where can I walk to that's going to enable me to raise as much money as possible for charity? I thought, Manchester.
And have a bit of fun at the end of it.
Yeah, and it sounds as well. It sounds, people, and the more stupid things sound, I think, the more chance you're going to have to raise as much money as possible.
And you're raising money for the Tony Hudgell charity. Of course, we know Tony's story, the little boy who lost his limbs to horrific abuse at the hands of his parents. He's now with a loving family, and they raise money for so many different children's charities. Talk to me about why you wanted to choose that particular charity.
So I wanted to link something to do with walking. I wanted to raise money for a charity sort of linked to what I was doing. Obviously, I was walking to Ibiza. Tony raised a lot of his money during lockdown when he'd walk laps around his estate. So immediately, we put two together. I thought, what a fantastic charity. And what they do is also amazing. So we got in touch with Tony's parents via Instagram. We set up a WhatsApp group and we went down to Kent to meet them. I'm just going to say, what an absolutely amazing bunch of people. And straight away, I knew, this is the charity. So every day you'll get the map up and you always try and look for little shortcuts. Like you'll think, I can go down that road and ignore the map. And on that instance, I ignored totally all day. And I went, right, I'm going down this big road. And this D road led to a motorway. And there was no way off except 16 miles backwards. So I jumped onto the motorway and I thought, right, I've got to get off the motorway. So I jumped over some bridge, over this bridge, down the bridge.
I should just say, don't try this at home if you're going to do any charity walks. Just got to put a disclaimer there.
Please don't try it. I don't recommend it at all, but great for character building. But no, that is definitely the most dangerous part. And I think walking alone through very isolated areas in the south of France, like you say, when the signal goes, anything can happen.
I'm Katie Spencer and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent.
Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise.
Katie Spencer, Sky News in London.
Now to South Africa, and early election results suggest the African National Congress is set to lose its parliamentary majority and will need a partner to stay in power. That's a first in South Africa's post-apartheid history. With results from around 27% voting districts counted so far, the ANC is leading with 42.5%, followed by the Democrat Alliance with 25.4%. Let's speak now to Professor David Everett from Wits School of Governance, a political expert and academic from Johannesburg. Good evening. Thank you very much for being with us. And just first of all, I mean, how significant do you think these early results are?
Oh, I think they're quite profound. They're reflecting what all the polls had told us for the last 6 months, which is that the ANC will be lucky to get beyond 43%. And so a 30-year cycle of democracy is coming to an end. You know, 30 years ago, Mandela won with 62%. Now they're going to lose with 42%. And I think it's kind of bookending that first era of democracy in South Africa.
Yeah, I was there for those elections, covered those elections, and there was such hope and there was such optimism, and also there was such faith in the ANC. What has gone wrong?
Well, you know, the old thing about power and corruption going together. I think the problem is that the ANC has had unending power. It's had very large majorities, peaking at 70% in 2004. It never, I used to do some work for the ANC, and every time we told it this is going to happen, the ANC simply didn't want to hear or didn't believe it. And I think that there was this notion that as the party of liberation, they were the natural heirs to the throne and that they would remain there. And the voters, in part because of exactly what you said, the loss of faith, the spectacle of ANC corruption, of state capture, and the way it's affected people's everyday lives. The level of poverty has risen, inequality has worsened. People are sick of it, and they went out to vote for change. And what they wanted was change away from the ANC.
And who is turning their backs on the ANC? Is it the young, predominantly, who you mentioned there, the Party of Liberation, who would have never really experienced the ANC as a party of liberation?
Yes, I mean, I think we'll know better when we get, the post-election surveys and we know who did vote and who didn't. But it was clear from the polling that the youth were determined to turn out this time. They've been very non-participative in previous elections. And they were going with the more radical opposition called the Economic Freedom Fighters, which itself is led by fairly young leaders and appeals to them with a much more dramatic set of proposals, a kind of a socialist control of the economy, taking back land, all the kind of hot button issues that they wanted to hear. But I have to say, ordinary citizens of every race, color and creed, urban and rural, have also turned their back on the ANC. You cannot live for 30 years watching a party go from the very responsive early years of Mandela and the early Mbeki years, and then slide into the trough, as it were, of just overt corruption, and tell people, give us one more chance. The answer is no.
I spoke to a friend who runs a charity in Johannesburg, and he said that the young particularly have lost faith in democracy because it has just entrenched power in an elite, a black elite this time, not a white elite. Is there anything in that?
There may be. I mean, I think it's anecdotal. I mean, my sense of it is that, firstly, that democracy has delivered an overwhelmingly, but not entirely, peaceful election. The votes are being peacefully counted. There are no significant challenges or allegations of stuffing ballot boxes or throwing them away or cheating in any other way. And I think most importantly, the ANC will accept the result. We live in a region where liberation parties assume they can stay in power decade after decade after decade. And the ANC, by accepting the results, will simply show that the constitutional democracy is holding. So I think even if there was a turning away and young people feeling a new elite had been entrenched, they've now uprooted that elite. So the democracy seems to be delivering to them.
And just briefly and finally, Professor, will a coalition government, if there is one, will that bring about change? Do you think people have any confidence in that?
It depends entirely. So the ANC seems to have two choices. It can, because assuming it sits around 42, 43, it needs a large party to hit 50% rather than a lot of these 1% parties we have. It can go with the socialist kind of economic freedom fighters, for whom total state control is their desire, and who don't necessarily have the best reputation for democratic governance. or it can go with the much more conservative Democratic Alliance. But the difference is that the EFF grew out of the ANC. The Democratic Alliance is a genuine opposition and alternative. The Democratic Alliance, however, is very good on governance and will clearly be much more attractive. The markets will find that coalition much more attractive. Even today, the threat of an EFF coalition has tanked the rand again.
OK, Professor, we've got to leave it there. I've got some breaking news, but thank you very much indeed for being with us. Appreciate it. And that breaking news is that it's on Roy Keane. A court has heard how the former Manchester United midfielder gestured towards an Arsenal fan during a football match to meet him outside after banter turned more aggressive. The 43-year-old Scott Law has pleaded not guilty to a charge of common assault against Mr Keane relating to an incident on September the 3rd last year following Arsenal's 3-1 victory over Manchester United. The ex-Ireland international, who was working as a pundit for Sky Sport, was allegedly head-butted. Much more, top of the hour.
this conflict.
They keep telling us that they want aid.
And this is what's left of it.
Tanks, heavy vehicle.
Why only in America?
People want their country to work.
Just want a job in a normal life.
Why are these homes empty?
I want you to be honest with people.
That has happened within minutes.
Sky News, the full story first.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the NewsHour. 60 minutes of news, analysis and interviews. We begin right now with the top stories this hour. Another Conservative defection this evening. Bolton's former MP, Mark Logan, leaves the party and says, I'm backing Labour. The growing row within Labour. Now Keir Starmer's deputy says Diane Abbott should be allowed to stand.
Diane's been a trailblazer, 37 years. First black female MP in Parliament, and she's shown people like me that you can be yourself.
Also tonight, gun horror in East London. A 9-year-old girl fights for her life. Life in prison for the teacher who killed and buried her partner and pretended it never happened. And waiting for the verdict, another tense day for Donald Trump as the hush money jury decides his fate. Good evening. Sir Keir Starmer may be facing a deepening row over the treatment of Diane Abbott this evening, but we start with a headache for Rishi Sunak tonight after another Conservative MP, Mark Logan, has said he's leaving the party to back Labour in July's poll. Joining me now is political correspondent Gurpreet Narwan. Good evening, Gurpreet. And, well, just awful timing for Rishi Sunak.
Yeah, and so this is Mark Logan, as you said. He's the MP for Bolton North East, a seat that he's occupied since 2019 for the Conservatives. He won with just a slender majority of 329. He's just issued a letter saying that he will not be running as the Conservative candidate in that seat and that he has defected to Labour. We understand that he's hoping to stand for the Labour Party in another seat. It looked like he was going to lose that seat. According to the polls, it's very much a seat that Labour is hoping to wrestle back from the Conservatives. It's one that's been a Labour hold since 1997. As I said, he issued a letter, and I'll read you a little bit from that letter to give you a sense of kind of his motivations. He said, I have concluded that we need a new government, and I believe the UK will be best served with that government being a Labour government. We need renewed enthusiasm and optimism in both tone and in policy, and I believe that we are already seeing this through Keir Starmer and the team. I am resigning from the Conservative Party with immediate effect. Regrettably, I will therefore not contest our constituency at the upcoming general election. Mark Logan, while an MP, has had very forthright views on the conflict in the Middle East. He broke ranks with the Conservative Party back in February to call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. He, of course, has a very strong Muslim constituency in Bolton. As you said, this will be a headache for Rishi Sunak, disappointing news. He has become the third Conservative MP this year now in the matter of months, to defect to the Labour Party, or at least to throw his support behind the Labour Party. There was Natalie Elphicke. Before her, there was Dan Poulter. And of course, before that, we had Christian Wakeford, who also said he was joining or moving to support the Labour Party. And in total now, we've had 79 Conservative MPs who say that they will be standing down. That's a new record, breaking the record of breaking the record before the 1997 election that saw a landslide for the Labour Party. It's a blow to Rishi Sunak, who is trying to carefully manage sort of the news around the Conservative Party campaign. He's carefully selected the policy announcements that he is drip feeding, but of course there's stuff that he cannot control, and this is one of them.
Gurpreet, thanks very much indeed. Now to that deepening row within Labour over the treatment of Diane Abbott. The party's deputy leader, Angela Rayner, says she can see no reason why the veteran MP should not stand as a candidate. The leader, Keir Starmer, is being accused by his predecessor, Jeremy Corbyn, of effectively organising a purge of the left. But Keir Starmer insisted today that he was not trying to block left-wingers, but added that the party needed the highest quality of candidates. We'll hear what Mr Corbyn had to say in just a moment, but first, this is what Angela Rayner said earlier to our political editor, Beth Rigby.
I don't think there's any reason why Diane can stand as a Labour MP. Look, she's gone through a process, and that's right, and I wasn't involved in that process because we have a complaints procedure and there was a concern raised. She apologised. As far as I've seen, that has been dealt with. The whip has told her that she's back on the whip, so she's back a member of the Labour Party, parliamentary Labour Party. I don't see any reason why she can't be a Labour MP if that's what she wants to do.
Is that what you would like to see
I'd like to see Diane go on her terms if she wants to, or if she wants to stay, then she should be able to stay. Diane's been a trailblazer, 37 years, first black female MP in Parliament, and she's shown people like me that you can be yourself. Like, can you imagine that when she walked into Parliament, she was the only face that looked like her? Can you imagine? I mean, it's challenging for someone like me to be in there from a working class background. Can you imagine how that was for Diane and what she's had to endure over that period? But she hasn't. She's been an inspiration.
The one thing they all have in common, the people that have been purged, is that they're on the left of the party and have all spoken out in favour of an immediate ceasefire and permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
Well, Labour say that there's problems with, the process. They said Pfizer liked tweets that were not becoming of a Labour candidate. So that's what they would say.
Liking a tweet, we don't even know which tweet it was or whose tweet it was. That seems to me a bit thin. And the Labour Party's procedures ought to be more robust and more open than that.
So you think it's Keir Starmer making these decisions?
Yeah, well, as much as he claims that sometimes it's nothing to do with him and other times that he's made the decision, he better make up his mind what it is. I think the leader ought to be independent of the other processes, but he clearly is intervening all along the way.
Aaron McCaffrey is in Buckinghamshire for us this evening. And, well, how problematic do you think this is for Keir Starmer?
Yeah, it is clearly, Mark, very problematic. There is little doubt about that in the sense that this is dominating the headlines for the Labour Party. Frankly, it is not what you'd want during a general election campaign. And also, clearly those within the left of the party do feel there is somewhat of a purge. In recent days, when you look at some of the evidence, it's maybe not necessarily unfairly that you would reach that conclusion yourself when you look at some of the candidates who do seem to have been effectively deselected. Clearly, the Senedd case of Diane Abbott is a slightly different one. The Labour leadership has repeatedly said that she has not so far been banned from standing in Hackney. But I think for the fear for the Labour Party is this continues to drag out into next week when the NEC is due to make that decision. Was the intervention, for example, of Angela Rayner, Labour's deputy leader, as you just saw today in an interview with Beth Rigby, was that helpful to the party's leadership? And then you add into this that the questions are now turning on Keir Starmer's judgment in all of this. How has he allowed this situation to arise? It's clearly quite confused. There was a sense at one stage that Diane Abbott may well have retired and that the leadership would have praised what we heard, that trailblazing kind of contribution she's made to politics. Some briefing to the media seems to have stalled that process. And so there will be questions for Keir Starmer. He repeatedly argues this is not a decision for him, but in the end, he is leader of the Labour Party. It is the election campaign, and these divisions, frankly, within the party are dominating the headlines.
Right, and once again, tax dominating the policy debate.
Yeah, so I'm here in Buckinghamshire. The Prime Minister's just turned up at his last event of the day. Rishi Sunak has been making a pitch that we've heard repeatedly to voters today around security and taxation and the economy, accusing Labour of having a secret plan to increase VAT, which they seem to dampen down pretty quickly, Mark, within hours of Jeremy Hunt making this accusation in the Daily Telegraph yesterday, though the Prime Minister in the last hour or so speaking to journalists reiterating that Labour were effectively making up these quite significant policies on the hoof. But earlier on he was talking to factory workers and he was actually facing a whole range of questions, not just on the economy, but also his role during Partygate and the party scandal during COVID. Let's have a listen in, though, to what the Prime Minister's case was today, if you like, on day 8 of this election campaign.
The choice at this election is who is going to cut your taxes and who is going to put them up. I'm crystal clear that we're already cutting people's taxes and they will continue to come down under a future Conservative government. We've just announced the other day a tax cut for pensioners, the Triple Lock Plus. That hasn't been matched by the Labour Party, so pensioners will be paying tax under a future Labour government. There is a retirement tax coming. The question for Keir Starmer is what other taxes are going to go up? He's got £2,000 for every working household in unfunded spending commitments. That's the cost of the next Labour government if they are elected. So the question for him is, what other taxes are going to go up on working people? Because under the Conservatives, we're going to keep cutting them.
Now, also fascinating tonight, as I say, he is still in Buckinghamshire. He's talking to Conservative members. We're obviously trying to get his reaction to this latest defection. Again, with the ebb and flow mark of these election campaigns, the Tories had a rocky start. Labour have had a pretty bad couple of days. And just as it feels that the Conservatives are getting their message on board and they've got their attack lines and they're making an impact, clearly this defection is somewhat paid to that. At the moment, the Prime Minister's not willing to comment on all of this, though partly it is our job to try and see if he will. And we're going to try and do that at this event here in Buckinghamshire.
OK, Darren, thanks very much indeed. And by the way, if you scan the QR code on your screen now, you can listen to Beth Rigby's full interview with Angela Rayner on today's episode of the Sky News Daily podcast. Listen and follow wherever you get your podcasts. And also, just to let you know, on the 12th of June, Sky News will be hosting an election leaders event in Grimsby, a key marginal seat and one of our target towns this election year. The Labour leader Keir Starmer and Conservative leader Rishi Sunak have been invited to attend, and we are looking for a live audience to join us on the night. You can scan the QR code on your screen now for more information and also to apply with the potential opportunity to put your question to the men who want the keys to number 10. One of those is Rishi Sunak, who is speaking live in Buckinghamshire.
That we've detained, offer an amnesty to illegal migrants. You know what that will do? It will make us the soft touch of Europe, a magnet for migrants from across the continent. That's not going to deliver security for anyone. It's not going to deliver security for our country, and that's what we are fighting to stop, my friends. Now, what Labour do want you to think, what they do want you to believe, is that this election is over before it's even begun, that it's a foregone conclusion. Well, I'll tell you this. I'm going to fight every single day to earn the trust of the British people. Because we all know the British people do not like being taken for granted. So we're going to keep putting our bold ideas on the table, like a new modern form of national service, like the Triple Lock Plus, like the 100,000 new high-quality apprenticeships. And in contrast, what have we got? Another half-an-hour speech from Keir Starmer without a single new idea in it, right? If this is someone who was happy to abandon every single promise he made to become Labour leader as soon as he got the job, what makes you think he won't do exactly the same thing if he ends up as Prime Minister? And I tell you this, if he doesn't stand for anything himself, then how can he stand up for all of you? Right? Now, in contrast, we're the ones with a clear plan. We're the ones taking bold action to deliver that secure future for our country. That's what we want to do. That's what I want to deliver, a country where we have confidence in ourselves, in our communities, a renewed sense of pride in our country, a Britain where your hard work is always rewarded and where the opportunities that were there for the previous generation are there again for the next, and above all, a Britain where your safety and our defence is always assured. That's the secure future that I'm working towards. That's the secure future that we want to deliver. And with your support, this is the election that we're going to win. All right, thank you. Right, very good to see you. Hello, hello, how are you? I love this. Look at that. That is amazing. Hi, 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 how are you?
How are you? Well, there we are. Rishi Sunak in Buckinghamshire, noticeably not mentioning the defection of Mark Logan, his MP or former MP for Bolton North East, who has announced that he has quit the Tories and has defected to Labour. So a blow there for Rishi Sunak, and we'll try and get some reaction from him on that. Now, the jury in former US President Donald Trump's hush money trial have begun deliberations again after asking to rehear crucial evidence. The 12-person jury also asked to revisit part of the judge's hour-long legal instructions. James Matthews is outside the court for us. So, well, another anxious day for Donald Trump.
Yeah, Mark, we're in that holding pattern. The jury out since yesterday. They had questions, of course. We've had the rereading of a number of aspects of the case, testimony in particular of a meeting in Trump Tower in 2015 when the prosecution say this hush money scheme that brought us where we are today was hatched. Interesting, perhaps, that the jury are keen on a memory refresh on that one. I'm joined by Julie Rendleman, criminal defence attorney. Hi, Julie. The prosecution said that meeting was key. It was at the heart of their case. The fact jurors want to hear more about it, or the testimony, again, of the key players, does that tell us anything at this stage?
It could. I mean, it could be that they're looking at the conspiracy part of the case, and therefore one could argue, well, they're already past the records in terms of the crime there. Again, I'm not so sure. I think that what you described probably is accurate, which is they're kind of going in order. They haven't heard from David Pecker in a while. They want to hear the significance of that room and what happened in there in terms of the purpose that they all got together and whether there really is a conspiracy to commit election fraud.
Yeah, the fact the jury, and we're told from inside that they are engaged, they're writing notes when they're being retold the evidence of Pecker and Michael Cohen and so on in that particular meeting. Does that tell us that they are leaning towards the prosecution case? Does it lay any emphasis either way?
So, you know, again, you said earlier, reading tea leaves, I could say yes, and they could come back with a verdict saying not guilty in 5 minutes. We are all, you know, in a sense, grabbing at straws, if I can use an American term, in terms of guessing what it is they're doing. And remember, it could be one juror that's saying to the others, listen to this one part. I really want you to listen to this one part. Or there could be 3 jurors that are focused on something that you can't believe. It's one sentence of the entire thing. We just don't know.
You say grabbing at straws, we say clutching at straws.
Maybe we say clutching also.
Let me ask you to clutch another. The longer this goes on, jury deliberations, typically you think, well, that's them heading towards a mistrial, perhaps. But in this case, there's much documentary evidence. There's a lot of testimony that went on over the course of the 5 weeks. What do you read into where we're going in terms of the timetable?
So I think you make a great point, which is this is a fairly lengthy, complicated case. And I think both sides, if they were being fair, want the jury to really analyze every piece of evidence to make sure they get it right. And that would mean taking the time to re-listen to testimony and re-listen to the instructions on the law. At this moment, I don't think we're anywhere near saying, oh, we're about to have a mistrial. As the days go on, we may have a different discussion. Yeah,
and then generally, what do you think is in the mind of the jury at the moment as they deliberate? We're told that they wanted headphones, speakers for the laptop in the jury room this morning. They're clearly going over some of the evidence that was provided to them. I just wonder where do their questions go now?
So I think that's the question, is what's next? Because sometimes you may not hear from them for another 2 days. Some of them are thinking, how can I finish this before the weekend? I hate to say that, but people want to be done with this case. I do think they are honed in on specific things that relate to the conspiracy. And so if we're guessing, this may behoove the prosecution. And again, I keep saying we're guessing because we don't know. But I do think that the next couple of questions should start to lead us in which direction they're headed.
All right, well, we'll see where that takes us. Thanks very much again, Julie. We're getting news from inside court from a live text document, Mark. Nothing in the past hour because the jury are back in the deliberations room. The last thing we were told, I can reveal, the breathless dispatch from inside the courtroom. As the former president passes his time in the holding room, he's been given a TV to watch. He didn't have one yesterday, and it says here, when asked what channel the TV is tuned to, the source inside court demurred. If you're watching, Donald, we're here and ready to chat anytime.
I'm sure it is Sky News. James, thanks very much indeed. You're watching the NewsHour. Coming up, a 9-year-old girl has been left fighting for her life after a shooting in East London. We'll have more on that in just a moment.
As we said last time around solid prediction, you asked the question whether you think the 6,000 feet drop in 5 minutes, was it a controlled descent? And my initial prediction was, I think it was a controlled descent. It's 1,200 feet per minute, and it's a usual maneuver for the pilots to escape the area of turbulence. So yes, I would say the drop wasn't the significant part, but it was the earlier drop, several hundred feet drop, where people get thrown up to the ceiling and then back down again. That was the where it caused a lot of injuries to the passengers without the seatbelts on. I would say after reading the initial investigation, I think the pilots have done what they are supposed to do. They've carried out the reasonable steps. They have made sure the aircraft is stabilised. They've got the seatbelt sign on. It's a split-second sort of incident, so the seatbelt sign is on. People may not have enough time to react to the seatbelt sign, but if they are always strapped in, it will be less of an injury, of an incident, I would say. It would do the highest G-force, I believe, it was recorded as 1.57 G, either plus or minus. But if you have to ask me if you compare that to a roller coaster ride, the highest you can experience is actually up to 6 G. Although you are securely strapped in, but you can still feel the impact, yes. It has nothing to do with the weather condition. Just make sure you're safely strapped in, because turbulence can just happen in a split second. So first, respect the seatbelt sign, and if the seatbelt sign is not on, if you can, make sure you're securely fastened the seatbelt, and at least that will save your life.
A 9-year-old girl is in a critical condition in hospital after being injured in a shooting in Hackney in East London. 3 others were also wounded.
Someone knows who was responsible. This was a shooting that's left a little girl fighting for her life. If you have any information that could assist us with the investigation, please do the right thing and make contact with us.
Our correspondent Rachel Venables has more now from East London.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the line that jumped out to me most was where he talked about this having left a little girl fighting for her life, just 9 years old. She didn't know the 3 men who were also shot last night. We were given some details of their ages, certainly 26, 37 and 42. This all seems to have taken place at a Turkish restaurant last night, with police saying that somebody drove past on a motorbike that they have now recovered and which they believe to have been stolen. And this individual individual opened fire and 4 people were caught up in the crossfire. 4 people were shot. 3 men who were sat outside and a little girl who was just having dinner with her family was also shot, and she is now in hospital, crucially in a critical condition. Initially we were told the child involved was in a serious condition. It seems as though certainly the police have got more information or that condition has worsened. So an absolutely devastating time for her family and a really traumatic update, certainly for people here who have been really shocked by what happened last night. And I think this indiscriminate nature is the language he used there. She was an innocent victim of the indiscriminate nature of gun crime. I think that particularly will really shock people, as well, of course, as these 3 men who were just sat having dinner, presumably sat outside this restaurant. We've actually been able to see the restaurant today. The cordon is up and it's blocked off, but you can see quite clearly almost the tableau frozen into place when this incident occurred. You can see plates still on the tables, an ashtray, glasses of beer half drunk with the remains of the paramedics' paraphernalia sort of littered on the floor, whether it's medical kits or the plastic or the rubber gloves on the floor where they would have been trying desperately to save lives and to protect these individuals who were then taken to hospital. So a really significant update there, I think, from Detective Chief Superintendent James Conway. 3 men and a 9-year-old girl having been shot here in Hackney last night, and crucially they say nobody has been arrested, and they are urging members of the public, anyone with information, to come forward and speak to them.
A primary school teacher has been sentenced to life in prison with a minimum term of 20 years for the murder of her partner, Nicholas Billingham. Fiona Beale admitted murdering Billingham, whose partially mummified remains were found 4.5 months after he was last seen in November 2021.